Well, it's time for the third test. Cannot wait any longer. England won the toss and elected to bat first. That's the third toss that Ben Stokes has won in the series so far. But this time he decides to bat, and it's Bumrah to go. And Crawley leaves. Ben Stokes so lucky with the tosses, isn't he? Not one, not two, but all three to begin the series with. But what a huge boost it is for India having Jasprit Bumrah back. I mean, it really is the game changer for us. As Siraj said, both teams with just the single change, with their two ace fast bowlers coming into the fray here. Jasprit Bumrah for us and Jofra Archer for them. Bumrah is slated to start 3 tests out of the 5. And here he goes to Crawley again, and Crawley with a safe lead. Crawley got out, yes, in the previous test in really poor fashion when England were backs to the wall, chasing 600 plus. And that shot that he played is something that he would be replaying in his mind time after time because he went chasing after it way outside his off stump. Gill was a bit surprised that Stokes decided to have a bat first because India would have bowled, according to Gill. Whether or not that's mind games, we'll wait and see. As here goes Bumrah. Again, he's going really wide. There's Rishabh Pant at full stretch, and England will get its first runs, courtesy of Byes. Bumrah picking up the ball in competitive situations after quite a bit of gap. We'll wait and see whether or not his rhythm is affected, but such a key player for us. Really is a game changer. Now suddenly India's bowling lineup looks a whole lot stronger with Bumrah, Siraj and Akashdeep fresh off his 6 wickets and 10 in the match. Beautiful settings here in Lords. It is the iconic ground. Ben Duckett will be looking to try and make amends. He was the man of the match in the first test. Be disappointed in the manner of which he got dismissed in the second. India will want to strike early here. Either one of these openers capable of going big. Here's Bumrah to the left-hander. Oh, just a bit of shape and it does not carry. That is a beautiful delivery there by Jasprit Bumrah. Just leaves the left-hander a bit unsure there from Duckett. And that would have given the Indian Pacers a bit of encouragement early on. Their good bounce, but no carry there. Look at that. Getting that ball to go away from the left-hander. That's a beauty. Oh, yeah. Clear edge there. Doesn't carry to Rishabh, but well. It's going to be a long day for us. Good over so far. Again, looking to get that to leave, and Duckett gets that onto the onside for a single. Well, Ben Duckett will be... He is someone who likes to score in bulk. And the way that he looks to score runs and the speed at which he scores very rarely leaves the ball. He likes to play at it. See very few leaves from him. Was a bit different in the second test. Ollie's got 3 slips and a gully, all waiting in catching position here. Bumrah's final delivery of what's been an eventful over so far. Oh, Bumrah with a safely played shot there from Zach Crawley, and it's a steady and solid start there from England. 2 for no loss after 1. Love to see how Jasprit Bumrah just gets on with the day because his fitness is such a key aspect. It's not just for this test. We're pretty sure that he won't play the next, regardless of the result, because he doesn't play the second test after we lost the first. So India are brave to go without him. Probably a schedule to play test number 1, 3, and 5. Just love the way he bowls, man. He's really is a magician at work. That short run up gets the ball to go either side of both batsmen. They're so unsure of him. England will want to get to a fast start here. They always like to score their runs in bulk and look to put the opposition under pressure early on. And it's very interesting to see that Akashdeep gets the new ball. It shouldn't really surprise anyone considering his average with the new ball and with the old. Akashdeep will want to get that ball to just move around early on, especially to that left-hander. Duckett under a bit of pressure. Ball just gets the ball to leave away from him. And for Akashdeep, it's all about, can he match Jasprit Bumrah's energy here? You know, he'll be fired up, getting 10 wickets on that absolute road of a track at Edgbaston. Bit of movement here early on will just give him that bit of encouragement here. Here's Akashdeep. Well played there on the onside there by Duckett. Look to capitalize on the early stage. They're not just going to look to fend this ball away here. They'll be looking to score runs regardless of who's bowling. Just look to try and navigate a couple of Bumrah overs. He'll feel that the ball just gets slightly older at that situation, and anything full and wide, they look to chase after it. Something that India will be wary about. Might score runs quickly, England, but they always give you a chance. Karnai in first slip. Very happy for him that he kept his place. Solid but unspectacular in his innings. He'll give him good confidence though, getting a run of games in the team here. Akashdeep has flicked away on the onside. Duckett should just get another single. Oh, might look to push for two here. Gets there comfortably. At Edgbaston would have been a huge confidence boost for India, winning a test match without Jasprit Bumrah, putting big runs on the board. So we see how Duckett was dismissed in the previous test. Huge inside edge off Akashdeep with that new ball, just getting the ball to nip into him. Needed a bit of fortune to get rid of the very impressive left-handed opener. Crawley yet to get off the mark. He'll be itching at the other end. Duckett has looked comfortable. That's a good delivery there from Akashdeep. He's looking to target the stumps and not give any sort of width to Duckett. Talked about how India really battered England out of the test match at Edgbaston. Tried to do the same at Headingley. Got runs on the board. India have batted very, very well. And that's something that has pleased me the most in terms of whenever we come to England, it's always been a real struggle to post big totals on the board. Shubman Gill has really led from the front in that aspect. So that's wide and it's flicked away. It's a nice leg glance there from Duckett. Gets the first boundary off the test match. And just keep increasing his confidence, and that's a loose delivery there from Akashdeep. You can see what he's trying to do. Try and start that at middle and leg, but he's way off. It's easy runs for Duckett. Rishabh Pant has been throwing himself around. For England, Josh Tongue missing out. You feel that he's a bit hard done there by when you see Jofra Archer coming back into your team, playing his first test match after 4 years. You look to make accommodations. Akashdeep looking to finish his over strong here. 6 runs and again drifts down the leg side. And end with the dot ball, but 6 runs off that Akashdeep over. 8 for no loss after 2. India's strategy has to be try and get England to try and attack here. Just look to bowl those attacking lengths. England batsmen will not be able to tempt themselves. They only play in one manner, really. So look to take advantage of that situation. Keep looking to just make them prod outside that off stump. That'll be very, very interesting to see whether or not Jasprit Bumrah will look to try and do the same thing here. For England, they have been decent with the bat despite Joe Root not getting runs. So you almost feel like Joe Root is due for runs at some point during the series, and it very well could be this game. So India have to be wary about that as Bumrah back for a second over. Again, right on off stump there. 8 for no loss after 2.1 here. Jasprit Bumrah just looking to make himself a nuisance here. Crawley yet to get off the mark. Duckett has got 7 out of the 8 runs already as England just look to step on the pedal at some point. First 10 overs will be so crucial and really will set the tone for the test match. Here's Bumrah again. Nicely played then. Crawley, this time, the 6th time of asking, gets off the mark. Quick single taken then. That'll just ease his nerves early on. He'll be looking for his first boundary as well. Jasprit Bumrah just looking to get that bit of movement away. Very interesting to see whether or not he can tempt and tease either one of the openers. And he looks to go after him. England will be positive. There's no doubt in my mind. They'll be looking to score anywhere over 4.5, 5 and over in this first session, regardless of the wickets that they lose in the process. Good to see Sachin as Bumrah to the left-hander here. Again, looking to shape that away. Very solid by Duckett so far. He's looking to get as much bat on ball as possible. Trying to get that feeling as much. Try and make it as difficult as possible for Jasprit Bumrah to settle on a comfy length. And Bumrah looked to go a bit more fuller to Duckett on this occasion. And go around the wicket. That option to try and fire it at the pads is always available for Jasprit Bumrah from this angle. He goes really wide and Duckett goes chasing after that. There's a wild shot there by the left-handed opener. But Bumrah just gave him all the width that he needed. Duckett needed no second introduction or invitation for it. Or he would have been so disappointed if he'd got a bit of an underedge on it. Look, his feet don't move much. Just looks to throw his hands at it. That kind of delivery just makes you feel that might just give you a bit of hope. Duckett might just not look to hang around here. Oh, again, a swing and a miss. Bumrah is just getting that to nip that in. That's a beautiful delivery, that. Applauded by Shubman Gill and KL Rahul in the slips. I'm very surprised with Duckett's approach here. He's looking to take on Bumrah far too early. That's the way they play, isn't it? Might surprise, it might scratch the head of people, but that is exactly the way England play. It doesn't matter if it's Bumrah or Akashdeep bowling. Again, all that encouragement to the slip cordon. There's Bumrah. Oh, again, this time crashes into the thigh pad. Duckett looks very uncomfortable here, and what an end to the over that was for Bumrah. Duckett gets away from it, but it's 3 overs gone. It's 9 for no loss. After a steady start for England, felt like that over kind of belonged to Bumrah. Just teasing Duckett on a couple of occasions and then bringing one back in to try and fire that towards the stumps. 9 for no loss. Again, how many wickets are we hoping for after the first session? I always feel that if we can get 3 wickets in the first session, I just feel that we're on top because England have depth. They can bat. And now they've added Jamie Smith, and Jamie Smith is starting to be a real problem for us. We don't know how to bowl to him yet. He was 184 not out in the first innings at Edgbaston. We didn't find a way to get him out there. He was 88 of 89 in his second innings, where England were pretty much fighting a losing cause. But he is a problem for us, especially when our bowlers tire out. And he's fresh-legged, just looking to take on the attack. Something that India will have to worry on later on, but now it's all about this opening partnership, man. Either one of Crawley and Duckett. Here's Akashdeep back in here. It's a beauty. And he's got bounce and shape away from the right-hander on that occasion. Akashdeep bowling with real confidence there. And both batsmen getting beaten on a couple of occasions, just giving us a bit of encouragement here going forward. That is a beauty there from Akashdeep. That's late movement too. See, it commits Crawley forward, and he's nowhere near that. Akashdeep with the new ball is a very good proposition, isn't he? Oh, this time again on the thigh pad there. It's a polite request to the umpire. This is a good spell here for India. Just trying to put the England batsmen under a bit of pressure here, letting them take those easy ones or twos, let alone those boundaries. I think the Duckett boundary was the only one which was really straight down the leg side. Other than that, we've been pretty much on the money. You can just keep a bit of pressure on India. That's a good delivery again. Again, he's got one to go away from Crawley. That one into Crawley. Where does this one go with the third delivery? It's a safe leave again. And they'll keep trying to tempt him outside that off stump here. What a story this is for Akashdeep, isn't it? The Edgbaston Test match really skyrocketing his value in the Indian cricket team here. Just felt that we might just be a bowler short going into the series. All that workload and the expectation and hopes on Bumrah, we needed somebody to step up. Fair play to Siraj as well. He's picked up a 6 for 2 in the first innings at Edgbaston. So good to see the bowlers stepping up in the absence of Bumrah. And now that Bumrah is back leading the pack, both players, whether or not they just look to step up once again. It'll be a massive test match. If India can win this test, go back-to-back at Lord's, that would be special. That 2021 victory was one for the books, man. Really was the perfectly played test match. Virat Kohli in his pomp in terms of captaincy and the way that he led our bowling really was hell for the English batsmen. Remember, I think England have just one player from that test remaining, and that's Joe Root. As for India, we have 5 remaining. Jaddu, Bumrah, Siraj, Rishabh Pant. Oh, that's a beauty again from Akashdeep. Oh, Crawley looks very uncomfortable here. He's faced 11 deliveries. He's just got the one off. Can hide the question on that occasion. India will not look to burn any early reviews here. And Akashdeep really is looking to trouble Zach Crawley here. He's not sure whether or not that's going there again. That's such an uncomfortable length for Zach Crawley. He's not picked that up one bit. Almost caught him high on the trousers there. That's a good delivery again. It's a beauty. Akashdeep very much on the front foot here. And the final delivery, Crawley is allowed to leave again, and it's a maiden over by Akashdeep. 4 overs gone. It's 9 for no loss. England are being watchful in the early phases. India looking to ask questions. Shubman Gill immediately there to Akashdeep, just showing his appreciation, telling him to stick to the plan, knowing that there's a bit of movement early on. There's enough encouragement for our opening bowlers. Whether or not we look to take advantage of that, and can we break that opening partnership? It's all about that. Well, Crawley gets a lot of stick, and rightfully so, not just for his average, but the manner of which he gets out. But he is such a unique batsman in terms of his height and the way that he can just get forward and throw bowlers off their length. I always find him like he's a crucial wicket for us to get, despite the fact that he doesn't score in bulk. But you can see this is a different innings from him. He's being extremely cautious. He's been beaten on a couple of occasions as Bumrah is back into the attack. Then again hits him on the thigh pad there. There's so much movement around here. Plenty of problems being faced here for the England openers. Whether or not they'll be able to just navigate this early phase, we'll wait and see. London really is home of cricket here at Lord's, and Wimbledon now in the semi-final stage. Really is the perfect time to be in Lord's in London. Perfect weather. There's Bumrah. Looking to just unsettle Duckett again. Again, he hits him on the thigh pad here. Duckett is not having an easy time. He's been struck on multiple occasions. That time he's just going to take a step back and just, he's taken off his gloves. It's really uncomfortable time. This is perfect from Bumrah. He's causing so much discomfort here. He's literally hitting the batsman here. That was a nasty one again. And it just caught him under the hip. Oh, that's a painful one, really. It's something that Duckett will have to shake off. You can see he just throws his bat. He would have felt that would be like a jolt of electricity. Ever been hit by one of those at that pace, just nipping in. Really uncomfortable. This is where India have to capitalize. Just start to chirp, make it a bit of a hostile territory for the openers. Duckett is already feeling the heat. Quick meeting here with Zach Crawley. 9 for no loss, 4.2 overs. India very much clamping down on the runs. Just the solitary boundary so far. Poor delivery there from Akashdeep, but won't really mind that. Where's this one going to go? Is he going to go full? Is he going to go for the bouncer here? He's going to make it as problematic for Ben Duckett as possible. Here goes Jasprit Bumrah. Oh, he just gives him width and he pushes that through the covers. That's a very good shot between the gap. It won't go all the way to the boundary. He'll get a couple of runs as Siraj gets there first. It's a strange delivery there from Bumrah, isn't it? Just knew that Duckett will just look to score runs off that delivery. Just gives him the width, not on that preferred length though. Just allowed to push that to the offside. Soft 2 runs conceded. Ravindra Jadeja still keeping his team here. And I like the fact that India have gone with the all-round heavy team that we have gone with Jaddu, Washi and Nitish Reddy. We're going around the wicket there, again down the leg side. Duckett always happy to try and get those runs down fine leg. Nice to see India just keep asking those questions. Morning Mokul up there in the balcony, the bowling coach for India. Bowlers really have shouldered so much of the responsibilities in this test match. Always talk about picking up those 20 wickets time and time again. Doing that in Edgbaston would have really given them the confidence without Bumrah as well. So with Bumrah, should be an easier task there. And that's beautifully played there. What a shot that is from Ben Duckett. Just creams that through the offside for a boundary. Bumrah is offering width on that occasion, touch fuller. And Ben Duckett, beautifully done. Look at the balance on that shot. That's quality, isn't it? Oh, shows the full face of the blade there. Finds the middle. Couple of boundaries for Ben Duckett. Despite being hit on a couple of occasions, he's looking to be as positive as possible. He really does have an appetite of getting big runs here, Ben Duckett. 6 runs off this Bumrah over. Can he end on a high note here? Here's Jasprit Bumrah. 15 for no loss. As we head into the 5th. Oh, again, it strikes him there. And it hits him on the thigh pad again. It's an uncomfortable ending to the over, but a successful one for England. It's 6 runs from that Bumrah over. And after 5 overs, it's 15 for no loss. England being patient in the first 5 overs. The opportunity does arise to put away the loose ball. Duckett has done that on a couple of occasions. Crawley yet to get going. He'll feel that he's ridden his luck on a couple of occasions. This is where we just need to try and get that breakthrough as quickly as possible. Ollie Pope waiting to come in at number 3. Pope played a brilliant knock at Headingley, didn't he, with that 100. Brook got 99, if I'm not mistaken, in that test. Brook has been excellent in the way that he comes in, and he's been coming in at really difficult situations for England. They've not batted as well as they should have in the series so far, especially from the top order. Here's Akashdeep. Oh, he looks to give him the charge there, Crawley. You can see that he's trying to be as positive as possible, trying to throw off Akashdeep at his length. See, Crawley is already a tall man. What is he? 6'4", 6'5", if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure, but he's a unit. Especially if he comes a couple of paces forward. Just looks to throw Akashdeep here. 1 of 13 deliveries. This is good from India in terms of curtailing the runs on one end. Crawley will be looking to get that boundary as quickly as possible. It's watchfully played again. India just close in on the field here. Nice to see the energy. Something that Virat Kohli really taught the Indian team, isn't it? That chirp, that noise, that energy, it really is contagious. Akashdeep knows that he has the experience at the other end with Jasprit Bumrah. He might look to go after him. It's the source of runs here, but Akashdeep, to his credit, after bowling a maiden over in his second over, started off with 2 dot balls as well. And here's, look at Crawley here. He's a couple of paces out of his crease here, looking to be as aggressive as possible. Just takes the top end of the bat there. It's a good thing that he just didn't hold the bat too hard on that occasion. Might have just looked to carry on that. Crawley again, 15 deliveries, just the 1 run. This is brilliant from Akashdeep, really. 9 deliveries without conceding absolutely anything. I talked about that first change here as they look at Siraj. Pat Cummins likes to bowl first change. There was an idea floated that whether or not maybe Bumrah would be first change, but no chance really. Kenny gives him the charge. Crawley looks out of sorts here. He is trying to throw him off. And Akashdeep is such a wily customer that just gets the ball to shape away again. No, Crawley looks a bit foolish on that occasion, isn't he? Kenny's a couple of steps out of his crease, and he looks to give him the charge. And he's gotten nowhere near that as he's nearly halfway through. Brilliant from Akashdeep, looking to bowl back-to-back maiden overs here. No, good shot there on the up. It doesn't carry. It's a short mid-off there as he's just looked to get to it. It's Washington Sundar there in that attacking position. I like this from India in terms of the field placement, knowing that Crawley really likes to attack that offside. His cover drives and his off drives are really a thing of beauty, especially when he gets on top of the ball, courtesy of his height. Again, that one just not carrying to Washington Sundar. And still uncomfortable here for Crawley. 17 runs, just the 1 run for him. It's uncomfortable there, and he looked to just step across. But Crawley's trying to do everything but play orthodox cricket. He's gotten nowhere near that. And it's yet another maiden over bowled by Akashdeep. Back-to-back maidens for Akashdeep. It's brilliant. England under a bit of pressure here. They still maintain their opening partnership. It doesn't look comfortable for them. Not getting runs of Akashdeep. They might look to go after Bumrah. Might just work in our favor here. It's a brilliant start this from India with the ball. Gill was a bit surprised that England and Stokes decided to bat first. Stokes, so lucky, man, winning all 3 tosses. Know that we have bad luck with tosses. Rohit Sharma was known to not win them. Looks like Shubman Gill has got the same bug. Good start this from India, though. Bumrah has been bowling very well to Duckett. Again, just a touch wide on that occasion. He doesn't mind that Bumrah will look to try and keep testing him outside. It'll be very interesting to see whether or not he looks to chase after him at every single occasion here. Zach Crawley, 1 of 18. Just Duckett, will he feel he might have to take a bit of chance here, especially against the dangerous Bumrah? Well, it's a positive stroke there. Just looks to hit that on the up. Duckett through the offside. Always strong, but the way that he scores down the leg side really is very, very comfortable on that V for him. He's a very accomplished batsman, and he has been one of the consistent lights for the English batting. Knowing that Ollie Pope is a bit of hit and miss, Root hasn't really performed. Stokes has shown that he is very much capable yet to really tap into that deep bag of his where he scores runs in bulk. England really struggling to get any sort of runs there, and a good shape there from Jasprit Bumrah. Well, it made an over in the previous now. Half an over bowled here by Bumrah. Crawley struggling for runs. Duckett looking to get a bit of movement forward. Whether or not they look to just be a bit more watchful in this first phase of play, we'll wait and see. Again, width on offer. Just hits the toe end of the bat. Duckett just being a bit uncomfortable in the early moments, but still gotten a couple of boundaries early on. Will feel that he is more likely to just try and throw the Indian bowlers off their rhythm as much as possible. Whether or not India look to unsettle the bowling as much as possible. Again, will width be offered here for Duckett? This time much more accurate, just like to catch the top of off stump. Again, might just be 3 maiden overs in a row here. England really struggling for runs. India looking to put the squeeze on in this first session here. There have been a bit of criticism on the England batting for not showing that patience when they were looking to chase down 600. Look, they were never really going to get those runs, but I think they were far too impatient in their approach, and something that they might just look to correct on this occasion. Oh, again, it hits him on the pads, and it's another maiden over this. It's 7 overs gone. It's 15 for no loss. England struggling to get away here, and the decision to bat first after winning the toss, and it still hasn't backfired, I would say, for England. Both opening partners still very much there, but finding it very difficult to get the Indian bowlers in that favourable areas. You see that Crawley has tried the unorthodox on a couple of occasions. He's trying to dance down the track, trying to be as aggressive as possible, knowing that Akashdeep might be a bit of a quote-unquote easy source of runs, but Akashdeep has bowled back-to-back maiden overs. He'll really have fire behind him going into this over, knowing that this just might be the over where he strikes, and it just might be Crawley. That one just down the leg side on that occasion. Again, no freebies here to Crawley. Any sort of positive intent for him might just work against us. Have to be attacking here. He's looking to be a bit reckless here, Crawley, trying to get his first boundary. So we have to try and keep testing his patience, mind you. Just test his technique as well. Well, he got out in the previous test, chasing wide outside the off stump. If he gets out again in this fashion, the coaching staff will not be happy about it, but it's something that Akashdeep just might look to test and try whether or not Crawley's patience is up to task here. Trying to take his time in the middle, be as precise as possible. For Crawley's perspective, he's navigated the worst outfield. The first 20 deliveries, he hasn't gotten runs, but still out there in the middle. Again, he goes after it, this time width on off, and he creams that through the covers with the full follow-through. We talked about the first boundary being crucial. This for Crawley, width on off was fuller on that occasion, and he looks to throw his hands at it, and Akashdeep bowling that no ball as well, and 5 runs being handed over to England on that occasion. The streak of back-to-back maidens being completed on that occasion. Yeah, far too much width on that occasion. Crawley would be feeling a whole lot better after that. piercing the gap quite comfortably on that occasion. Yeah, Zach Crawley has waited all but 20 deliveries for his first boundaries. Yeah, that one striking him on the thigh pad. Just feel that India to try and settle. Feel that England have just weathered that early storm. Good pace shown here by Akashdeep. 139 Ks. Always good to see Indian bowlers hitting that 140 plus mark. The more we get, it will just help our test program. Always feel that players who can bowl that 140 should be just separated from the white ball cricket, really. Put them in the test format. Really is a game changer, especially when look at England when they have Jofra Archer and Mark Wood in their team. That's Express, and again it's Crawley goes chasing after it, gets a thick edge over the slips, and it's back-to-back boundaries here for Zach Crawley. Well, his first boundary had a lot of surety on it. This one, a lot of fortune. Well, he went after Akashdeep in his previous over, got no success out of it, but he's got 8 already and 9 runs off this over. Yeah, again, it's far too wide there from Akash. Is this the over that just releases the pressure of Zach Crawley? You would have felt that he's just being under pressure, know that maybe Duckett looks to just take on some of that responsibility and look to score runs on his behalf. Yep, Crawley very much on the move here. Oh, that's a glorious shot there from Crawley. Again, width on offer. This from Akashdeep. It's a strange over. You can understand why he's trying to tempt him out, and all of the struggles that Zach Crawley faced in the first 20 deliveries just wiped away in this over. It's 3 boundaries off the bat. 2 through the offside, 1 over the slips. You can just see his chest just being pushed out after that boundary. Just feel that it might just be a momentum shifter for him, knowing that he is such a confidence player. 13 of 23, Duckett 13 of 24. Oh, he's walked across there. Again, you can see Crawley looking to be as attacking as possible here. He is going to make Akashdeep think a lot here to which area to keep targeting here. You can see Shubman Gill going to his fast bowler immediately here, knowing that Akashdeep might be just under a bit of pressure here. 13 runs off this over. Almost feel that all that great work done in the first 7 overs just being slightly undone here in this over. Always knew that England are very much capable of taking the game right back to India here. On a couple of occasions, very interesting to see how Crawley's just walked across here. 28 for no loss. Final over of the 8th. Can Akashdeep get one back here? It's a safe leave there, but late movement there for Akashdeep. The 13 runs coming off that over. Zach Crawley feeling a whole lot better after that. It's 28 for no loss after 8 overs, and England just slowly starting to get into this game now. Just felt that India had the early off the exchanges, first 7 overs very much in our favor. From there, it just feels that this over just might be a bit of a turning point here. Duckett will feel a lot better knowing that his opening partner has finally found a scoring touch. Pressure on Bumrah now. He has to respond. We have a couple more overs before we see the likes of Mohammad Siraj for the first time. England score quickly. England always score quickly in the first session. Jamie Smith get 100 before lunch at Edgbaston. That was just a special knock, really. I mean, watching counter-attacking cricket like that when everything around you crumbles really is something special. And it's Mohammad Siraj first changed dues a bit early here from Shubman Gill as here's Mohammad Siraj with his first delivery. Goes wide on that occasion. Interesting that from Shubman Gill. Not looking to give Jasprit Bumrah that over. Is it part of just trying to look to manage his workload? Not go to Bumrah time and time again with the ball. Knowing that Siraj is coming into this test with a bit of confidence after that 6 for in his first innings. Just feels that Siraj will feel a lot more confident knowing that his Skipper trusts him early on. Yes, Siraj again down the leg side. Comfortable single there for Duckett. Look to get two, but just a single. Back to Crawley now. Very interested to see what Crawley's approach will be here. 13 of 25. That first 20 balls has just been put in the rear view mirror if you are from Crawley's perspective. Now it's all about how we look to attack here. Siraj, can he ask the questions here? Just ask a bit of something different here. What he can't do here is try and offer a bit of width here for Crawley, because Crawley will look to chase after him. See now Rishabh Pant, when he gets in, he just looks to charge down the new bowler in his first or second delivery, just to mess with them mentally. Stays in his crease and plays a very solid defense on that occasion. There's Zach Crawley. Jadeja Bumrah yet to get that wicket that we are looking for. A lot of criticism or shock went through the system when India, down 1-0 in the series, decided to rest their star bowler. It's like, how are we going to get those 20 wickets without Bumrah? Well, we have shown that we're very much capable of doing that. Some of the load has to be taken off of Bumrah, not just for the series. Again, with on offer, it's a brilliant shot by Crawley. It's a completely different Zach Crawley here. Again, with on offer, he will look to punish you all day. Zach Crawley suddenly has just flipped the switch here. He screamed that through the covers. What a shot that is from Zach Crawley. Again, you can see he just leans forward, uses his long reach, and the full follow-through. That's a quality shot. Not quite through the covers, just opening the face of the blades on that occasion. That's much better there from Siraj. On top of off on that occasion. 33 for no loss. Just like that, England seemed to just look to put the runs on the board quickly as possible. India just looking to make it as difficult as possible. Whether or not, just look to keep tempting Zach Crawley in the early stages. The risk of maybe he might just hit me for a couple of boundaries. 5 runs of this over so far. Final delivery of the 9th. Again, he gives him the charge. Doesn't get the connection that he was looking for. Another good over there for England. 5 coming off it. 9 overs gone is 33 for no loss. Suddenly that early momentum that India had just being wiped away by the England openers. So positive in their approach. They never really get into their shell. And even though they faced a few problems early on, they seem to have weathered the storm beautifully here. Now, England batsmen have, the openers really have gotten a taste of all 3 fast bowlers that India have to offer. Don't really use Nitish Kumar Reddy, so I'm not going to really count him on the early stages, but they have navigated Bumrah, Akashdeep, and the first over of Siraj. A few difficulties, but their perspective, 33 for no loss, is just the right way to start after winning the toss and electing to bat first. Ben Stokes winning all 3 tosses in the test series so far. Here's Bumrah again. This time to Duckett. He's bowled a lot to the left-hander so far. This time down the leg side. He's helped that down to fine leg, just a single. Again, Duckett having no issues getting his bat to different angles here that Bumrah is trying to trouble him with. He really bowled a snorter to him that just caught him on that stomach area. It was a painful one for Duckett. Really had to reset himself after that. In terms of the first 45 minutes, the pendulum has really swung on a couple of occasions, but England yet to be breached. 17 for Crawley, 15 for Duckett. 4 overs for Bumrah. He's looked very much like the Bumrah that we have come and expected to. Here's Bumrah now. And with an offer, Crawley, the watchful leave there. India just looking to try and break this opening partnership as quickly as possible. And they pretty much killed us in that second innings of the first test, didn't they? The two openers. Duckett was, 149 and Crawley scored 65. We couldn't break that opening partnership for the life of us. Threw absolutely everything at them. But they were brilliant. And it's a warning for India that if these two, they last a session, might be in a bit of a trouble here. You can get that ball on top of off stump there. Crawley getting a leading edge, but not really getting anywhere near in terms of carrying. But first 45 minutes, England will be very pleased. Stokes will be feet up, enjoying this so far. It's been a tough battle, but he'll be very pleased with the way that his two openers have weathered the storm while getting runs on the board here. 34 for no loss. It's not something that we were hoping for. We wanted that early breakthrough. Anywhere between 2 and 3 wickets in the first session is something that we're looking for. Crawley gets that down the leg side. Just get a comfortable single here. And they've navigated Bumrah very well. Will beat you on a couple of occasions. That's absolutely normal. You'll pretty much expect that, just hoping that it doesn't really catch one of the edges. In terms of getting that first 5 overs of Bumrah away with that new ball, England will feel that its objective 1 has been ticked. 2 deliveries left here for Jasprit Bumrah in his 5th over. Is he going to go with that bouncer again? He was tempted. There's Ben Duckett. Saw with or not, for his eyes would have really lit up on that occasion. Just looking to throw after it, but decided to err on the side of caution. It's brilliant to see that Sachin rang the bell, the iconic bell at the Lord's Stadium. In the, what's it called? The Anderson Tendulkar series. I really like that. 2 greats being honored. One with the bat and one with the ball. So, yeah, good to see Farooq Engineer there as well as another ball that is very successfully navigated from an England point of view. And its 10 overs gone. It's 35 for no loss. Solid over there from Bumrah. Just the 2 runs from it. But I think the way that Duckett just played that over, it just shows real composure in his innings. I thought the way that he played in that second innings of the first test was brilliant. I mean, it's not the way that he was just targeting the likes of Prasidh Krishna, but the way that he played Bumrah in that second innings of the first test was beautiful, man. The offside, the onside, he was looking very comfortable. Again, he seldom leaves the ball, just shows you that he likes to get on top and try and unsettle the bowlers as much as possible. He does bowl with, just makes the bowler think twice in terms of where they want to try and test and tease him, as Siraj back in the attack bowling his second over. Ooh, it's a good ball that. Crawley just withdraws his bat in the final second on that occasion. Look at Mohammad Siraj in the test matches. 39 matches, 109 wickets at an average of 31. Not a bad average there for Siraj. He was one of Virat Kohli's go-to men in terms of that first change when Shami and Bumrah used to do all that damage. Siraj with a lot more experience with his second tour in England. Kenny gives him the charge there. Well, Crawley has looked to try and hit that way over. Instead, he hits thin air. And Siraj will know that Crawley is not looking to hang about on these occasions. Look at that. He gives him the shuffle and the charge forward. He's done that on a couple of occasions. I feel like it's premeditated or just looks at it at the merit of the ball. When you hit it, just feels that pick the length early. When you miss, it just feels that it's premeditated. But Siraj getting a bit of movement there. Catches them again high on that bat on that occasion. Good start this from Siraj. 3 dot balls to begin with. England will be happy to play a few maiden overs here if they want to. They've gotten runs on the board. They've pretty much seen off The new ball. Reddy in the stands too. Brilliant to see Binga. What a bowler he was, man. Really struck fear into the hearts of the batsmen. Pace, accuracy, real fear factor of a bowler. Good start this from Siraj. Starts off with 4 dot balls. From England's point of view, both openers, once they reach that 20-run mark, it almost feels that they've just settled down completely. They would have hoped for that early wicket. Have gotten wickets in bunches in the tests here. Seen that Akashdeep has gotten 2 of 2. Siraj has gotten 2 of 2 deliveries. Crawley, 18 of 36. Not the strike rate that he's used to playing at. Really had to struggle and survive in the first 20 deliveries. Scored all of 1 run before he got his first boundary. It's decent bounce. There's decent carry. I don't know how much we look to try and utilize that in the early stages. Really haven't gone after Siraj in this over. I say that, but he charged after him in the first delivery. But it's been a good comeback this from Mohammad Siraj. Crawley again out of his crease here. Watchfully played. He's done that on multiple occasions there. Zach Crawley looking to play the last delivery of the over with real surety. There's 11 overs gone. It's 35 for no loss. Mohammad Siraj cracks the 140 Ks mark at the end of the over there. Now looking to just get a bit of his momentum and rhythm here. It's a dangerous period for India now. 10 overs plus bowled. Haven't really gotten England anywhere near in terms of real trouble. I've gotten a few balls that have left the left and the right-hander batsman, but in terms of really getting some clear-cut opportunities, we have struggled. It's going to be a difficult session for us if we are not able to pick up that wicket in the session. Has to come some way or somehow. No surprises that it's Bumrah again. He's gotten the new ball. You're going to play 3 tests. You might as well bowl your heart out. To the 6th over here. He's drifted down the leg side. 35 for no loss. Perfect for Stokes. Good for England. I just hope that India wouldn't have gotten that early breakthrough, but they've managed to navigate that situation early on now. Whether or not India can capitalize at some point in the session, try and just induce England into a false shot. Wait and see. Oh, it's a beauty that from Bumrah. Just leaves the left-hander on that occasion, just tempting Duckett forward with that length. That's a beautiful delivery there from Jasprit Bumrah. Again, look at the shape there. It's a comfortable leave in the end. Enough distance between bat and ball there, but again, just like to see a bit of indecisiveness from the batsman there. You can see Duckett, he's not going to leave these deliveries. He wants to play at everything that the Indian fast bowlers have to throw at them. Let's watchfully play it again. Oh, it's a bit of a sloppy bit of fielding there from the cordon. Get a single. He'll be happy to get off strike as well. Seen Bumrah through again very comfortably. It's something that really does make me feel a bit uncomfortable knowing that Ben Duckett has looked very assured against Jasprit Bumrah. Again, he struggled in the early phases, but since then, it's been very good. And they're just showing how Crawley was trying to attack Akashdeep. Need to look at as uncomfortable as possible. He's tried to go down the track. He's tried to go across the stumps. He's trying all sorts here, Crawley. Will you try the same against Bumrah? Oh, what a ball that is! It's caught him on the pad, but I think height will be an issue here. Well, Crawley would have had his heart in his mouth on that occasion. That is a beauty from Bumrah. I don't think they'll ask the question here. Far too much fizz on that occasion. Yep, India very cautious with their reviews here. They're not going to look to try and use all their reviews in desperation early on, but that is a snotter there. Look at that. Oh, Crawley is beaten, all ends up there. It hits him high on the pad. What a ball that is. Yep, it's drifting down leg stump as well. Rishabh Pant was very sure to say that to Gill. Look at the amount of movement on the ball there. Wow, it's pitched fifth stump and it's missing leg stump by quite some distance. That is brilliant from Bumrah. Just what we need. Need something special to try and break this opening partnership. It's just starting to blossom in the right speed from the England perspective here. Thinking if they go 3 or 4 and over in the first session, they manage to keep these two here. Oh, it could be real trouble for us now that I think about it. Scoring anywhere between 100 and 120 with the loss of wickets in the first session. Could be a long day in the field for India. Again, movement on offer there. Again, drifting down the leg stump. 12 overs gone, 36 for no loss. Bumrah bowls yet another good over, but it's another over that England see through comfortably here. Feels that Zach Crawley has just rode his luck a tiny bit here, but when the opportunity arises for him to find his shots, he has looked very, very comfortable, hasn't he? Just feels that we might need a bit of magic, maybe a false stroke to try and get that first dismissal. It's all about that first wicket, isn't it? Told you about Crawley, man. He might not get those runs, but he's always someone who can just flip the switch quickly in terms of getting runs in a hurry. 18 of 41 may not support that theory, but he is someone that will make us pay the longer he stays at the crease. Duckett, on the other hand, has been very watchful. Oh, it's an easy delivery there, and he just helps himself for a couple of runs down there, deep square leg. It's just drifting down the pass there to Duckett. He'll never miss out on those. He is someone who will always look to take advantage of deliveries that are not really threatening his stumps. That's what point do England feel that they have pretty much navigated this first session as comfortably as possible, you'd feel. Whether or not it could be in terms of just keeping their wickets, just preserving till the first session, but still looking to score runs as quickly as possible. And it's Siraj here. Again, a very disappointing delivery from him. Not looking to threaten the stumps on that occasion. Just feels that Duckett has just, navigated that first session. He'll feel that a whole lot better, knowing that, Crawley was struggling to get the runs. Now that his opening partner has very much gotten to grips with the situation, now he can just look to play his natural game. Not take too many risks. It just looks like it's Crawley who's happy to take the high risks. Both openers on 18 here. It's a good delivery from Siraj. Again, just leaves the left-hander on that occasion. Tempts him forward with that length. Again, you see that both openers will not need a second invitation in terms of width on offer. In that length especially. Thought about it, looking for that flourishing cover drive. Just realized that it would be much more wiser to just withdraw his bat on that occasion. Ben Duckett, he is a problem. He is a real problem for us. Have to be patient, stick to the game plan. Feel that England might just have the early initiative here, but India just need that breakthrough. Oh, it's a good shot there. Try to find the meat of the bat on that occasion. Straight into the covers, applauded by Shubman Gill. And Akashdeep, with that new ball, would have been hoping that he could make the ball talk. Instead, let England have the early initiative. You can see the bowling unit all converging there. Bumrah, Akashdeep and Siraj in that mini huddle. Are they trying to collectively find a solution here? Siraj's first 3 overs feels that has been navigated too. Good shot again. Just punches that down the ground. Might get a couple of runs if they're aggressive in the running. Well, Crawley was happy to come back for 2. Good feeling there to limit that to just a single. There's a bit of a chuckle there between the two openers. I love the shot between Crawley and Duckett. I mean, just the sheer height difference is absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? Crawley is a massive unit. And Duckett, oh, you could see that Crawley was looking to come for the second, and he falls face first. Just losing his footing there on that occasion. Oh, yeah, he just slips and tumbles there and wisely sent back. Crawley finds the funny side to it. An hour of play has been successfully navigated here by the two England openers. 39 for no loss. Heading into the 13th over. Oh, doesn't carry into the slips. And it's 3 runs off that over. 13 overs gone. It's 39 for no loss. England have completely nullified the first hour of play here. Ben Stokes will be mightily pleased with his two openers. They've dug in. That wasn't easy, believe me, especially for Zach Crawley, who struggled for most of that first early, I would say, first 20 minutes. He really struggled to get runs. But he's stuck in there. He's dug deep. And he's now seeing the fruits of his labor here. 39 for no loss. Again, it's the run rate. It doesn't concern me now. But at 3 and over, knowing that these two can score quickly, first session might just get away from our hands here. Again, does Gill look to be a bit more aggressive here? Does he look to just change the strategy? Whether or not he just looks to go with his quicks here. Does he try and something different early on? Just me trying to think outside the box here, but just feels that if England openers might need a new problem to solve here. Yeah, it will be very, very interesting now. I think the openers will feel a couple of feet taller here. The shoulders very much up now. I feel that they have navigated all the chat about Bumrah coming in would have weighed on the back of their minds, but they're two confident players, aren't they? They just trust in their technique and play some excellent cricket. When they click, they can really cause a lot of problems for us here. Whether or not we can weather this storm and be as attacking as possible, we cannot go into our shell here and try and restrict England for runs. We still have to go after them in terms of trying to get those wicket-taking deliveries as much as possible. It's going to be difficult. Nobody said this would be easy. England will be looking to hit back hard after that loss at Edgbaston. And it was in really emphatic manner as well. It's not often that you lose at home, especially with a 300-plus margin. It would have hurt their pride. It would have hurt their ego. They felt that, England can chase anything, especially in England. They weren't even close. They pretty much dominated that test match. It was just that 4-hour spell I felt when Harry Brook and Jamie Smith had that partnership. India just felt that they might just take the game away from us. But now into the third test with the series leveled at 1 apiece. 13 overs after winning the toss and electing to bat first. England are 39 for no loss. They've had some decent moments, I would say, in terms of half chances. Hitting a couple of decent edges, hitting the pad and thigh pad on a couple of occasions. But other than that, England will feel that they've taken a few blows. They've come out of the other side unscathed. You see that ball that Bumrah bowled to Zach Crawley, which thundered into his pad. It was a height and whether or not it was going to hit leg stump issue. Turns out it was both. That was the closest it felt that we've gotten in terms of trying to get that breakthrough. But other than that, England will feel comfortable here. It's a beautiful setting here at Lord's, isn't it? Wow. Clear blue skies. India might just have to toil here as the sun beams down here in London. Conditions are warm. England will look to give one back to India here after all the runs that India have piled on them. Again, Duckett is just batting a shade over 50 strike rate. Crawley well under. And there you go. Out of the box thinking. Nitish Kumar Reddy, who was very rarely used at Edgbaston, gets the ball in the 14th over here. We need a breakthrough, any means needed. Oh, it's a good delivery there from Reddy. First up, beats Duckett. Just shapes away from the left-hander. That was a good ball there from Nitish. Trusted by his captain to try and break this partnership here. Well, that's the advantage of playing an extra all-rounder for us. We have those bowling options when it just feels that it's not working for the frontline bowlers. Might need the likes of Nitish, Jaddu and Washi to try and chip in here. Oh, flicked away beautifully. What a shot that is from Duckett. Wow. It was full. It was just drifting towards the pads and it was just flicked away with disdain on the leg side there from Duckett. Beautifully played. Just a bit of movement. Look at that. What a shot that. Look at that. Beautifully. Just finds the gap. Half-hearted chase there and just feels that Duckett might just look to step on it in terms of accelerating that scoring rate. Oh, it's edged and has it carried, and it has! Nitish Reddy strikes in his first over. Oh, Ben Duckett will be kicking himself there. It's a loose delivery. It really is down the leg side. He goes chasing after that. Ben Duckett will feel that after weathering all sorts of the early storm, he's just given that wicket away. It's flicked the gloves and it's Rishabh Pant with the safe pair of hands behind. And England finally lose their first wicket. And it's Ben Duckett who departs. 23 of 40 deliveries. And it's Nitish Reddy who strikes in his first over. Brilliant stuff this. It's 43 for 1. Well, the opening quicks really did struggle to break the opening partnership. It didn't happen for Bumrah. Neither did it happen for Akashdeep or Siraj. And it's the unlikely source, Nitish Kumar Reddy, in his very first over. And after being creamed for a boundary down the leg side, he just tempts Duckett once again. Now, whether or not that was the plan, only he'll know. But Duckett will be kicking himself. A list of ways to get out. I think that one would be right on the bottom for him. Cannot get out in that manner. India have struck in bunches in this series so far. Ollie Pope, he got a century in the first test at Headingley, did really struggle at Edgbaston. Can we capitalize here? Do we bring Bumrah right back after this Nitish Reddy? Oh, we'll wait and see. But fair play, man. Nitish Reddy, brilliant. Showing that he doesn't just contribute with the bat, very much capable with the ball. Here's Ollie Pope facing his first delivery. With a knock for that, doesn't carry. Well, Shubman Gill's reaction just shows that it might have just carried here. Oh, it would have been a blinder. Well, Shubman has caught brilliantly in the slips. Let's have a look here. Oh, it's such an aggressive stroke. First up here. Oh, it did carry, it was a difficult chance. And if Shubman Gill managed to make that ball stick, we're possibly looking at one of the catches of the series already. He's diving at full stretch, very low to the ground. And we nearly get back-to-back wickets again in this series. Nitish creating all sorts of problems as Pope plays a confident shot here. And he gets off the mark quickly as possible here. It's all happening in this Nitish Kumar Reddy over. And fair play to Shubman Gill to making that change and getting Nitish ready to bowl. Look at that. Pope chasing way outside that off-stump first delivery. It is criminal from Ollie Pope's point of view if Shubman Gill would have pulled out that blinder. You can see the reaction there from Gill. He feels that the game would have just flipped like that. If that would have stuck. Oh, beautiful! Did that carry? It has! And it's Nitish Reddy again! He's gotten both openers in this extraordinary over. Oh, that is an absolute beauty there. If there's a bit of luck involved in that first dismissal, well, no such luck that this was a pearler to dismiss Zach Crawley. And India have both the openers back in the hut, and it's from the unlikely source. This shape, this movement, and bounce. Rishabh Pant with the hugest of grins on his face. And this game has flipped on its head, courtesy of Nitish Reddy's 44 for 2 after 14 overs. Incredible scenes. Wow. Well, you just never know with Test cricket, do you? It just looked that England was just navigating that first session with really comfortable nature. It felt that they were just going to navigate it with ease, but instead, India hit back, and it's Nitish Kumar Reddy. Wow, what a first over for a man who a lot of people felt did not contribute. It was pretty much a cardio session for him at Edgbaston. Didn't contribute with the bat. Very seldom got the ball at hand. But man, oh man, has he made a huge difference here. And he brings out Joe Root. Wow. 14 overs gone, 44 for 2. Joe Root with an average of over 50 and 13,000 runs in Test match cricket strides in here. Playing his 284th innings with the best of 262. This man is a run machine. And this is going to be, that 15 over period is going to be so crucial before lunch. Here's Siraj. Oh, Edge doesn't carry again. The chances, but it hasn't carried again. Wow, it's Siraj to Ollie Pope. Ollie Pope has not settled in whatsoever. In his very first delivery, he went chasing after, very nearly pulling on a blinder from Gill. This one doesn't carry to KL Rahul. Wow. Well, it's all the encouragement that we needed here. Bumrah will be licking his lips, looking to go after a fresh Joe Root here. That contest is going to be special. It's all about Siraj versus Pope here now. That's a watchful leave there. Will England now just go back into their shell here? Wow, what a Nitish Kumar Reddy over that was. Incredible scenes, really. Just felt that he needed something. He just needed something to just spark open. Needed to break open the opening partnership. Getting one wicket would have been brilliant to get both openers out after they had navigated that early session. Wow, brilliant. Here goes Siraj. Another leave there from Ollie Pope. 44 for 2 here. Again, they're talking about the lack of carry here. It's true that it has really evaded the Indian slip fielders on a couple of occasions. That one for Shubman Gill isn't a lack of carry, I feel. It's just maybe just taking the weight off that top hand. Yeah, it's talking about that uneven bounce, but I think the Indian bowlers will not mind that whatsoever there. That time, good carry there for Siraj. He's bowling with good pace here. I want to see whether or not he's hitting that 140 mark consistently. What the ball that was from Nitish Reddy to get rid of Zach Crawley. Really was a beautiful delivery, man. The shape and the movement away from him. And this is what you want to see from Nitish Reddy. Being a game changer with the bat, with the ball. I mean, fast bowling all-rounders are really a rare commodity in Test cricket. If we have someone like Nitish, who is a consistent performer, if he struggles to find the runs, can he chip in with wickets? It's exactly what we need. What a ball. Wow. Gets better every time you see it. And it kind of dispels the myth of the lack of carry on this wicket. It's that effort delivery. Siraj looking to bowl a maiden over here, which will bring Root on strike. And I'm very sure that Jasprit Bumrah will be warmed up and ready to go. Should not give him a single here. The fielders have to be wary. Can Siraj end this with a maiden? That's a watchful leave there from Pope. Pope survives, but after 15 overs, it's 44 for 2, and we might just see Jasprit Bumrah versus Joe Root for the first time in this Test match. It's flipped. It really has flipped in that 5 minutes. It felt that that first hour was navigated successfully by England, the two openers, getting the boundaries, taking a couple of hits, but they would have felt that they've navigated that just fine. But now it feels that India are on the ascendancy here, looking to cause all sorts of problem. As I mentioned before, at some point during the stream, that if we get 3 wickets before lunch, I would consider that a successful first session here. We've gotten 2. Can we get 1 more? Oh, how I would love the wicket of Joe Root here as quickly as possible and make him continue to struggle for runs. As much as I love to watch him bat, well, it's Reddy again. It's not Bumrah. Okay, just a hack of carry again. Joe Root. I think he'll be a bit relieved that he doesn't see Jasprit Bumrah for the first delivery. It's Nitish Reddy instead, but how do you take the ball out of the hands of someone who's just broken open the game for you? Reddy 2 for 5 in his first over. Can he continue the good work here? Can he get the wicket of Joe Root? Wow, that would be some impact. Oh, again, look at the bounce there. Well, Nitish is extracting as much as he can with his limited pace, I would say, but he's really getting the ball to talk here. Well, Joe Root looked to just come down a step here, and he just realized that there was far too much on the ball. Again, look at the carry there for Rishabh Pant. It's right there for him. Good delivery there. You can see it was the effort delivery from Nitish Reddy, losing his balance and taking a tumble on the deck. We have to capitalize here. We have to keep going at them. It's nicely played there by Root. Just pushes that through the covers. He'll get off the mark and he'll get the single. You can see the pace on that equation. Just under 130 from Nitish Kumar Reddy. They talk about the pitch. This is what I don't like about England, man. Every time they lose a couple of wickets, they just immediately start looking at the pitch. Immediately you see the shots of the pitch. So nothing there in the first hour. Not one single highlight of the cut strip. And Nitish Kumar Reddy with all the confidence here, looking to bowl at Ollie Pope. And it's a good leave there. Tempting Pope outside the off stump. I mean, that just looks to get a bit of movement at some point here. Ollie Pope and Joe Root, both on 1 run. Nitish has looked like the game changer. All eyes were on Jasprit Bumrah, and now all eyes are on Nitish Kumar Reddy. He's getting the ball to leave the right-hander there. Good shape, good movement here. You know that Pope will look to score runs here. He's been watchful in his first 10 deliveries. I say that, and he went chasing after the very first delivery, and he could have very easily gotten dismissed if Shubman Gill could have pulled out, I would say, one of the catches of the Test series. It was low down at full strength, full stretch rather, just a few inches off the ground. Final delivery of Nitish's second. He's been very stingy in this over. Oh, it's a good delivery there. This time attacking the stumps as Ollie Pope navigates that. It's a dot ball and just 1 run from that Nitish Kumar Reddy over. It's 16 overs gone. It's 45 for 2. Can we finish this first session with another cherry on top of it? Talked about 3 wickets. We talked about 3 wickets. Can we get the third? Siraj again. Ooh, it's a good delivery there. Didn't look very comfortable there, Joe Root. He'll be very happy that didn't really get the outside edge on that occasion. Kept a touch low here. He was just expecting a bit of bounce. And you can see Joe Root's reaction on that. He'll feel that he got away with that one on that occasion. And you look at Crawley. It's another game where he can't get the runs on the board. Despite getting a half-decent start. Again, width on offer. The cover drive is inevitable there for Joe Root. He's far too good a player to miss out on that one. And he gets his first boundary. Siraj on that occasion, just drifting far too wide, tempting Joe Root outside the off stump. And Joe Root says, thank you very much. 49 for 2 there. Far too much width. Joe Root capitalizes, cashes in. It's a great shot. Again, he's one of my favorite batsmen to watch, I would say, in the last 3 or 4 years in Test match cricket. The way that how compact he is as a batsman, but also just the switch that he's just put on here in terms of how well he's adapted to baseball. He looks to score quickly. He does the reverse scoops. He's added new dimensions to his game. It's taking him to another level in terms of batsmanship here. Well over 13,000 runs in Test match cricket is absolutely no joke, man. Almost felt like it was Steve Smith, Virat Kohli, Kane Williamson, and then Joe Root, say maybe 6 or 7 years ago. But that is completely flipped, hasn't it? Joe Root is head and shoulders one of the best Test batsmen in world cricket right now. We talked about batsmanship from India, who's going to be the one to get those big runs. I knew that Yashasvi Jaiswal would be one of them because he's got that real appetite. Shubman Gill has started off perfectly, hasn't it? And Root looks very comfortable there. Works that off the pads. He might get a couple. He might just run away to the boundary there. That's exquisite timing there from Joe Root. Well, he's taking advantage of this Mohammad Siraj over as the 50 comes up for England. 2 quality shots, 2 different kind of shots there from Joe Root. This time drifting on too much towards the pads there. Look at that. Just works that beautifully. Just a use of the wrists. And the timing is exquisite, isn't it, from Joe Root? Well, a couple of boundaries early on for Joe Root. Only spell trouble for us. Really is a compact player. Something that Shubman Gill, I feel, is looking to try and emulate. in terms of that compactness. Nicely punched there on the offside. Should just get a quick single, and just like that, Joe Root is on 10 runs. Mohammad Siraj just drifting far too much on this, and now whether or not India have missed the trick here, Root has well and truly settled in here with runs. Could we have gotten Jasprit Bumrah? Yes, we have already seen him bowl 5 or 6 overs, but could he have been that first bowler to target Root early on? Instead, we went with Nitish Kumar Reddy, and some would say rightfully so, because he got those 2 wickets and broke the game open for us. But that's the kind of tactical tweaks that might seem innocuous, might just turn out to be a huge difference maker in the grand scheme of things. As Siraj ends yet another over, 9 runs coming off it. It's 17 overs gone. It's 54 for 2. Well, Joe Root looks in good touch early on, courtesy of 2, I would say, loose-ish deliveries from Mohammad Siraj. Yet to really get into his rhythm in this test match so far. Got the ball pretty early on, I would say. Was that in the 9th over that Mohammad Siraj was introduced for the first time? Didn't really make much of an impact in terms of making inroads. Again, we talked about that workload on Jasprit Bumrah. How much of that are we going to try and utilize? We get wickets quickly in test matches. We've seen that in both test matches so far, and Nitish Kumar Reddy following suit here, and he gets a 3rd over on the trot and nearly gets the outside edge of Joe Root. Well, Nitish Kumar Reddy is completely dispelling the thought that Jasprit Bumrah should have the ball in hand here. What a delivery again. He's asking all sorts of questions. He's getting real movement here. He's getting the ball to just pitch, I would say, 4th, 5th stump and just leave the outside edge. Oh, it's brilliant. It's decent carry too. So, and despite him not having that express pace or anything in terms of 135, 140, he's still causing all sorts of problems here. Joe Root, 10 of 9 deliveries. Watchfully played there as that delivery was on top of off stump. And Nitish Kumar Reddy will be feeling that confidence now. Rarely got the ball in the previous test match, and now he's bowling in a very crucial time of the test match where England are pretty much rattled here, I would say, losing 2 quick wickets, both their openers, especially after getting onto a decent start, navigating that new ball. I feel that the momentum is a bit now more on India's side. Joe Root, 10 of 10 deliveries, trying to be as watchful as possible while keeping the run rate moving. Oh, it's a beauty again. What a ball that is from Nitish. Well, he's getting a lot from this pitch, and it really is encouragement galore this for Nitish Kumar Reddy. Beautiful. Oh, well, Joe Root has been beaten on a couple of occasions here. It's all the encouragement and motivation that we need here. On 3 occasions already in his nascent innings, he's nearly got nicked off here. You can see Shubman Gill's reaction there. He knows that this is the game right here. And Joe Root confidently played there on that occasion. We talked about Bumrah versus Root. It's Nitish versus Root instead. He's getting the ball to do a bit of talking here. Can he get what would be an incredible end to the session for us if he's to get the 3rd? Stokes and Brook after that. And Jamie Smith to follow. England bat deep. Again, that's well played there. That's good cricket from Joe Root. Every time you feel that he's just trying to get the better of him, there's a couple of classy shots that he just pulls out. That he's very much in control of proceedings here. 11 of 13 deliveries. Just the pace that Root just bats at these days, doesn't he? He has that opportunity to hit those boundaries. He will not hesitate. Ollie Pope, like Zach Crawley, finding it very difficult in the early stage of his innings here to 20 deliveries for Zach Raleigh to get his first boundary. Ollie Pope, 1 of 12 deliveries here. And watchful there. It's a brilliant Nitish over again. Just 1 run coming off it. It's 18 gone. It's 55 for 2. India looking to pull things back here, not just in terms of getting those wickets, but just bringing down that run rate. England would have been hoping to score at 3.5, 4 and over heading into the first session. Instead, India pulling things back nicely. Now with the 2 wickets, just creating a bit of doubt, I would feel, in the England batsmen here. I mean, the Joe Root will be looking for runs, and India will be looking to get that wicket of Joe Root by any means possible. Akashdeep and Bumrah tried their very best. Does Bumrah get the scuffed old ball by any chance? Try and break this partnership. When I say partnership, it's just not begun yet. So you look at the semi-finals, Sabalenka versus Anisimova and Bencic versus Igor Swiatek. Flicked off the pads there by Joe Root. Should just get a single. Shubman Gill has rotated his pack very well here. His 4 fast bowlers. Just trying to unsettle them as much as possible. We know that there's another spell of Jasprit Bumrah coming at some point before the end of the first session. How long does he wait here? That is the key question you have to ask himself, because 6 overs, none for 11. It's a decent first session so far, but we want Bumrah to get at least 3 or 4 overs before the end of the first session. Watch for leave again. Pope is not looking to take chances here. He would feel that he kind of dodged a bullet after that very first delivery where he went chasing after first ball wide outside off stump, falling a few inches short of Shubman Gill's outstretched arm. Akashdeep, 4 overs, none for 20. Not getting the joy with the new ball that he was hoping for. Can he do a bit of damage with the slightly older ball now? Joe Root has looked comfortable, 12 of 14. Ollie Pope, the opposite. Looking for the quick single, and he gets there. Watchfully played there from Ollie Pope. Don't really mind these singles that Pope takes, but this might just put a bit of pressure on Joe Root to get that run rate moving before the end of the first session. I think from an England point of view, they'll feel that they can end the session with keeping this pair, that is Ollie Pope and Joe Root. They feel that they've done decently well, get another 20, 30 runs, and they'll feel, okay, first session, decent, could have been a whole lot worse. And Joe Root now looking for the best possible option here to score runs, but he pulls out a bit late there. Akashdeep will have to go on top of his mark once again. Okay, from an England point of view, 57 for 2. Heading into that 20th over mark. Still another over after this. Head into 20 overs, but feel that they've got the runs on the board, not the pace that they're looking for. Can Akashdeep bowlers challenges Joe Root here, or goes down the ground and get the timing on it. Ollie Pope, 2 of 15. At what point does Pope decide that might have to start taking the risks again? And a bit of width here offered by Akashdeep. That's all that Ollie Pope will need in terms of going after fast bowler. Whether or not he decides to tempt him with that, wait and see. He'll have to be a lot more compact in terms of the pitching area when he bowls to Joe Root as he is right now. Any sort of width, Joe Root will really punish. Works it down the leg side. Quick single there. Joe Root playing sensible cricket as you expect him to do. Just taking the heat out of the game. And he's just seen out a couple of balls, beat his outside edge. But he's unperturbed as always, isn't he? He just takes the sting out. He plays very sensible cricket. And if you offer him any bad deliveries, you know exactly what he's going to do with them. When do we go with Bumrah again? At what point? Because it just feels that Root is looking comfortable. Pope is looking uncomfortable. Is this the time to bring him on here? 3 runs coming off that Akashdeep over. 19 overs gone. It's 58 for 2. Do we see Jasprit Bumrah again now? He bowled 4 overs to begin with. He's ended up bowling 6 overs so far in this first session. The load has been shared by Akashdeep, Mohammad Siraj and Nitish Kumar Reddy, who struck with that brilliant over, dismissing both openers. Well, the first one was a touch of fortune and a hint of luck, I would say, drifting down the leg side. Ben Duckett looking to just flick that down to fine leg, instead getting a healthy edge off his gloves for Rishabh Pant to carry. And the second one to Zach Crawley was just an absolute pearler. It pitched just right outside that fourth stump area, shaped away with the bounce and the carry. Healthy edge to Rishabh Pant, dismissing both openers as Reddy continues here. This is confidence, very much, I would say, in terms of Nitish Kumar Reddy with the ball in hand here. He's getting a solid spell to bowl here. 4 overs on the trot. He's delivered 2 for 7. He's kept it tight. He's not looked to concede runs. He is, I would say, out of the frontline bowlers, he's gotten the most out of the pitch early on in terms of the ball, leaving the batsman, getting that ball to just about find the outside edge on more than one occasion. Nitish Reddy, can he be the hero once again with 88 on his back? Here's Joe Root on strike. Nicely played down the ground. What a shot that is from Joe Root. Just leans into it. It's pure timing. It won't reach the boundary. Might get 3 here if he really does push. Gets there comfortably with the 3 runs. Very well played there by Joe Root. And pitches that slightly further up than you would have liked it to be. Joe Root, a nice shot through mid-off on that occasion. And beautiful, isn't it? From that stump camera, you can just see him just transfer his balance and just lean into the shot. And Root's off strike, 16 of 18 deliveries. He's had no issues whatsoever in terms of settling out there in the middle. Pope, on the other hand, can he be the guy we can dismiss and send him back? Oh, again, with an offer, confident shot there for Ollie Pope. Just the kind of cover drive that he was looking for. And it took Zach Crawley 20 deliveries to get his first boundary. It takes Ollie Pope 17. Just leans into it there. And Reddy will be a touch disappointed with the length again, considering that he's looking to bowl with a bit of width on that occasion. Now it's a disappointing delivery. It just releases the pressure of Ollie Pope. Be very happy to get the boundary. It just leans into it again. Good over, ready for England. 7 runs coming off this Nitish Kumar Reddy. Again is the momentum once again just shifting back into England's favour. We'll wait and see. Oh, he slaps that. Looks to cut that through a point. Straight to the fielder. He's looking to take the game away from Nitish Reddy, who enjoyed a lot of success in his early, I would say, the first 3 overs. The first time really that he's been chased after here. 65 for 2 after 19.4. We're all waiting, aren't we? We're all waiting for Bumrah's second spell here. He's the one that you just feel that might make things happen with that unpredictability here. Don't want Root and Pope both having that sense of confidence in the crease. Nicely played. Oh, he sent back without no incident. They've got a solid over here, England. They don't have to take any sort of risks in terms of getting runs. Look at the pace here bowled by Nitish Kumar Reddy. 126 Ks. It's not the pace that is troubling the batsman. It's the movement that he's getting off the deck. A decent delivery that. Targeting the ribcage area of Ollie Pope. And he finished well here. Nearly an hour and 40 minutes of play here. And feels like the game is just hanging in the balance here. Final delivery of the 20th. And it's watchfully played there by Ollie Pope. 7 runs coming off that Nitish Kumar Reddy over. 20 overs gone. It's 65 for 2. Ollie Pope will be feeling a whole lot better, having gotten his first boundary, waiting a long time for it, finally getting that. He'll feel a whole lot better. Joe Root, on the other hand, he's looked very solid at the crease, and that is a sight that no Indian wants to see, really. It's just going to make it as difficult as possible for him. Is it the time to introduce Bumrah? Keep talking about it because it is such an important facet. I just feel that if you can get Root out before lunch, but it really will change the game for us. Any sort of encouragement. 65 for 2 after 20 overs. Joe Root 16 of 18. Shubman Gill can resist the temptation of going back to Bumrah. Instead is Akashdeep. And Root works that down the leg side for a single. The last over yielding runs and plenty of runs. (17 of 19). Root has looked comfortable. He's motoring at a very smooth pace here. Will Ollie Pope just look to dig his heels here and navigate the next 10 overs, go into the second session. These two having seen out quite a few deliveries in the first session. Just feel that they just try and wrestle a bit of the initiative back after Nitish Kumar Reddy dismissed both the openers. Needed a game changer. We needed a game breaker, and it came from the least expected source with the ball in hand. Ollie Pope, 6 of 21 deliveries. Again, decent movement, just getting the ball to leave the right-hander. He's tempting Pope. You can see he just wants Pope to get on that front foot, get that big stride out, and try and hit through the covers again. Just trying to tempt him as much as possible. I like the ploy from him, knowing that the ball is just a bit older right now. Whether or not they'll just look to keep tempting him with that length, we'll wait and see. Oh, flicked off the pad, shouts of catch it, never really getting there. Just a single. Joe Root looking to assert his dominance, assert his authority in the game. Well, he struggled in both test matches to get those runs that England are accustomed to. Has struggled now. Is this the test where the tap finally opens for Joe Root and it's just a bucket full of runs? Akashdeep looking to tease outside off stump. Again, Root looking for a quick single. He's playing this beautifully, man. It is really clever cricket from Joe Root. Had a couple of boundaries, but he's run very well. He's just found the gaps with very much ease, I would say. He's made the Indian bowlers look not as potent as they should be. 18 of 20. I'll just keep a close eye on Joe Root, because not just in terms of runs, but how quickly he scores his runs. Because that is going to be a huge factor in this match, that's for sure. Final delivery of the 21st, 3 of the overs so far. And it's an easy leave for Ollie Pope. It's 21 overs gone. It's 68 for 2. 3 runs coming off that Akashdeep over. The game just seems to be drifting in favor of England right now. Does Shubman Gill be attacking again? It's again Root on strike, and more deliveries. Jasprit Bumrah can bowl to Joe Root, the better for us, really, because we need to get Jasprit, give him as many cracks as possible to England's best batsman here. He's held back. We haven't seen Jasprit bowl to the first 20 deliveries that Joe Root has been out there in the middle. He's had opportunities to bring him in. He's resisted the temptation. Now heading into the 22nd over, we'll wait and see whether or not Jasprit Bumrah will be introduced, and right on cue is Jasprit Bumrah back in the attack. Yep, 21 deliveries for Joe Root. He's well and truly set out there in the middle. That's all you need, I'd say, as an opening as a frontline batsman. 20 balls, you just have to survive that, you feel, and then you feel that the game is very much in your balance, in your favor. Here's Bumrah to Root again. A couple of deliveries that Joe Root is more than happy to leave. It's the one that he'll have to play, is the one that will be very, very curious to see how he looks to take on Bumrah, especially when Bumrah will give you a bit of width on occasions. See that head-to-head between Joe Root and Jasprit Bumrah in Test. 27 innings, 296 runs for Joe Root, but Jasprit Bumrah has got him out 10 times. That's quite about. That is a lot of times, especially when you're capable of getting one of the best batsmen in the world, well, the best batsman in the world out on that many occasions. Oh, drifting down the leg side, Rishabh Pant can't get there. He'll get a boundary for this. It's leg buys that has been signaled by the umpire. Again, Bumrah just looks to fire that into the pads. Joe Root doesn't get there quick enough. Strikes him on the pads, as it's fine enough there for Rishabh Pant to try and get his gloves on it. Boundary off to Jasprit Bumrah over. Any means necessary. England will very much take that. 72 for 2 here. Looking to keep that impact, keep that scoreboard ticking from an England point of view. Oh, it's a beauty. That is a good delivery. That one nipping in with real pace. But I wouldn't say real pace in terms of sheer going well over 140. That was 135, 136. But the way that he just gets the ball to dart in, it's so sharp. Wow, what a delivery that is. Hits Joe Root on the thigh pad, and suddenly Joe Root, for the first time, looks uncomfortable, and that's exactly what we need. Will he be attacking with his length here? Will he look to go full? It's one of the last 2 deliveries left in this over. Again, he's touch fuller. He's looking to attack the stumps on that occasion. Very good delivery this from Jasprit Bumrah. He'll be disappointed that he concedes the leg by. It's something that you can't really control, as he's trying to really fire that into the pads, but another solid over. We'll be very curious to see the length of the spell for Jasprit Bumrah before lunch. Good delivery, flicked off the pads. He should just get a single to conclude yet another successful over there from an England point of view. It's 22 overs gone. It's 73 for 2. Joe Root, 19 of 26 deliveries. Looking comfortable in the middle again. Well, you expected Jasprit Bumrah to be introduced as quickly as possible while Joe Root is in his early stages of his innings, but it just feels that he might have just missed a trick there, with Nitish Reddy getting a crack at Joe Root, and in fairness, beat the edge on a couple of occasions of Joe Root, but couldn't get the wickets, and now Root looks settled out there in the middle. The same can't be said about Ollie Pope. Ollie Pope is making sure that he digs his heels and very much stays for the next, 8 overs before we break for lunch. It's been a really good first day of play, isn't it, at Lord's? Always is, as Akashdeep back into the attack here to Joe Root. For the quick single, he's been sent back. A couple of yes or no calls between Joe Root and Ollie Pope. Not really on the same sync on that occasion, but India have bowled over 100 dot deliveries already in this first innings. That's a good, healthy number, just to make sure that England may not lose too many wickets, but we'll keep that run rate very much in check. England so quick when it comes to flipping that on the switch here. It's 3.5 and over, and Root has pulled out on a couple of occasions here. Akashdeep not happy with that. Root just pulling out late. He's a perfectionist, isn't he? He wouldn't mind if he feels that there's any sort of jeopardy into his wicket to make sure he looks to wipe off that probability. 19 of 27 deliveries. Joe Root has kept his foot on the accelerator. He's not looked to throttle on it, just looking to step on it to make sure that the England ship is very much in the forward momentum here. It's a good delivery. Looking to just fire that into the stumps. Dot ball there for Akashdeep. Now, can he look to try and unsettle him? You know that Bumrah will get another crack at him at some point. Will it be very much into this next over? Does he bowl 2, 3, or even 4 overs on the trot before lunch? We'll wait and see. There's Akashdeep now. Oh, it's a loose delivery, and it's easy runs for Joe Root. Should get a boundary, and he does. It's a good dive there from Mohammad Siraj, but in vain. Poor delivery there from Akashdeep, just drifting far too much on the leg side, and it's easy pickings for Joe Root. Again, gets back into that compact shape like he does, and he isn't going to miss out on free runs, is it, from a Joe Root perspective? Just drifts away, gets that fine enough, glances that. The nice use of his wrist. It's good to see Siraj putting in the dive, but the ball just cracks him on the side of his skull as well. It was a painful one for him. Again, another decent over this for England. Oh, it's a good delivery. Nearly beats the outside edge. Good pace shown there from Akashdeep. Joe Root has ridden his luck on a couple of occasions. And not as close as you'd like that to be, but has a very good delivery. 77 for 2 here. It calls for discipline for Akashdeep. It'll be very, very crucial now whether or not he can stick to the channel, stick to his discipline line. He's gone at nearly 4 and over. Yep, quick single. Joe Root is really taking hold of proceedings here. He's keeping that scoreboard moving. He's looking very comfortable. You can see him moving in the crease very, very easily there, shuffling across. There's a bit of width or anything onto the pads, so quickly onto it. It's an ominous sign. Joe Root, 24 of 31. He's going to have to step up here. Somebody's going to step up here for India and try and dismiss Root just before lunch. And it's easy pickings there for Ollie Pope. It's got the slope, and it might just race to the boundary. Good work out there in the deep. He really had to go there. Oh, and if the throw is slightly better, just might have looked that Root might have been struggling at the end, but it's 3 runs to end the over. 8 runs off that Akashdeep over. It's 81 for 2. England looking comfortable again. There's this another momentum shift that we talked about. How quickly England just flipped the switch, and it almost feels that they're doing this without risk being taken, and that is the impressive tactic that England are using. Chris Gale and Brett Lee sitting together as we enter the 24th over. Bumrah back in the attack, and Ollie Pope has been sent back again. There's no such... The running between the wickets hasn't been crisp between Root and Pope. Chris Gale looks like he's having the time of his life there. Good to see two legends of the game here at Lord's, keeping a close eye on proceedings here. Into the 24th over. It's 81 for 2. England looking to wrestle back the initiative, looking back to get a bit of control in the situation. Back onto the pads. Ollie Pope, after having to wait a bit of time, finds himself in double digits finally. 10 of 27 deliveries. Jasprit Bumrah bowling his 8th over. Shubman Gill has not been hesitant in throwing his lead bowler the ball as much as possible to try and get a fair crack at Joe Root before lunch, knowing that a Joe Root wicket before lunch would really put India in the ascendancy. Oh, he's given him a bit of width. Good fielding there at Gully. Having the Jadeja had backward point on that occasion, showing good fielding there. Might have just got that away for a couple of comfortable runs again. You can see the nice big strides by the English batsmen. Shows you the positive intent at which they bat with. Something that India always look to try and nullify as much as possible. Good delivery. What a shot that is. Oh, did it touch Bumrah? It has, and it has hit the stumps. He's asked the question now whether or not Joe Root has made his ground. This would be some way to dismiss Joe Root. We know that Bumrah likes to castle his opponents. This might be an occasion of a run out here. It's in hope rather than expectations, but it's Joe Root. It is definitely hitting Bumrah back on the hand here. It's a nice looking straight drive this from Ollie Pope. Gorgeous shot. Gets enough on it. Yep, it has touched his hand. And it has hit the stumps. Has Root made his ground? He has. Yeah, Joe Root has comfortably made his ground. And that's why the polite inquiry by Jasprit Bumrah rather than real appeal, but when it's Joe Root, have to appeal. 24 of 31 for Joe Root. Did take a single in that run out opportunity. It's Bumrah versus Root now. Watchfully played. Solid defense there by Joe Root, getting the meat of the bat on that occasion. And Jasprit Bumrah again looking to be navigated easily by the England batsman. 24 for Root, 11 for Ollie Pope. Just that kind of partnership that you want building, isn't it? After losing 2 wickets in real quick time. 41, 42? And then you saw Duckett go first and then Crawley all in the same over. Again, right on top of off there by Jasprit Bumrah, as watchfully played by Joe Root. Just a single from that over. It's 82 for 2 for England as they look to just navigate this session before lunch. Just 2 wickets down. They will have to make sure that this partnership between Pope and Root from their perspective stays up until lunch and as much as possible into the second session. India on the other occasion, on the other hand, know that a wicket now would really be a game changer for them. Either wicket of Pope or Root. Can't be really picky in terms of getting wickets. It would be brilliant if it was Root, who looks very assured out there in the middle. He's playing one of those knocks that you just know on the inside that it just might end up hurting India in the long run. And it's Nitish Kumar Reddy back into the attack here. 11 of 29 deliveries as Ollie Pope now on strike. Right on middle stump, flicked away. Starts off with the dot ball. Heading into the 25th over now. The momentum has shifted on a couple of occasions. Pendulum has been swinging. Say the first 40 runs was very much England, then losing those 2 wickets, and then next 40 runs has been done with very little jeopardy for him in England point of view. Jasprit Bumrah wicketless in the first session by the looks of it. Good shot there, but doesn't beat the cover fielder. Again, looking to get on the front foot there, Ollie Pope. Struggled early on, just made sure that he could get his runs when the opportunity did arise for him. (11 of 31 deliveries. Nitish Kumar Reddy, the only Indian bowler, any sort of success here at Lord's in this first inning so far. Akashdeep, Siraj and Bumrah still searching for their first. Just played that late, trying to just beat the gully fielder. Backward point very much there as Jaddu mops up. Heading into the 25th over, 82 for 2 here, England. 3 more deliveries left in this Nitish Kumar over. And his pace has been just sub 130. The pace is never really going to trouble the England batsman here. It's the movement that he's getting off the seam. Can we get Pope here? Pope has just dug in here. He's made sure that he's not trying to be as expansive as possible. Good shot again, looking to go down the ground. Done that on a couple of occasions. You see that he's not trying to be expansive. He's trying to be as compact, preserve his wicket. The final delivery of the 25th now. Can we get that wicket? Can we look to try and trouble Ollie Pope? Maybe throw in one that is far too irresistible for him to chase after. Is going to be something like that, like we saw with Ben Duckett, where he felt that he need to just flick that down the leg side. Nitish with a couple deliveries left in this over, looking for a quick single. Ollie Pope gets off strike. That's very nicely there. Heading into the final delivery of the 25th over. Heading into the final phase of what has been such an intriguing first session in this third test here at Lord's. Series perfectly poised at 1-1 here. Both teams looking to wrestle some sort of initiative into this test in this iconic venue. Ben Stokes winning all 3 tosses in the series so far. The first 2 decide to bowl first. Deciding to bat first in this third. Here's Root on strike. Final delivery of the 25th here for Nitish. And it's worked away, but it's ends with a dot ball, just a single from that over. It's 25 overs gone. It's 83 for 2. Is that the decision now for the umpires to call lunch? Yep, they've decided that enough is enough in terms of what has been a fantastic first session. 25 overs, 83 for 2, where it looked like Duckett and Crawley were going to navigate this first session after finding a few difficult moments in the first session. But it was Nitish Kumar Reddy who broke that 40-run partnership, first dismissing Duckett after he looked to just tickle that down the leg side with a very good catch there by Rishabh Pant. And in the very same over, dismissing Zach Crawley with an absolute peach of a delivery, swerving away with real pace and bounce to catch the edge, and Pant completing his second catch. And after the first 2 hours, I would say this game is finally poised here. It's looking very good at 83 for 2 after 25 overs. It's been great fun, and I thank everyone who have tuned in here. All the support has been absolutely priceless for me. Will not forget it, and I thank you all for your continued viewerships. 83 for 2 as we look at the scoreboard here. Crawley 18 of 43 deliveries, Duckett 23 of 40. And this partnership between Pope and Root now blossoming. Pope on 12 of 34 deliveries. Root having faced the same amount of deliveries on 24. Bumrah with 8 overs. Akashdeep with 7 and Siraj with 5. Well, that's 20 overs with no success for them. Bumrah, none for 13 from his 8 overs. And it's only Nitish Kumar Reddy with any sort of success. 5 overs, 2 for 15 as those 2 wickets falling in the very same over. Cracking session that. You'll say that it's been shared between the 2 teams. Good contest between bat and ball, and after Ben Stokes won the toss and elected to bat first, 83 runs on the board, 2 wickets dismissed. Which one of these teams will look to wrestle the initiative back in the second session? So we'll bring you the highlights, and that is me taking a short break. And we're all but set for the start of the second session post lunch here. England 83 for 2 after 25 overs. It has been a balanced contest between bat and ball. Which one of these teams will seize the initiative heading into tea here in the first day of the third test match in the Anderson Tendulkar series? And no surprises that Jasprit Bumrah gets the ball in hand immediately. 8 overs, 1 for 13. Solid, yet unspectacular from our lead bowler. We'll be hoping that the second session yields some sort of results for him. 83 for 2 here. It looked like the game might just drift away from us in the early phases. They were 40 for no loss. After Nitish Reddy got both openers, here's Jasprit Bumrah, first ball after lunch. Good delivery, right on the money first up. Ollie Pope really struggled in the early phases. He couldn't get the ball away as he was tempted on a couple of occasions. Really struggled to get that first boundary. It took him a very long time before it eventually arrived. It's been solid since then, 12 of 35. Joe Root, on the other hand, 24 of 34 deliveries. He's been excellent. He is the danger man, and he will continue to be until he is dismissed. Can never really settle with Joe Root out there in the middle. Good delivery, crashing into the pads there. You can see he's just pitched that middle of leg and just fires that towards the pads. I like that angle that Jasprit Bumrah bowls with. He's trying to go as wide as possible at the crease, trying to get that ball to dart in. Trying to get that on top of off stump. Needs a bit of balance, using as much as pace as possible. He'll be fresh after that. Shuman Gill was very conservative in the usage of Jasprit Bumrah in the first session. He's bowling the 8 overs. Now it's flicked off the pads and runs straight away after lunch. Ollie Pope should get a boundary as that ball races away to the boundary down the leg side. Flicks that between deep square leg and deep mid wicket. And Ollie Pope is away straight away after lunch. Disappointed delivery there from Jasprit Bumrah. Again, he's just trying to fire that towards the pads. Just stays in position, waits for the ball before he just flicks that with lovely wrist work. Quality shot there. Look at the balance. The head is still there from Ollie Pope. Just like that. It just gives England a bit of ignition straight after lunch. Whether or not they'll just look to keep trying and be positive, try and pull that run rate up a bit. I've been happy with the 3.5, but when you lose a couple of wickets, it's time to be a bit conservative. Ollie Pope now looking a lot more settled out there in the middle, looking to give a good partnership with Joe Root, knowing that this partnership could really take the game away from India if they are to time this correctly. It's not just preserving the wickets, but also scoring at a very healthy rate, rather. You have the likes of Joe Root, the likes of Ben Stokes, Harry Brook, and Jamie Smith still to come after this. So plenty of hitting for England. Watchfully played again there by Pope. It's a solid defense there. And before the game had started, I thought that if India could get 3 wickets before lunch, we would be very much in the ascendancy. Having seen the lunch first session rather being played out, England being 83 for 2 after the 25 overs, I would say it's a bit of a balanced first session for both teams. But now this partnership could very, very easily take it away from our hands. Oh, that was close. It's a risky leave there from Ollie Pope. You would have been happy to see that ball not crash into the top of off stump there. Just lets that go. It's 4 overs from that over. It's 87 for 2 after the first over after lunch. Good delivery, wasn't it? Just nipped in there. Late movement, trying to just get Ollie Pope to play at it. And from England's point of view, will be they looking to just try and get that run rate up in the second session, having played out that first session with no further damage. It's all about whether or not they can take their innings to the next level. Bumrah will be coming at them hard in the second session, that's for sure. Which one of Akashdeep or Mohammad Siraj will look to give company to our lead bowler? We know that Nitish Reddy, now with the wind beneath his sails, will be fired up bowling in this innings. Can he be the one who looks to try and give us yet another breakthrough? Ben Duckett will be disappointed with the way that his innings came to an end. Harry Brook to his side there, who will be looking to make a big impact once his number is being called up. We'll be waiting for that time. The England change room will be very pleased with the way that this partnership is starting to blossom. Siraj back in the attack. 5 overs, none for 17 for Mohammad Siraj. Jasprit Bumrah is just having a word here with Mohammad Siraj, both the lead fast bowlers who were pretty much present in 2021. As I mentioned before, 5 players still remain from the 2021 victory at Lord's. As for England, it's only Joe Root still standing. For India, Jaddu, Bumrah, Siraj, Rishabh Pant, I think Shubman Gill are the 5 players, if I'm not mistaken. Might be, but plenty of experience for the side, having half their side already tasted victory on this very ground. Again, wonderful conditions here at Lord's. Very little cloud cover. It was a sunny day here. Runs very much on offer if England are to play this wisely. You know that if they just start to navigate a couple more overs from here, it could be a very long day for India at the field. We know that England, after tea, will look to cash in with big runs scored in quick time. That's something that India will have to be wary about. And that's why this session is something that India will have to seize it, the initiative and control. Mohammad Siraj with 3 dot balls to begin this over with. Oh, it might have just come off his thigh pad on that occasion. There's definitely a nick. Rishabh Pant spills, so it's academic, but byes have been signaled. Again, the ball just kept low on that occasion. Talked about that uneven bounce. Nitish Kumar had no such issues getting the ball to talk. Once it hits the seam, it really got the ball to take off. Saw the ball to Zach Crawley. It's a prime example of it. Good start to the over this from Siraj. Jasprit Bumrah will be looking to make amends. He wouldn't be too pleased with that first over after lunch. Oh, nearly getting an inside edge on that occasion. Ollie Pope, 16 of 41 deliveries. He's had a few iffy moments to say the very least, but he's hung in there. He's very much stood there and made sure that India try and get him out rather than he throwing his wicket away. Ollie Pope will be looking to make amends after failure to score runs in his second test. But his first test, he was excellent, was only 106 of 137 deliveries. It was a fantastic innings to wrestle control away from India after they had scored 471 in the first test at Headingley. The speed at which England responded was something to really behold. And a solid defense there from Pope. Good long stride forward to nullify the delivery. Just the 1 run coming courtesy of the bye. It's 88 for 2. England looking to navigate the first session after lunch without losing any wicket here. And if they can do so, they can look to really put the pressure back on India here. Again, it'll be very interesting to see how Shubman Gill just shuffles his bowlers here in the second session. You see, I was happy to change up after the 8th over. He brought in Siraj, and in the 14th over brought in Nitish Kumar Reddy, so not waiting to let the game go to him. He wants to seize initiative and control. Bumrah bowling his 10th over here. Here's to Joe Root after lunch. It's a bit of a leading edge there and a quick single, and Joe Root quickly gets off the mark. Good running between the wickets there from Root and Pope. They've had a few nervy moments between the wickets in terms of running. No harm really, considering how compact these two have played in this session so far. Looking to chase after, not looking to throw their wicket away. It's something that India will have to do here. India will have to get the wickets rather than hoping that England will throw them away. A wicket like Ben Duckett's, it's going to be very rare. And a bit, you can see Pope just trying to assess the bounce here. He knows that it is a bit uneven, especially with Bumrah's angle and the way that he hits the deck. It can be a bit awkward for the batsman. So Ollie Pope, while being solid in the defense, is also trying to gauge the bounce of the wicket. 89 for 2 here after 27.2 overs. Still an even contest between bat and ball. Jasprit Bumrah's got 4 deliveries to try and set up Ollie Pope here. So watchful leave from Ollie again. I think England will take a lot of encouragement with the way that they have navigated Bumrah, not just in the second innings of the first test, but even in this first innings of the third, because once you nullify Bumrah, then India is scratching around, try and find answers. And if they can do that, England will feel that they will have a bulk of this first day in their favour. Mohammad Siraj yet to get the wicket, did get the ball to nip around in the early stages, but no real success attached to his name. Here's Bumrah. Again, going for the effort delivery. What a take that is by Rishabh Pant. Having to fling himself on his left-hand side. The clean grab behind the stumps. That could have very easily been 4 byes. See Bumrah just trying to challenge Ollie Pope with his length here. Trying to keep the batsman guessing. And dig that one shot into the ribcage, but he missed his mark by a couple of yards on that occasion. Just tried to go short. Does he go full on this occasion now? Or try and keep the ploy of trying to make Ollie Pope play outside the off stump? That's exactly what he does. Just trying to tempt Pope outside the off stump. Pope not taking the bait on that occasion, but this is watchful this from England. They know that India like to come out hard after every session. That intensity in the field, the chatter, the chirp, the way that he's trying to kill the momentum here. Lovely to see the Lord's ground being nearly filled up here. As the day goes on, I'm sure the empty seats will be filled up. First day at Lord's really is a special occasion. Final delivery of Bumrah's 10th. And it's a good solid defense there from Ollie Pope. It's 28 overs gone. It's 89 for 2. And Ollie Pope has been very watchful in his defensive strokes. He's not looking to be anywhere near expansive in this early stages. Maybe they look to just play out this half an hour post-lunch phase with as much caution as Bazball allows them to. But then it'll be all about how they can look to capitalize with wickets in hand heading in towards the final session. So this couple of hours really could tell the whole story. The Wimbledon semi-finals, that's tomorrow. That'll be a very interesting watch. One of the heavy hitters will have their hands on the trophy as London now sees big events sportingly. Mohammad Siraj going to shape that away from Joe Root. Joe Root having faced 40 deliveries for his 25. Looks very assured out there in the middle. Camera has been consistently on Sachin Tendulkar. Looks very dapper in the suit. Good to see him, whose tournament is named after the Anderson Tendulkar series, paying homage to two greats, one with the ball and one, of course, with the bat. Siraj to Root here. This could be a very interesting battle. Worked away down the offside. Joe Root here looks like he is hungry for runs. He knows that he owes his team a big innings here. He wants to fill up as much as possible, and having faced nearly 50 deliveries, well, 41, but he will know that this is an opportunity where he can really capitalize and get his series going, because in India are yet to really face Joe Root in his pomp, in his absolute best. Still, the series remains 1-1. You know that Joe Root will have definitely a say in one of these games where he goes on to not just score 100, but a big 100. He's yet to put his stamp, his mark in the series, but everybody knows, everybody in world cricket knows that this is the big ticket wicket to try and get as much as possible. He's the man that you want back in the changing room as quickly as possible, knowing the damage that he can do and the speed at which he can score. Decent shape away there from Siraj. And he's just trying to just vary his length as much as possible, not allow Joe Root to settle in there. Instead, he's trying to be as compact as possible. He knows that he might need to get Root out of that comfortable box that he is playing in. He's operating in a very tight corner here. Will need something a little bit more extraordinary to try and dismiss him here. Trying to set the plan here. Siraj yet to concede a run in this over. He's got two deliveries to try and figure out if he can try and dismiss Joe Root here. Joe Root's solid defense follows. Again, the message in the changing room during the lunch break would have been just try and seize initiative of the opposition. You can't let emotions get the better of you. Try and play ahead of what you're supposed to be. Instead, be as measured in your approach as possible, because the game will be there for taking at some point during the day. It's just which one of these teams will look to go out there and take it. That's a dot ball to end the over. It's a maiden over there from Siraj. 29 overs gone. It's 89 for 2. Joe Root and Ollie Pope just looking to drop anchor early in this post-lunch session. And Joe Root's wicket still remains the key here for India. Will we look to keep throwing Jasprit Bumrah at Joe Root in this session? We'll wait and see, because Joe Root has found it comfortable out there. He's just been beaten on a couple of occasions by Nitish Reddy, but other than that, he's been largely untroubled. And that is not a good sign for India. Just need Joe Root to be a bit more uncomfortable out there in the middle. Easier said than done, knowing the class of the batsman and what he's capable of doing when it's his day. Here's Jasprit Bumrah to Ollie Pope. It's a tempting length. It's just trying to be as wide as possible. Trying to get Ollie Pope to swipe at it, get the slips in play here. A couple of deliveries that nearly carried. Shubman Gill and KL Rahul had a couple of half chances at the slips. One to Shubman Gill had carried, but it was hit with some force and it's literally inches away from the ground. So Gill did very well to get his hand to it, and if it had stuck, we're possibly looking at the best catch of the series. Instead, that occasion went against India, favoured Ollie Pope, and since then, he's faced 47 deliveries without much incident. Jasprit Bumrah to Ollie Pope. All remember the Yorker that he had bowled at Lord's, the full delivery. Goes short, it took to pull that away. Waiting for that Root versus Bumrah as much as possible, Like to see the best bowler against the best bat as much as possible. Ollie Pope is more than happy to try and absorb some of that pressure of Joe Root. That's good to see. Ollie Pope is not shying away from the fight here. He wants to give company to Root as much as possible, knowing that there are runs here to get. To winning the toss and electing to bat first. Oh, that's a good delivery there by Jasprit Bumrah. The length is perfect. Again, it invites Pope forward. It's a good thing for Pope that he just kind of withdrew his bat. Just a touch. Any sort of touch on that. Look at that. It's a brilliant length. Wow. Bumrah getting the closest to his first wicket of Lords here in 2025. Had to wait a long time for it. Has to be patient. That England aren't going to give that away. It crashes into the pads. That was a rough one for Pope to take. Again, 4 dot balls on the trot here now. These kind of overs will just start a bit of pressure here on England. Knowing that they might just need to step on the run rate at some point in the session. They know that it's the post-tea session where they were going to really go after the Indian bowlers. They would have tired a bit heading into the final session. That's where a couple of wickets in the session will completely change the game. Okay, just keeping a touch low there. Ollie Pope happy to let that one go. Played over 50 deliveries here. Ollie Pope, 16 runs for him. Joe Root, 25 of 45. Bumrah's pace is not electric. He's bowling sub 140 here as he heads into his final delivery of his 11th. 5 dot balls on the trot. England not looking to force the issue here. Exercising patience as much as baseball permits you to. Again, what a take again there from Rishabh Pant. He's having to dive all over the place and he has saved 2 certain boundaries. Both of Bumrah's deliveries. It's a dot ball to end the over. It's 89 for 2. 30 overs have been played here by England and they have navigated that more than successfully. Since it is a hot day here in London, you just know that bowlers will tire out. We've yet to see spin in the first day. At what point does the likes of Ravindra Jadeja and Washington Sundar be introduced into the fray? Let's give England batsmen it's a different problem to solve here. They've navigated the quicks with relative ease. And Jaddu and Washi, between them, might just have to shoulder a bit of the load, but it's Mohammad Siraj back into the attack. Ooh, not catching the inside edge. Joe Root on 25, looking to just drive that through the covers. Siraj knows that he has dismissed Root in the past. He has had his number. This is a very different Joe Root in 2025. Harry Brook happy to be in the Lord's Terrace for as long as possible, knowing that his service may or may not be required today, depending on how these two go along. Oh, again, just catches him. A very uncomfortable area there, Root. Not looking as settled as he was. Siraj asking a few more questions. Again, from England's point of view, if they navigate the Bumrah Siraj barrage after lunch, they'll feel that they can have a lot better of the post-lunch session. Because the likes of Nitish Reddy, when the ball just gets slightly older, because he doesn't have the pace, England will feel that they can really capitalize and go after him. And that's without taking the spinners into consideration. Akash will feel a bit disappointed that he didn't get to roll his arm post lunch early on, but he is first change. Yes, his average with the older ball isn't something to behold, and his record with the new ball is mightily impressive, but no difference here. Getting no success with the new ball, so you have to change your tactic. You cannot always rely on the new ball. That's when your skill levels will be tested here. Can he try something different when called upon here? Siraj looking to put the squeeze on at the other end. And in India restricting the number of runs here. About 5 overs been bowled after lunch, and England have scored all but 6 runs. Just looking to pull the run rate back, make it a bit uncomfortable for England to try and go chasing after deliveries that they would have normally not gone after. So it's going to be a bit of a chess match here. It's a good phase this for India, just completely bleeding the runs, just stemming the flow immediately post lunch. Oh, that doesn't take the edge that we were looking for. Again, Root goes out of his box, goes chasing after it wide outside off stump. Any sort of edge, and we're probably looking at Root being dismissed. Bit of bounce on that occasion there from Mohammad Siraj. Again, tempting line there. It's gone wide, but he's just looked to just shape that away from Joe Root. And he's just trying to get under the skin of Joe Root. Whatever works here for Mohammad Siraj. He's got a wry smile on his face. Nearly dismissed the England Ace. Final delivery of the 31st. Here he goes. Oh, that was close. He beats him. Back-to-back deliveries to end the 31st over. It's 31 gone. It's 89 for 2. And that was a brilliant over by Mohammad Siraj. Yet another maiden over bowled. That one on a couple of occasions trying to trouble Joe Root. This is good. This is good from India. Looking to put the squeeze on here, not giving the free flow of runs to the English batsmen, knowing that they'll have to work hard for their runs, look to even take a few chances that they might necessarily not take. Bumrah back in the attack, and as we look at this session summary, 6 overs bowled, just the 6 runs conceded. Good shot there from Ollie Pope. Again, there was a bit fuller on that occasion by Jasprit Bumrah. He's always trying to tempt Ollie Pope forward. So you might see a couple of deliveries wide outside off stump before he gets one ball to hoop back in. And we look for some sort of movement here. Jasprit Bumrah might go wider outside the crease on this occasion if he is to look to target the stumps. Oh, that's the one we are talking about. Fires that towards the midriff. Ollie Pope having to navigate that, trying to get some bat on it. Good delivery again from Bumrah. You just know that as soon as he bowls a couple of deliveries outside off stump, the batsman can fully expect the next delivery to be trying fired at the stumps. Bumrah has bowled with great discipline, but England have played him out well so far. About 11 overs, 18 runs off him. Easier said than done to try and get Bumrah for runs. Bumrah has been refreshed, revitalized with renewed energy into this third test after missing the one at Edgbaston. Confident drive there on the up there by Ollie Pope, but straight to the fielder. And the dot ball's just racking up here for England. At what point do you feel that England just might look to release the handbrake here? Played with real caution. Good credit to Indian bowlers. England not able to get anything away here. We have put a chokehold here on proceedings. Ollie Pope trying to make sure do not throw his wicket away. And as I say that, he goes chasing after that one, completely losing discipline on that occasion. He goes after a ball that he has no business chasing after. Again, a fine tickle, and he has to go, but he somehow misses. Again, good late movement away off the seam. Ollie Pope was shown a lot of restraint post-lunch, losing that discipline. And that would give Bumrah a lot of encouragement here. It's gone wide. Now really look to bring it back into the stumps here. Oh, that's nicely played on the up, but straight to point. Well, India have bowled 28 dot balls in a row. There's been a complete shutting off of runs here. This is brilliant. England will feel a bit itchy with these two at the crease. Been steady, both playing over 50 deliveries. They're not looking to score runs here. They're just looking to survive by the looks of it. Bumrah with his final delivery of his 12th over. Oh, that was a toe crusher. And it's very well played by Ollie Pope, and he'll get a single from it. Well, it's 32 overs gone. It's 90 for 2. And that real spell of dot balls, he bowled well over 25 of them in a row, comes to an end as it's 90 for 2 after 32. 30 deliveries bowled post-lunch and just the 2 runs. Well, it's much better this from India. Not getting the wickets, but we have completely stopped the flow of runs here. And at some point, it just feels like the English patience might run out. We still have to work on it. We still have to bowl those attacking lines. Not let the batsmen settle at any point, really. And that is going to be the crucial bit here. Whether or not they can keep it going, we'll wait and see. Musiraj going at just over 2 and over here after his 8. It takes a slight edge. The fielding has been brilliant. Reddy diving there at backward point. He's getting the high fives, knowing how important it is to keep this phase of play going here. We cannot allow boundaries. And it just feels that England just might end up being a bit desperate in their approach to try and get a couple of boundaries. Good fielding there by Reddy on the full stretch, diving forward. And a clean take as well. Have to challenge the stumps a lot more here. Just kept a touch low there. Ollie Pope shuffles down the onside. Should just get a single. Bumrah comes across after doing a lot of bowling. See how his overs are being managed. He bowls 6 overs in very quick succession in the early phase. He bowled 4 overs in the first phase. Then the first change was made. He bowled a couple there. Then he was withdrawn for a large portion of that first session, and he bowled right towards the end of the session. England felt that they were set enough to try and navigate him, and that's exactly what they did. Siraj trying to be as accurate as possible, which is good solid defense there by Joe Root. Joe Root's strike rate under 50 now for the first time. Ollie Pope, on the other hand, is really paying attention to the ball's face. He just wants to stay out there in the middle for as long as possible. 91 for 2 here, England, after 32 and a half overs. Just 8 runs post-lunch so far. India really putting on the shackles here. The 2 set batsmen out there in the middle. Oh, it's a good drive, but straight to the fielder, Washington Sundar. Shot mid-off. Very attacking here from the field set perspective from India. Seen Washington Sundar in that position on a couple of occasions. Musiraj. 2 deliveries remaining in the 33rd over. Just a 1 run from it so far. Discipline again challenging the off stump. Root is watchful. Root has been patient, hasn't he? He's not looked to go after any of those deliveries. Just saw one where he just went out of his box for the first time, not showing that compactness that he is associated with. Like this over this from Mohammad Siraj again. I think the length has been fantastic. It's making it very difficult for players to hit on the up or to go forward to drive here. It's perfectly targeting that good length area. Final delivery of his 9th over here. Just the one conceded. And he's denied the single, and that concludes over number 33. It's 91 for 2. As England struggled to get the scoreboard moving after the lunch session. They have been watchful, but just the 8 runs for them after that lunch session, where it is anti-baseball. It's completely different from how they play. But it's definitely a tactic where both players have really put a premium on their wicket. They don't want to give it away. They don't want to hand the initiative back to India at any point of this first innings, especially knowing that both their openers gone out without really making an impact on the scoreboard. There's plenty of time for India to try and get that 3rd wicket. Well, it felt like 3 wickets might be an excellent session for us in the first one, but having got only 2, really curtailing the runs in the post-lunch session just feels that might have just compensated on that occasion. Stop the flow of runs, make it as disruptive as possible. Jasprit Bumrah continues from his end. He just wants to try and target the wicket of Ollie Pope. Down the leg side, this time Pant gets a hand on it. Well, Bumrah has bowled some of those deliveries where it's been very difficult for Rishabh Pant to take. He took 2 of them brilliantly. This one squirting away from his hand. It's a bit of a let-off again, just allowing England to pick up a couple of runs. 2 byes being signalled, brings Pope back on strike. England yet to hit that 100-run mark is something that they would have hoped that they would have achieved in the first session. Instead, it's been hard work in terms of runs, but Joe Root and Ollie Pope, the longer they stay out there in the middle, better chance for England to really put on some big runs in the 3rd test here at Lord's. Joe Root and Ollie Pope just having frequent meetings, just trying to gauge the bounce on this wicket. It has been uneven on a couple of occasions. I don't think it's been too much for the batsman to really struggle against. I think Rishabh Pant might have just hurt his arm there, his fingers rather. Trying to get that on the stretch. And Bumrah bowled that with a bit of pace. It's leaning away now. Whether or not it's caught him on one of those sore areas of the tip of his fingertips. Well, treatment being administered to Rishabh Pant, his fitness would be absolutely crucial for us. Can't have anything happening to her star wicketkeeper batsman. I call him batsman wicketkeeper with the way that he has impacted this test series, scoring 100 in both innings in the first test. And the second, it did really get going, but Shubman Gill had that covered. Rishabh Pant will be again looking to make an impact with the bat in the 3rd. Looking at both the wickets that departed, it's the only real success for India in day one so far. The beauty from Nitish Kumar Reddy in that over. A 93 for 2 here. India still put a real clamps on the score. Just the 10 runs conceded in this session so far. Just over 8 overs bowled. So it just shows you how well India have bowled and have given absolutely nothing away to England in terms of runs on offer. Trying to be as measured as possible, trying to be as difficult to get away and forcing England to take risks. But they haven't really fallen for the ploy so far. Ollie Pope, 18 of 62 deliveries, and Joe Root, 25 of 55. Bumrah, Akashdeep, Siraj, yet to pick up a wicket, but the economy rates of Bumrah and Siraj have been brilliant. Bumrah sub 2 and Siraj right on 2. Nitish has bowled brilliantly as well. 5 overs, 2 for 15, and Rishabh Pant seems to be in quite a bit of pain here. That would be very, very sore for the wicketkeeper. He's going to feel the effects of it, and it is not going to end because you're behind the stumps. And if you feel stinging pain in those palms or your fingertips, you're just going to continue feeling it as you're behind the stumps. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be really difficult for Pant if he feels that something might be affecting him. Yep, Rishabh is struggling. He really is. You can see him trying to just get that pain away. Dhruv Jurel is asking the question whether or not he's needed. Yep, Rishabh Pant would take something really serious for him to not continue, not being able to continue. Just looking to make a few adjustments to his gloves to make sure that he can try and continue. He is one of the senior members in the squad now, Rishabh Pant, and his presence greatly helps India. So Rishabh Pant just having to bite down on the pain. Whether or not he can get both gloves on his hands, that will be wait and see now. Because look, that's the thing. Like if he's got a bit of an injury here and any sort of pain which doesn't allow him to bat, that would be catastrophic for us. But he's going to feel the pain in this first innings for as long as possible. Now, will India decide to be a bit prudent here and might take off Rishabh Pant, or will Pant brave through the pain? It looks like he will. He's still struggling. Yep, he's still feeling the pain. He is as tough as they come. And when you see him struggle like that, just feels that whether or not it's worth the risk. Yep, look at that. As he puts the gloves on, you can feel the pain. Rishabh is heroically decided to continue here. Bumrah back in here after that long stoppage. Nicely played on the up. Quickly through the covers. He just get a single. Ollie Pope just looking to navigate that 140 Ks delivery as the 50-run partnership rises for England and 116 balls. They have been watchful. They've been patient. They've taken very few risks. And that has paid off in this partnership. The strike rate is nothing to really shout about because they're going at just a shade over 40, but they've been as compact as possible. 5 boundaries in this partnership of 50. Shows you that they've done a lot of work in terms of running between the wickets. Root back on strike here. Got another quick single and he gets that, and they've got 4 runs already. 4 runs in this over of Jasprit Bumrah. It started off with those 2 byes, but it's been very, very controlled this from England. Just 12 runs post-lunch. England know that they're making it as difficult as possible against them. Not really take into the temptations. 95 for 2 here. Yet to reach the 100 mark here, England. Jasprit Bumrah having bowled half his overs. Just decides to almost decide to leave that Ollie Pope. Plays that into the slips. Dhruv Jurel has taken off his bib here and he will pad up. Warm up really. If Rishabh Pant cannot continue, better to be ready and warmed up rather than just being thrust into the action. You will feel the effects when you catch the ball here. Rishabh Pant still out there in the middle. So that India is happy to take the risk and let him carry on. He is one of our main batsmen, so we cannot expect a good delivery. Trying to get that a lot more fuller there on Ollie Pope. Yeah, 95 for 2 here. This is good from India. This is very good from India. They are not allowing England at any point really to get away here. No width on offer, nothing drifting onto the pads. They've been very accurate, and if England are being tempted, it's been far outside the off stump where they're happy to let that go. Bumrah to end this 13th over, and it ends with a dot ball. 4 runs coming off that Bumrah overs. 34 overs gone. It's 95 for 2. England still struggling to get the runs on. Yep, India wasting no more time here, and Rishabh Pant's safety being prioritized here as Dhruv Jurel now takes his place behind the stumps really. As Rishabh Pant, we really do hope that that damage is not too much for him. Probably gets the day off, rest of the day off here. Take as much as care and treatment necessary to make sure that he's okay to bat tomorrow at some point, we assume. And good to see Dhruv Jurel. Here I found it very difficult to get into the team knowing the exploits that Rishabh Pant has with his bat. But he'll be very pleased to be out there in the thick of things. Be out there in the middle. Get behind the stumps here. Get involved in the game. Rishabh Pant still feels the pain. He's a lot of deep exhales. We'll keep a close eye on his hand. It's been heavily taped up. Worked away off the pass there by Joe Root, but can't get that away, and it's a direct hit, and he could have been gone. Well, we spoke about the indecisiveness between the two batsmen here, between the wickets. We've seen the running hasn't been the crispest as they're likely to be. Look, they looked to take the single, should have been comfortable. It fell nicely there, and Shubman Gill, well, it was Yashasvi rather. If he could have found the stumps, it was. Yeah, I think you can see that it was far away from him, but anywhere near the stumps. We're probably looking at the third. Jaiswal's fielding, again being called into question here. He's looking to play that as late as possible, knowing that he wants to negate any sort of movement as much as possible. Again, I don't understand why Yashasvi is on his knees there. He loses any sort of elevation or momentum to throw, and you can see as a result it's a very poor throw. If you could have picked that up, on the run and try and hit it onto the stumps, probably looking at a different outcome. But Jaiswal in the field, leaving a lot to be desired there. Can England just 13 runs post lunch rather? They're heading into nearly 10 overs being bowled post lunch. They're going at a run rate of 1.3 since lunch. So it's a complete flip here. England feel that they're on the back foot. Siraj to complete his 10th over here. Just the 13 runs conceded from him. It's been great discipline from the first change bowler, given very little away. Oh, it's a good delivery. Again, Pope just looking to cut at it. Ball kept a touch low on that occasion. Ends up beating the edge of the bat there. Good pace again. It's a skiddy delivery at 140 Ks. And you can see just a bit of movement there. Just shimmies away. Oh, what a shot that is from Ollie Pope. It's a flourishing cover drive. The timing on it isn't perfect. You just get a couple of runs to end the over. Siraj's 10 overs comes to an end. It's 35 overs gone. It's 98 for 2. And Siraj, after his 10 overs, has just conceded 15 runs. Well, he hasn't picked up a wicket, but in terms of stopping the runs from his end, he really has done that. Just conceding 15 runs from the 10 overs. It's a brilliant return from our first change. Yet to see Akashdeep after the lunch session. We'll have to see whether or not he takes over from Jasprit Bumrah, or will Bumrah be given just one more over before we make that change. 10 overs after lunch. England struggling for runs, but they have preserved their wickets column. So still just Duckett and Crawley, 2 batsmen that have been dismissed. And Ravi Shastri finds himself from the commentary box right between Chris Gayle and Sachin Tendulkar as Nitish Kumar Reddy back into the attack. Again, no real pace to trouble Joe Root there. Let's have a look at the pace that Nitish Kumar bowled that delivery at. Well, Nitish Kumar Reddy, 2 for 15 of his 5 overs. Whether or not he looks for some sort of shape and movement here. Again, looking to just leave the right-hander on that occasion. Doesn't get to try and hold on to it. Well, Rishabh Pant, well, it looks like his day has come to an end here. He's back up in the terraces. They're taking no more chances, and rightfully so. He is our key player, and we better err on the side of caution here. Yep, we're just hoping that it's just a bit of swelling rather than something broken or a fracture, because that really does change the complexion. And sent back. Both players now over 20 runs, but having faced a huge chunk of deliveries, Root has faced, and he's been there for 10 overs that he has faced. Ollie Pope facing 70 deliveries. Yep, the concern on Rishabh Pant continues. You really have to hope that while this has been a very good session for us, losing Rishabh Pant would be catastrophic. What a good shot that is from Joe Root. The timing, once again, is impeccable. Again, because there's not too much pace on the ball there from Nitish Kumar, it won't go all the way to the boundary. That's something well that India have done. They haven't given up too many boundary deliveries, which has been crucial. But the 100 comes up for England as we're into the 36th over. 101 for 2. And it's a touch of class there from Joe Root to bring up the 100. Yep, this is very much anti-baseball. We're expecting fireworks from England in terms of really going after the Indians. But India have bowled nearly 170 dot deliveries in this inning so far. You said it's completely different to how England operate, really. They don't let so many balls go. They don't really absorb so many of these dot balls. They are batting at below 3 and over, well below 3 and over. It's been a completely different session here. Did not expect this. And is this a sign that they are looking to go hard after tea? Because that will be the difference maker, won't it? If they want to keep wickets in hand, still the likes of Ben Stokes, Harry Brook, and Jamie Smith to come. Oh, that's edge and Zo's dropped. I don't think it carried there. Yashasvi Jaiswal was there, and I really hope that it doesn't carry here. We'll have a look at the replay shortly, but Kenis Nitish Kumar Reddy, who gets the edge. Well, he needed that one to stick here. That was a good delivery there, very good delivery. Again, he's extracting far too much from the pitch despite his lack of pace, and that just shows you how switched on Nitish Kumar Reddy has been with the ball in hand in this test match. He would have known that, yes, the previous test, his involvement was little to none. He wants to very much be a huge contributor here. It's a good shot again by Root, just leans into it. Magnificent shot there from Joe Root, and that races away to the boundary. And is that the shot really that just releases some of the pressure that England have been feeling? The 13th boundary of the innings. Again, far too much width on offer there. And the fact that it was that full, this meant that Root was just happy to lean into it and get a boundary. The critical phase here for India just feels like both batsmen they've not really gone after India. They've very much looked settled out there in the middle. And the longer this partnership goes on, just feels that India just might end the day on the back foot here. And that's why this partnership, from our perspective, has to be broken. Either one of Root or Pope, preferably Root. Even if we get Pope, it will be a brilliant result for us. We've put the pressure, we have stopped the flow of runs. All that's missing is that wicket. Can Siraj provide it? Started his over with the boundary, flicks that off the pads. He might just get another boundary here again. And it's 2 boundaries in this over. And after all the good work that India have done post the lunch session, it just feels that this over might just look to start and even things out. Leg by signaled and a boundary. Yep, again, just missing his line on that occasion, drifting onto the pads. Joe Root wasn't going to miss out there, but came off his pad. And it's 2 boundaries in this over. You can see that it's just trying to simmer between Joe Root and Mohammad Siraj. He's trying to square him up on that occasion. Good delivery. Again, bowling with real intensity here, Siraj. Again, good pace. Just 138. He's not able to consistently crank up over 140. 34 of 66 deliveries, 109 for 2 here. Will they look for another attacking shot in this over, or they feel that 8 runs in this over will take that in terms of just having to settle in, and it's a good delivery to end right on the money in terms of attacking the stumps on that occasion. In India's discipline has been very good. It just feels that it needs something a bit extra in terms of Just that intensity, just trying to cause a bit of problems, create a few opportunities if possible. That'll be very interesting to see whether or not we can. And it's another watchful defense there to end the Siraj over. 37 overs gone. It's 109 for 2. Drinks will be signalled here. Well, all the attention. It's been a bit of a lackluster session post-lunch, but it just feels that India would have felt that they were slightly on top. That Rishabh Pant injury just feels like would have just dampened the mood a little bit. Really hope that it's not a fracture or any sort of break of... Yeah, that would really be... It really would be a sucker punch for us. And from such a freak incident, the ball down the leg side, just trying to recover. That happened on a couple of occasions where Bumrah was straying down the leg side. Very important to gauge his fitness. Now, whether or not he's looked good though, Jasprit Bumrah, they haven't really looked to go after him. And that just feels that with Siraj and Bumrah being very hard to go by, it just feels that towards the end of the session, they might look to go after Nitish Kumar and Akashdeep. The ball is getting older, and we know that Akashdeep wouldn't have that impact with the older ball. Is this the time that we might just see spin for the first time? Just give England something different here. Well, Root is a fantastic player of spin, and Pope, we might just be able to unsettle him on a couple of occasions here. Yet to see Washington Sundar or Ravindra Jadeja introduced into the fray here. Where do India go from here now? Where do we go from here? Do we try something outside the box? Just stick to the plan here. To our credit, England haven't gotten away in terms of runs. It just feels that the longer this partnership just carries on, it might just haunt us towards the end of the day or as we go into the test match. See, a bit of wind might just start to pick up here. Will that help us in terms of the angle? We'll wait and see. Harry Brook, Ben Stokes, Jamie Smith, Chris Wokes, all to come after this. So England will feel that they've got the base here for a big score. Can we look at the session here? Just 26 runs conceded by India. It's nothing at all, really. Trying to be, as you say, nearly what? Halfway through the second session? Going to be as difficult as possible to try and get away from him. Just walk across, but leans into it regardless. Pushes her through the offside for just a single. 110 for 2 here. Nitish Reddy, 2 for 19 after his 6 overs. It's just been that one successful over here, but he's bowling with good intensity. He's bowling in the right areas. Trying to cause a bit of trouble here for Joe Root, induce him into a false shot. That's a great looking cover drive. Excellent fielding again. I think that was Washington Sundar on the dive, stopping a certain boundary. Root really making good contact in the middle of his bat. 110 for 2 here, England. The Postland session has been a bit drowsy from England's point of view, but they wanted to make sure that they wouldn't have lost another wicket here, and that would have been objective number 1. Done so for well over 12 overs. His Root drives again. Again, Nitish's pace is not something that will trouble Joe Root. It's coming onto the bat nicely for him. He's getting plenty of time to adjust and find his right angles to try and attack Nitish Kumar Reddy, knowing that against Siraj and Jasprit Bumrah, the runs aren't flowing. So at some point, they might need to try and go after Nitish. Nitish will be very aware of the situation here. He'll look to try and capitalize and get his third. Fuller delivery. Again, the timing on it, not certain. Just trying to disrupt Joe Root as much as possible. Well, Joe Root, 34 of 71 deliveries. To say that he's been watchful is pretty much an accurate statement. Ollie Pope on the other end has taken more deliveries, 12 runs lesser than Joe. They've just decided to be very watchful, very sensible on day 1 here in the third test. They're not looking to go after. They're not looking to chase after needless deliveries and undo all the hard work and the patience that they have displayed since the 2 openers have been dismissed. Nitish Kumar continues to tempt. Final delivery of the 38th. It's a safe leave there. It's dot ball and just the 1 run from it. It's 38 overs gone. It's 110 for 2. Akashdeep on his first over after lunch. 1 for 33 for quick bowler as he just tempts Ollie Pope with a bit of width on that option. And looking to get something on it in terms of a meaty hit. Instead, it's been hard work for the 2 batsmen in terms of getting regular runs here. But they'll still want to be as positive as possible in their approach. Just a nice solid defense there from Ollie Pope, 22 of 76 deliveries. Just feel like one of these players might look to let loose at some point during this session. Feel like that they've done the hard yards here. For 13 and a half overs, they've been solid. They've given very little away to the Indian bowlers. Oh, what a shot that is from Ollie Pope. Doesn't beat the cover fielders. Might look like Shubman Gill there at mid-off. He was hit with some force there. Joe Root, 34 of 73. Really has settled in at the crease, hasn't he? And the longer he stays there, it just feels all the more dangerous for us. It's a comfortable leave there. Joe Root, 34 of 73. I like the pace that Akash is bowling with. It's not express again, but looks to just dig in and give it as much as effort as possible. 1-1-1 for 2 here, England. Not looking to get a move on here. Still exercising patience. Just the one run off this Akash over so far. Ollie Pope has shown great resilience. Joe Root following suit here. And a quick single there, and Root will keep strike for the next over. It's 39 overs gone. It's 1-1-2 for 2. 2 runs coming off that Akash over. Again, another watchful over played by England here. Still keeping their shape, still keeping their heads here. Well, the Wimbledon semi-final tomorrow. Who do you got going through here? Is it going to be one of the big names, or do you expect a bit of a surprise? I think Sabalenka versus Swiatek in terms of the women's final is something that I expect to see. Stranger things have happened. Whether or not Alcaraz can be there to get his 3rd Wimbledon, we'll wait and see, as Nitish Kumar was a fuller delivery to begin his 8th over. So you look at the session summary, England just starting to up their run rate, and I say that a bit of cheek here because it's just a shade over 2 and over. They're going at an anti-baseball rate. Well, Brendan McCullum and the terraces just be itching here. Looking at this approach that Joe Root and Ollie Pope have taken here. Joe Root is looking very determined for a big score here. Plays that late, but straight to the gully region. From India's point of view, while we have stifled the flow of runs, it just feels that a failure to get a wicket in this session would just be a bit of a dampener here. We have worked tremendously hard, toiled a lot really, but we'll want that reward. Want to see a wicket for Jasprit Bumrah at some point here. Ball's very much getting old here into the 40th over. Nitish Reddy has that 4th seamer, doing more than his fair share in terms of contributions, picking up the 2 openers, but also making sure they're not really going after him in terms of runs. Conceded under 20 runs in the 8 overs that he's bowling. Just shows you how disciplined that he has been. Again, Joe just plays that very late in that gully region. He'll just get the single, brings Ollie Pope on strike. A different Ollie Pope innings here, 23 of 77 deliveries. I felt that he got a lease of life in his very first delivery, where he went chasing after wide outside off stump. And it was within inches from Shubman Gill to pluck out an absolute beauty, but He got away with that, and since then, he's put a real premium on his wicket here. Been beaten on a couple of occasions, but you fully expect that to happen with the ball nipping and moving around. Again, he looks to play that late, and he gets that through, but it's good fielding again. Very good fielding. This time it's Shubman Gill. On the full extension. Again, we've seen Rishabh Pant already having that finger injury. Last thing you'd want is Shubman Gill to suffer the same. Ooh, again, that's a nasty one there for Shubman Gill, right on the top here. That is painful. Again, it's happening from the fielding aspect. Really hope that Shubman, nothing is wrong with him. Again, you can see the pace just allows Joe Root to play. Take his time with the shot selection. Just rocks back into his shape, just finds the right place, plays that as late as possible. Ollie Pope, 24 of 78, going against every attacking instinct in him. He's decided to just hold on here, give company to Joe Root, and try and take them into yet another session. Flicked off the pads, you just get a single. 3 runs coming off that Nitish Kumar Reddy over. It's 40 overs gone. It's 115 for 2. Well, 15 overs after lunch really has breezed by quickly. Just feels that England have taken their foot off the accelerator completely and decided to drop anchor instead. They've completely nullified any sort of threat that the Indian bowlers were throwing at them. Made sure that they've kept their wickets intact and making India have a long period of time in the London heat here. $115 for 2 after 40 overs. Akashdeep back into the attack. See the session summary. Just trying to creep up here in terms of runs. 32 now after 15 overs. Oh, nearly chops that back on. Well, Akashdeep with a wideish delivery. Joe Root trying to help that through the cover regions. Nearly getting an inside edge that ricochets into the stumps. Let's have a look here. Look at him. He's gone really after it. Oh, he's so lucky. It really is. Takes a bounce. Just manages to skip away from the stumps. That one just going down the leg side there. It's a comfortable take by substitute wicketkeeper Dhruv Jurel, who's come onto the ground with Rishabh Pant receiving treatment for what looks like a painful injury. Might have just caught him on the tip of one of the fingers. Really hope that nothing broke or remains intact for tomorrow. $115 for 2 here. Can Akashdeep tempt Joe Root here? Joe Root doesn't take the bait. It's a solid defense there by the England gem. Can Akashdeep with that 135 pace trying to trouble Joe Root. There's not much pace on the wicket. So if you're not generating it yourself, almost feels like the batsman will have that comfortable time out there in the middle. Yet to see Jasprit Bumrah in full flow here. He's bowled some excellent overs, but just feels like the English batsmen have had the better of him in terms of just navigating him rather than taking him on for runs. Full face of the blade once again presented by Joe Root. 2 deliveries left in this over. Again, their approach has been similar. No rush, no risk. Just looking to be as sensible and calm in their approach for as long as possible. Started off this over with 4 dot balls on the trot. Akashdeep, can he get this one to just tail in here? Force Root forward. Oh, he just flicked that off the pads. Expertly done there by Joe Root. You just get a single. It's a good shot, really. Again, in full flow. The balance really is what separates him from the rest. The way when he goes down and just flicks that off. His head is so still. It's absolutely brilliant to watch Joe Root in full flow. He hasn't been flowing in terms of the runs, but it does look awfully comfortable out there in the middle. And that is an ominous sign on the Indian side. Again, just the 1 run from this over so far. It's kept it tight here, Akash. It's right on top of off. And it's a dot ball to end the over. 41 overs gone. It's 116 for 2. Well, yet another over that England safely navigate without any real danger. Bit of an inside edge on Joe Root in the first delivery, but other than that, it's yet another over where I'm not really been troubled. At what point really do we see spin being introduced either by either Washington Sundar or Ravindra Jadeja? 40 overs rather of pace. England haven't really struggled too much from it. I think that absolute jaffer from Nitish Reddy to Zach Crawley aside, the ball hasn't done too much to trouble the English batsman here. And he continues with Nitish Reddy. Almost like Nitish was held back at Edgbaston so that he could be fit for Lords. Really having to shoulder a lot of that load here with the fast bowling responsibilities. It's bowled 9 overs here, and we're what 1.5 sessions already into the match. It shows you that Shubman Gill is trying to trust his fourth seamer as much as possible and try and give Jasprit Bumrah as much rest as possible. So almost like ticks 2 boxes with his decision. But at the other end, Joe Root and Ollie Pope, no danger whatsoever here. Will Nitish find something for us? It's a full delivery. It's flicked off. Well, Joe Root has played some very nice looking shots, but hasn't found the gaps with the regularity that he was looking for. That is something that won't displease him, but it's something that he would like to try and rectify with good looking shots, not getting the full value. Nitish Reddy continues to try and torment the bowlers. Again, it's a watchful push. Whether or not the strategy will be to cash in after tea looks more and more likely as this session goes on. It just feels like England want to eliminate any sort of risk element in this session. They want to keep Root and Pope out there in the middle for as long as possible. And since there's no jeopardy in terms of pace and movement, almost feels like the only way India could get a wicket here, as if England are to induce a fall shot. It almost feels like that. A bit of luck, a bit of rush of blood to the head as the ball just keeps low on that occasion. It's gone through the slip area, and that races away to the boundary as Joe Root enters the 40s. 41 of 89 deliveries. This is an inning that we were all hoping to avoid for as long as possible in this series. Joe Root getting amongst the runs. Again, the benefit of playing late. Just takes advantage of the lack of pace offered by Reddy. Just knows that he can play this as late as he would like to. And he knew that gap between the slips, and that is perfect execution of finding the gap. It's another watchful defense there by Joe Root. Looking at his stats there, my goodness, 13,156 runs out of 284 innings, averaging at over 50, 66 50s and 36 centuries. My goodness me. It is absolutely ridiculous. The ascension of Joe Root in the last 5 years. 41 of 90 deliveries. He is a perfectionist. He wants everything to be absolutely perfect. Can Nitish just try and knock him off here? Something different, bit of pace off maybe. Instead, it looks to just fire that at the stumps. It's another dot ball and 4 runs off that Nitish over. 42 overs gone. It's 120 for 2. Well, 17 overs have been bowled post that lunch break, and England have been very steady, very, very steady here. They've eliminated the element of risk. They've kept this steady. They've not looking to play this at 3 or even 4 and over. They're happy just to nudge this around, take the sting out of the game, and come in after tea and really go after the Indian bowlers. The strategy seems clear here from Brendan McCullum and England. Well, 42 overs have been bowled. India hoping for a change of ball here, but I think that does pass through with relative ease, and they might have to just continue with this. Yep, no such change in the ball here. India will have to continue. Root and Pope. A bit of a drinks break here, looking to just take the sting out of the game as much as possible. You just feel that if they can really allow India just to feel a bit of frustration, they feel that the game might just shift in their balance towards the end of the day here. And it seems that India might get their wish here and a change of ball. Nope. Looked like the ball was going to be introduced, but the umpires has been sent back. Shubman Gill adamant that the ball needs to be changed. I think India is going to get that favourable decision and might have to bowl through this tough period here. Joe Root looks well on course to reaching his half century. Shubman Gill still having an animated discussion with the umpire. He's probably not happy with that decision, just failing to see anything really go in his favour since that Nitish Kumar Reddy over where he picked up both openers. But since then, it's been hard work for the bowlers. Not really getting any sort of joy whatsoever here. They know the longer that Joe Root stays out there in the middle, really could be trouble for us. Akashdeep back into the attack, going at 4 and over here. 9 overs, none for 36. England just starting to increase that run rate step by step. They do it in stages. It almost feels that you can't see it happening right in front of your very eyes. They do that very well. Shot, very good shot there from Ollie Pope. Can Willie get that into the boundary? The chase is on. The timing just lacking on that occasion, but they'll run 3 and they run 3 very well. Is Joe Root back on strike here? Ollie Pope, having faced 80 deliveries, now finds himself on 27 here. England 1, 2, 3 for 2. Again, that lack of pace doesn't trouble Joe Root. Waits for it, finds the gap. Ollie Pope getting the same treatment. Well, Akashdeep just struggling in the spell here. Not getting the ball to talk as much as he does with the new ball. Oh, and as I say that, he gets the ball to nip in. Ferocious delivery there. Just catches Root on the thigh pad. Needs something in the wicket here just to spice it up. Indian batsmen will be looking at this pitch and they'll be thinking runs. Runs aplenty. They have the small matter of dealing with Jofra Archer. Rather than that, they'll feel that well and truly in this game, they need to try and prevent England from getting a massive score here. Because all signs point towards England scoring comfortably in the excess of 350, 400 runs. And another quick single there. Now, all depends on how long Joe Root decides to stay here. But it almost feels like Joe Root will have to make a mistake if he is to be dismissed. He's been flawless technically so far. He's been beaten on a couple of occasions, but you expect that in a test innings. But in terms of India really causing Root's problems, hasn't been too many, I would say. Ball is definitely getting older there. You can see the shine completely gone. This is the time to introduce spin for the first time. We'll wait and see as Akashdeep looks to fire this one in. Good shot again. Ollie Pope presents the full face and the follow through. Again, the fielding out there in the deep is excellent, but he'll run two quite comfortably. And might just get another, but keeps it at two here. You see Akashdeep just trying to get a touch expensive here. 6 in this over already. Again, England have eliminated the element of risk completely in this over. They're playing everything along the ground, finding the gaps, and running hard. Fielding by India has been excellent, though. It's got to be said. The outfield fielding and some of them in the slip and gully region has been very sharp. Akashdeep scratching his head for answers. Yeah, he wants some sort of solution to be presented to himself. He'll have to find it out on his own here. Oh, that's a good delivery again. He's asked the question. I think it's a height issue. Again, it's Ollie Pope who's caught in his crease there. Again, it just nips in with real pace. Ollie Pope on that occasion will be very happy to see the ball crash in on top of his pad. Shubman Gill immediately turns down any sort of request there from Akashdeep to try and get the review there. You can see the height clearly the issue there. It's caught him on the back leg, on the thigh. And there was no appeal from anyone really. It was just a bowler in some sort of hope. You can see that Shubman Gill was hoping that the umpire might just oblige on that occasion, but instead it's been waved off, and he just flicks that onto the onside. And it's a dot ball to end. A productive over there from England. 6 runs coming off it. 43 overs gone. It's 1-2-6 for 2. India just feel like we've just run out of ideas here in the post-lunch session. It started off well where we just completely stemmed the flow of runs. It just seems that England have just grown into this game here a lot more, finding the gaps with a lot more regularity. Some excellent running between the wickets to make sure that they do find the runs when they're on offer. 4 hours in the stream here, and we're looking for a change of ball, and finally the ball doesn't pass through. Little circle thingy that I don't know what it's called, but we're looking for some sort of decision to fall in our way. Just feels like this partnership seems unbreakable between Joe Root and Ollie Pope. Might just look to replace the ball here. And this time the umpire will be called. Just an extra over. The change of ball will be signaled here. And is this the moment that just might shift the momentum in our favor? The old ball has been very comfortably navigated by these two. Joe Root 42 of 93 deliveries, Ollie Pope 29 of 83. Nitish Kumar Reddy, the only Indian bowler with any sort of success in this first innings in the third test here at Lord's. 2 for 25 for him. Very surprising to see Jasprit Bumrah yet to register in the wickets column so far, but it just feels that he might just have the final say towards the end of the day. You can see that India and Shubman Gill just preserving him here. Well, a couple of overs after lunch, but Now the main talk will be to try and preserve him for the post-T session, get him fresh while the England batsman might be a touch tired and spend quite a bit of time there at the middle. Still a bit of navigating to do in this session. 18 overs have been bowled. We might just see another 7 overs for the call for tea. We might just see 7 or maybe even 10 overs. We'll wait and see as Joe Root back on strike, 42 of 93 deliveries, 126 for 2 here after 43 overs. This game looks a lot more balanced, and it just feels like a couple of moments might just open this test match up. These two teams have been very well matched in the series so far. India have played some excellent cricket. They've batted as well as I've seen, especially in England, getting big runs in Headingley and in Edgbaston. Will they be able to do the same in Lords? We'll wait and see. But first order of business is try and break this partnership here between Root and Pope. It's really blossoming in. Well, it's not been the most quickest. It has been a very short partnership from these two, taking the sting out of the game, killing the momentum that India had temporarily, and now on the ascendancy themselves. Picked off the pads. Again, the fielding is excellent. It's Siraj there who's thrown himself, just feeling his hamstring on that occasion. Again, it's the fielding that is just resulting in few of these niggles for our players. So Rishabh Pant getting a catch that just might have hurt him on the top of his finger. Shubman Gill got struck low on the thumb, high on the palm. And now you can see Mohammad Siraj just feeling his hamstring after that fielding effort. Watchful defense there from Root again. He's so solid and he just wants to present the full face of the blade. Well, fair play to England for the way that they navigated the first 40. They're going against their attacking instincts. We're very curious to see what their thought process was. It does feel obvious though, doesn't it? Just to navigate this side as again plays that late cut beautifully there, Joe Root. Then that races away to the boundary. No third man there. And Joe Root is getting ever so closer to his 50. 46 of 96 delivery as the 15th boundary of the innings has been played. It's another late cut there by Joe Root. It's another exquisite shot. He just leans back and cuts late. Uses whatever pace was on the ball. And he knew that he just needs to find the gap. $130 for 2 here. India look like they're running out of answers. Just need to try and find the breakthrough. This is a crucial hour coming up. It just feels that Joe Root is in no mood to give his wicket away. $3,000 runs for Joe Root against India. It's the highest that anyone has got against India. And he thought about it there, just tempting him outside the off stump. Nitish trying to induce a fall shot, but Joe Root was never really going to fall for that. They've gotten the boundary of this over, keeping the run rate moving. 130 for 2 here. Nitish Kumar Reddy has bowled his fair share in this first innings, more than he'd bowled in the second test, really. Combined, I would say, but Shubman Gill trying to trust his fourth quick as much as possible and give him the faith and keep Bumrah fit for the post-T session. Maybe getting a leading edge on it, but it's 4 runs from that Nitish over, 44 gone. It's 130 for 2. Akashdeep back in the attack. 10 overs, none for 42 for him. Joe Root a boundary away from his very impressive and patient 50 as Pope now on 29. Fixed that away. Oh, he has it carried. It's a soft appeal there from Dhruv Jurel. He was behind the stumps after that Rishabh Pant injury. Again, just trying to induce some sort of false shot there. Just trying to get that into the rib cage. Not enough bounce on it. Just flicks the thigh pad. It's a very good take there by Dhruv Jurel behind the stumps. To really just pick that up inches off the ground, and it was a clean take from the backup keeper. Oh, it's a good delivery again. Keeps low. Ollie Pope just looking a bit shaky here in this over. How does Shubman Gill try and navigate the situation here? How does he try and induce a breakthrough in the partnership here? He has to find a way, has to keep rotating his bowlers and try the right solution now. Again, as I mentioned before, yet to see spin introduced. 130 for 2. Just feels that we need to keep Joe Root at the other end for as long as possible, as Ollie Pope creams that through the covers straight to the fielder. That with real force. Akashdeep just offering a bit of width on that occasion. Shubman Gill, he'll know that his work is already being cut out here. Although England are not running away with this in terms of runs on the board, just feels that the longer this partnership goes on, it just feels the game just might swing in their favor. And you can see how that run rate, they just slightly step on it. 47 runs suddenly in this session doesn't seem too bad. Pulls that away. He's got that into the gap, and that races away to the boundary. A boundary for Ollie Pope after a long time, really. It was far too short there from Akashdeep. Waist tight, and it was put away with relative ease down the leg side there. And just angles his bat, finds the corner, and he just knows that the fielder is far too fine on that occasion. Welcome boundary for Ollie Pope and England here. Started to just get a few boundaries here and there, knowing that you need to keep that scoreboard moving without taking that element of risk, really. Ollie Pope, 33 of 87 deliveries. He's really put a price on his wicket here. He's given nothing away to the Indian quicks, making sure that they'll have to bowl something very special, try and dismiss him or break this partnership. Going to take something special indeed. Something in the field of inspired captaincy from Shubman Gill. Pope pats that away on the onside. He just get a single, brings Root back on strike. Root 46 of 99 deliveries. Can get that 50 at that strike rate of exactly 50. That's the SR that he has been playing at since lunch. Trying to make sure that he doesn't give his wicket away no matter what. He knows that he's very much set here for a massive score. Just feels that he just might be his own worst enemy if he isn't capitalizing on such a solid start here for him. 46 of 99 deliveries, final delivery of the 45th over. Akashdeep looking to unsettle the set pair here. Again, just takes a bit of an inside edge. He runs the first one hard. He decides to settle on the single. 6 runs of that over. He'll keep strike for the next over. It's 45 overs gone. It's 136 for 2. Root will remain on strike in the hopes of trying and achieving his 50 here at Lord's. He will want to try and get on that honours board. We're trying to get that century for India. KL Rahul, the last one to get a century here at Lord's in 2021. Be on that honours board really is an honour. Very rare. It really is I think it was call it a point of prestige, really, if you are to get a century at Lord's. Nitish back in the attack. Oh, that was close. It's a loose shot there from Joe Root. His feet don't move at all. Just with a widest stance and looking to just slash at it. Nearly getting a bit of an edge there. That would have been very, very interesting. He was to get something on it, but he's looking to take on Nitish Kumar Reddy here. Look at this. Lowest run rate in a session for England in the baseball era. 2.63 and over here. Last one was versus New Zealand at Lords in 2022 when day 3 second session where they went at 2.72 and over. Just a combination of well India have bowled, and Joe Root has tickled that fine there for a boundary and completes a quite lovely half century. Reaches 50 of 102 balls. England are 140 for 2. It's an excellent half century, really. Excellent 50 from him. Drifting down the pads, just flicks that fine, gets the boundary. As easy as you like it from Joe Root. And it's a quality shot, really. It's how well he has just navigated that situation. His 67th half century in Test cricket, to boot with his 36th century. So it just goes from strength to strength, and it just feels like this just might be the test where we might see the best of Joe Root. 140 for 2 with his side. The spot of bother, they were, what are they, 42 for 2? This is nearly turning into a quite steady but solid 100-run partnership. Again, he plays that late. Joe Root takes full advantage of Nitish's lack of pace. Again, a boundary in the over, and that's how slowly but surely, that's how they just turn that run rate up. There's a science in the baseball era, and just know that once they're set here, the Indian bowlers, having toiled already, feels like a long day in the field already. 45 overs have been bowled. 20 after lunch, but absolutely no success in the post-lunch period. Again, he's got that in that area between backward point and gully. He'll just get the single. Nitish Kumar just trying to unsettle Joe Root here. Well, it's the third slowest 50 for Joe Root. Again, in the baseball era. 108 delivery 50s against Sri Lanka and India in Manchester and Ranchi, respectively, in 2024. And then here, 102 deliveries 50 for Joe Root. It's another valuable innings for Joe. Just the way that he comes up clutch when his team needs him the most is what makes him a world-class batsman. Flicked off the pads again, this time by Ollie Pope. Should get a couple here, but they settle for a single. 46 overs gone. It's 142 for 2 as Nitish over completes 11 overs. 2 for 35 for him. Akashdeep back in the attack. And now the summary in the session looks a lot more favourable for England. Nearly 60 runs in this session without the loss of wicket, without really a sniff for the Indian fast bowlers. As Akashdeep back into the attack, works that down the leg side. He'll get that fine, and that races away to the boundary too. England just starting to assert their dominance. The boundaries are starting to come thick and fast in every over, and the 100-run partnership comes up between Ollie Pope and Joe Root. They've taken their time. They've made sure that they've dug in here and made it as difficult as possible for Team India. The 100-run partnership, they've taken their time, but they've gotten there eventually. This is an excellent partnership. 102 of 193 deliveries. Akashdeep, touch expensive here. And now the shots start to flow through the bat here. Chase is on here for Washington Sundar. It was Sai Sudarshan rather, who's taking the field for India. Akashdeep has had absolutely no success with the old ball here. All talked about that difference between his average at the new and old ball, but look at the partnership here between Root and Pope. 104 runs, 11 boundaries. They've looked very good out there in the middle. Again, they've made sure that the defense has been solid, and that has been a sight to behold. You know, that the England batsmen might just be accused of showing a little less patience on some of the key moments. That has not been the case here. As we look at the difference of average with and without the new ball, 20 average with the new ball, and with the old ball, it's 54.3 for Akashdeep. Could not be a more of a contrast if he had tried. 19 wickets with the new ball, just a 6 with the old. Oh, it's hit him in the pads, but I think there's an inside edge on it. It was Ollie Pope on that occasion. It's a touch fortunate. Again, just looking for an off shot, looking for someone to miss time or misjudge something here in our favor. Thick inside edge on that occasion. Okay, looking for any sort of solution that the Indian bowlers can find here. Need to try and induce something from the English batsman. Like the 150 mark will be reached with relative ease shortly. And he's looked to punch that into the gap to the offside. He'll just get a single. Brings Root back on strike. Another very productive over this for England. 7 from this Akashdeep over. Well, we're into the 22nd over here after lunch. I just see 3 to 5 overs. That's something that we might just expect to see. England will be just looking to take this into lunch here. No more risks from their perspective. Keep this as solid as possible and make India toil after tea here. It's a dot ball to end the over. 7 runs off that Akashdeep over. 47 overs gone. It's 149 for 2. Well, 149 for 2. As India keeps searching for answers here, they are yet to find the breakthrough in the partnership. Ollie Pope and Joe Root with that 100-run stand for the 3rd wicket have completely locked it down here. It just feels that India just struggling at this moment. Needs something to go in their favor. Bit of magic. Maybe a mistake from one of these batsmen. It just feels that we've just reached that stage where India have to be as switched on as possible in the field to try and manufacture a wicket here. It just feels that England are not in the mood of handing this over here. So it's no surprises that we finally see spin being introduced in the 48th over, as it's Ravindra Jadeja who gets the ball in hand for the first time. In the second session here, as England are on the cusp of 150, spin being introduced here. Will Jadeja be the man for us to break this partnership? The Root starts off with a watchful defense here. Very interesting to see whether or not there'll be 3 or 5 overs from here heading into tea. Ollie Pope with yet another solid defense here. He's looking to reach that 50-run mark as well. Both Root and Pope would have marked that as an objective heading into the tea break. Both of them getting into that 50-run mark, keeping their wickets intact and making the Indian bowlers really toil hard here in day one of the third test here at Lord's. 150 for 2 here, England. They're looking good. They're motoring along in a steady pace, if not spectacular. They're making sure that the Indians are scratching their heads for a solution here. Can they get something to break their way? And it's pushed through the offside, mid-offs there, but doesn't get to it first. Nitish Reddy, not quick enough on that occasion. Quick single taken by Joe Root. Ollie Pope now 43 of 97 deliveries to reach that 50-run mark. Similar speed as Joe Root. Oh, it's a beauty there from Ravindra Jadeja. It has ripped off the surface. Ollie Pope has come a long way forward to try and block that off. It's beaten his outside edge. And that's a bit of encouragement here for the spinners. Lovely delivery. That good turn. And decent bounce as well. And looking to play that late here. Joe Root just a bit unsettled there, but it's a quick over there from Jadeja. 48 overs gone. It's 151 for 2. Just 2 runs coming off that Ravindra Jadeja over. Will we see Washington Sundar at the other end? Will India go with spin at both ends to try and complete the session as quickly as possible and get Jasprit Bumrah after that tea session to try and break this partnership open? But we knew that Joe Root had runs in him. And we knew it was going to come at some point in this series. And he seems to have picked his moment here at Lord's, day one with a solid 50. Yep, India going with spin at both ends. Washington Sundar being introduced for the first time. 11 matches, just the 26 wickets for him. At an average of 28.54. His best, 7 for 59. And Washington Sundar with that left-hand spin. Just this one slip in place here for Washington. Bit of a defensive field setup for the right-hand spinner. Again, maybe a silly point. Short mid-off. These are attacking field positions that we could possibly use. Instead, it's just the one man slips. So look for the edge here. Quicker deliveries. Just push that through. Joe Root navigates that for a single. Heading into that 50 over mark here. They were 82 for 2, 83 for 2, or 84 for 2 rather, after the first session. This one has been a lot more solid. About 70 runs without the loss of a wicket. Just shows you that they have prioritized solidity over the spectacular in the second session. Watchful defense as both spinners are going through their over swiftly here. Jadeja just conceded 2 in his previous over. Quicker delivery again towards the stumps. You can see that Ollie Pope is just trying to negate any sort of spin by getting to the pitch of the ball. Now a swift over this from Washi. It's a quicker delivery. He's navigated that into the channel. He'll get a single and he'll keep strike. 49 overs gone. It's 153 for 2. And is this a signal for tea? I think it is, and it will be called. And there you have it. 24 overs bowled after the lunch session, and it has all belonged to England here. 153 for 2. Ollie Pope on the cusp of his half century, and Joe Root completing his. So you look at this session, 24 overs, 70 runs at a run rate of 2.92. solid from the two England players. Going to navigate this into the final session as we're heading into the tea break here. England 153 for 2 heading into tea. Well, that was a difficult session, and it has to get better in the final session of day one in the third test between India and England in this Anderson Tendulkar series. Look, the first session, I would feel that it was very much dead even because we got both openers out, but that Root and Pope partnership just started to take over. While they were not scoring quickly, they were scoring. And in that second session, they just ground us out completely. That 100-run partnership has really set us back. And now the need for wickets has just gone up tremendously in the final session. We have to break this partnership. We saw Ravindra Jadeja and Washington Sundar both bowl an over just before tea. And now straight away, Ravindra Jadeja back in the attack here. We'll need to see a bit of Bumrah as well. Make no mistake about it. And we're all but set for the start of play after tea. And Jadeja gets it first ball! Ravindra Jadeja! He breaks the partnership. And it's Ollie Pope who has to depart. A patient 44 of 104 deliveries. And how about this from Jadeja? We saw it in his first over where he got a bit of grip and turn. Oh, that's a thick edge. And what a take that is from Dhruv Jurel, where it comes with real pace. And the substitute keeper makes no mistake. And look at the reaction of Ollie Pope. He cannot believe it. All that toil that he was so patient about in the second session has been thrown away in ball one of the session after tea. Absolutely incredible. This is why you love Test cricket, man. It's 153 for 3, and it just looked like the game was drifting away from us. And it's the experienced Ravindra Jadeja. Well, Ollie Pope was quite positive in that, it wasn't he just looked to hit that on the front foot. It was a thick edge and great glove work there from Dhruv Jurel, immediately making himself known in this test series. He knew that he won't get too many chances. When these catches arise, he has to take them, and take it he did. That is brilliant. What timing, man. First ball. That doesn't happen too often. Wow, we needed something, and something's happened. It doesn't get easier for us from here, does it? As Harry Brook strides into the crease here. He scored a 99 at Headingley. He was so unlucky not to get his century. He was brilliant at Edgbaston in that partnership with Jamie Smith. He's coming off the back of two excellent innings in both tests. He can really make us pay here after tea, where England just might look to turn on the tempo, switch on that run rate, because they were very passive, one of the lowest ever in the Basball era, where they went for 2.79 and over. But now this man, Harry Brook, can turn that very quickly. What a moment this is. This test match just suddenly just bursts into life. Oh, and there's a bit of turn, and now we see that attacking field. KL Rahul in the slips. You can see Jaiswal there at Silly Point. Now, Shubman Gill needed a breakthrough. He would have been plotting how to get that during the tea break, because nothing went our way in the second session. We toiled hard, but England, to their credit, navigated us beautifully, and that 100-run partnership broken straight after tea. Brilliant. This is why you gotta love Test cricket, man. Oh, Harry Brook now. It's a good player of spin. Prefers the ball coming onto his bat, but Jadeja has extracted something from the surface already. Saw it in his first over, and he saw it straight after tea. That bit of spin that he gets, just that bit of bounce, suddenly you know that very much in business. How does Joe Root approach this now? He's hardly unfazed, is he? He's very, very composed out there in the middle, and the situation doesn't really change too much for him. Harry Brook will look to be positive here. can't really expect Harry Brook going into his shell and trying to be a lot more responsible. He'll be looking to take the counter charge here. He comes in at number 5 with a specific job to do every time, and that's what he does. Good delivery again. Joe Root going for that quick single and has to build yet another partnership now. Build that 100-run partnership as the Jadeja successful over comes to an end. Just 2 runs and that all-important wicket of Ollie. It's 155 for 3. And how this has turned straight after tea now. And suddenly India can sniff this here. They can feel that the momentum might be in their area. This is where you have to bring Jasprit Bumrah back in. Have to bring back in immediately. Put them under pressure. Harry Brook is fresh. Look, we made that mistake when Joe Root was at the crease because we used Reddy a lot in that period where we might have used Bumrah because you don't want Joe Root to settle. He faced 20 deliveries with relative ease. Yes, he was beaten on a couple of occasions by Reddy, but you want your best bowler at their best batsman. And no surprise. And Shubman Gill concurs. Jasprit Bumrah at Joe Root here. 50 overs gone. Is 155 for 3. There are 2 slips in place. And Joe Root with a very solid defense. Now Joe Root will have to assert his dominance, isn't it? Feels that the momentum just might turn into India's favor. And he'll do everything in his power. Try and just reverse that a bit. He was very patient in his first 50. Took well over 100 deliveries to get there. If he is to score a century, you can best believe that will be done much quicker. Bumrah's economy rate is brilliant, man. He's going at 1.59 and over. They can't really figure him out in terms of runs. They're just looking to fend him off here. But for how long can you keep a good man down here? Jasprit Bumrah keeps teasing him outside the off stump. Gets a fair crack at Root, and I think he should have a crack at Brook as well. Just bowled maybe 3 or 4 overs in this spell. We have to try and manage him because we have to try and feel like we almost have to bring him back at occasions where we feel that the game might be slipping through our fingertips. 155 for 3 here after 50 overs. As Jasprit Bumrah looks for his first wicket here in this test match. That's a safe leave there. This allows the ball to come to him now. Root has played his innings, the bulk of his innings here, playing the ball late, and it's really benefited him because it just allows the ball to come to him and then has the time and the technique to manipulate and get the runs where he requires it to be. Bumrah needs to try and find the breakthrough here. If he can get Root out now, my goodness, the game will be flipped on its head within 2 overs after tea. Here's Bumrah. He's got 2 slips and a gully. Shorter delivery. He looks to pull. Oh, has he got the edge? The umpire is unmoved. Well, he went for the short delivery on that occasion. Dhruv Jurel appealed very swiftly. Any sort of contact on the glove. Joe Root is unmoved. Shubman Gill is trying to get a read off him. India will not take the review. Interesting. Very, very interesting here. Just needed a feather on the glove. That was close. Again, it's a short ball. Root was tempted to try and just paddle that away. I don't think it hit his bat because it passes the glove well forward. I think that was the right call there. There's no appeal from first slip. He would have had a good eye there. Joe Root, on the other hand, just felt a bit of a scare and then just caresses that beautifully. Just get a single and just leans in, just plays that so nicely across the covers. This is the first time really after a very long time that Joe Root was put under a bit of pressure really. He has been so secure in his innings. It almost feels like just needs a bit of difficulty, maybe a bit of chin music. Just unsettle him at the crease, make it as difficult as possible. There's a quicker one there that he released it. Joe Root wanted to take him on here. He's not looking to back down. He never does from a fight. You see Jarrell's reaction. If it was given, he would have claimed it, but asking for the review, he said maybe not. Final delivery at the fresh Harry Brook. Come on, Bumrah. Oh, what a shot. Oh, brilliant from Harry Brook. That is some way to get your first boundary, and you're well and truly off and running in this test match. 160 for 3 after 51. It was pitched fuller. There was width on offer, and Brook deals with it the way Brook does. He is not one to go into his shell. He is the one to break the team out of it. And every time you feel that England really might be on the back foot, you just see someone like Harry Brook with his confidence and his shot making look to take the game away from us. So as we get the wicket, we still have to be wary, because next two batsmen after this partnership is still Stokes and Jamie Smith. So it doesn't get easier for us. That boundary would have given Harry Brook a lot of confidence. Joe Root would have been happy to see that. Jaddu back in the attack. First ball after tea. That is a brilliant way to turn the momentum. I can see that ball was nowhere near the bat. Joe Root just looked to duck and fend the ball away. And Jaiswal really providing much resistance there at silly point. He always jumps up. Remember the meme that Rohit Sharma said? And it was at slip, and Jaiswal was fielding in that position where he just keeps hopping up, and immediately he goes out of position there because, it almost reaches there. Well, Jaiswal was pushed into second slip, and the ball falls short of both in slips. Oh, that was close. Well, Jaddu is getting something off the surface here. Harry Brook will be very happy to see that past the slips. Yep, right between the two openers, Rahul and Jaiswal. That's nicely played there by Brook. It just feels a bit deliberate, but the area of it was very risky. Jadeja is just starting to get something here. Just feels that India very much in play when Jaddu is bowling with confidence. Can just open the face of the blade. He'll just get the single. Brings Root back on strike. Harry Brook already 10 of 8 deliveries. Beautiful cover drive, and just getting touch fortunate with the second boundary. But just like that, he's very much made the move here. Final delivery of Jaddu's third. Again, it's a late cut. Laid that through the point region. He'll just get a single to end the over. 7 runs from the Jadeja over. 52 overs gone. It's 168 for 3. Counter-attack. England do that very well, don't they? We saw that. I cannot speak more highly about that Jamie Smith and Harry Brook partnership at Edgbaston when all was lost. They pull out a 300-run partnership. That is counter-attacking at its best. When you know all the chips are down, the team is very much backs to the wall and needing a moment of inspiration or just something, and you go and do that. A 300-run partnership, that is not normal. It's easy to front load. By front load, I mean score runs up the order. But when you're down there, when you know that the tail is exposed after that, it just means a lot more. It's a lot more special. And that's why VVS Lakshman was brilliant, because of the way that he played with the tail. Those two weren't tail enders. I mean, Brook. Oh, that was close. Bumrah nearly getting the inside edge, and Root very close to dragging that back onto the stumps. Well, everybody's got their hands on their heads there. Jasprit Bumrah nearly getting the breakthrough here. Not in the most fluent manners, but Joe Root looking to just push off the back foot. Let's have a look here. Goes deep into his crease. Just caught back there. Was nowhere near the stumps, but you just feel that any sort of inside edge, and you're always in play there. Joe Root just had a few streaky moments. It's good to see the great man being unsettled here. And the way Joe Root is just manipulating the field and getting runs here. Don't think that Joe is going to play a lot more dot balls here. Even if he is to be conservative in his play, just feels that he's going to do that with singles and twos. He's not going to be taking too many chances, but also not look to play too many dot balls, because they did that in the second session. Did pay dividends in terms of preserving wickets, but is that a situation or strategy that they will use, especially with Brook now fresh, ready to go? The Indian bowlers been out there for 50 overs in the London heat. Not easy. This is a time where you cash in after tea as a fresh batsman, and as a batsman as good as Harry Brook. Here's Bumrah though. Short delivery again. Jarrell with the take. Maybe that short delivery is always on for Jasprit Bumrah. He's done that to Root on a couple of occasions. See how he likes to just fire that in. That awkward height. Just look to get something off an edge. Well, Jaddu and Bumrah as the two most experienced options after tea. You got spin and seam. Bumrah's got half an over to try and dismiss Harry Brook here. Good forward defense. Very solid there from Harry Brook. He's a batsman, again, like Joe Root. I absolutely love watching. And in full flow, he is a special batsman to watch. Not everybody gets a 300 in test matches, and Harry Brook's 319 shows you that when he does catch wind, he is a difficult man to stop. 3 wickets for India in day one. We'll take that as starters. We need some more. Can we get a couple more before stumps? Really would be a game changer. He said 3 in the first session would have been ideal. We got 2. We got none in the second session, and we get 1 straight after tea in the first delivery. So we've been getting them in bunches, and we've had to wait a lot of time between wickets too. So with Stokes coming in next, it's going to be another crucial partnership this for England. 170 for 3, and Bumrah in his final delivery of his 15th. Here goes Jasprit Bumrah. Oh, it's hit him again high on the pad. It's another brilliant delivery to end the over. It's 53 overs gone. It's 170 for 3. Again, Bumrah trying to just unsettle Harry Brook here, trying to drop one shot, then bring it sharply into him, trying to keep the batsman guessing as much as possible, and that's all you can hope for in the early stages. Brook still fresh to the crease. He's got a couple of boundaries, but he's still vulnerable. You still need to attack him as much as possible. Last thing we want is a settled Root and a settled Harry Brook. I mean, that would just spell danger for us. Have to try and break this partnership as quickly as possible too. This will be the need of the hour with every new batsman, because how dangerous they can be. Jaddu back in the attack. Jadeja using his experience here, trying to get that ball to grip and drip away from the right-hander. And a nice push there from Joe Root. He'll just get the single and rotate the strike. Does Harry Brook look to try and unsettle Jadeja? Does he look to go after him early on here? Remember, Jaddu's just bowled 3 overs. He's pretty much fresh as well. So this will be a very interesting battle here between Jadeja and Harry Brook. You know that Brook is very much capable of taking the aggressive approach. He also knows that Jadeja is a wily customer. He can always slip one through when you least expect it. Jadeja just tried to crank up the pace here. 95k is the last delivery. And it's a positive shot there from Brook rather. Jadeja now just looking. Can he be the one to inspire this comeback? We need wickets, and we need wickets quickly. And Harry Brook just showing his restraint here, not looking to charge after Jadeja. We saw Zach Crawley do that early on in his innings when he was really struggling for runs. He was trying to do the unorthodox, to try and throw the bowler off their rhythm and line, but just ended up looking a bit foolish really, because he was getting nowhere near them. and that approach wasn't working for him. He started to get a couple of boundaries and a bit of rhythm. He just felt that he might just go on to put on big runs, but that beauty from Nitish Reddy made sure that innings halted as quickly as possible. Jadeja with another very quick over, 172 for 3 after 54. Just the 2 runs comes off it. He's so disciplined, and he just keeps the batsman challenged and concentrated for those 6 deliveries, because it comes quickly and it's all different kinds of solutions required to try and navigate Jadeja. Yep, Bumrah back in the attack. 15 overs, none for 29. 2 slips and a gully for Jasprit Bumrah. Good defense there from Harry Brook. Had very much the line of the ball. Need to be as perfect as he can against Bumrah, knowing that he has done the hard work in terms of feeling him out early. He's faced about 15, 16 deliveries. He's just settling in quietly. Root, on the other hand, has been flawless. 62 of 123. It's very rare that Bumrah goes an entire day without picking up a wicket. This might be one of them if he can't break this partnership. And Brook deciding that defense is the best course of action here. Just making sure that Bumrah has no real scraps to feed off, no real moments of encouragement. It's been difficult for Jasprit Bumrah, having to manage his workload. It's very difficult to switch on and switch off, that you have to be ready for one test and then take time off, be ready again after a quick turnaround. Well, the rest of your team have been in the thick of things. Jasprit Bumrah is such a key player. His fitness is paramount to India's success. Bit of a double-edged sword, and again it's that short ball. I don't think Bumrah has, I would say, aimed those short deliveries to his best of his abilities this morning, or towards Steve. He wants to fire his shot, but it's very easily leavable, duckable for the batsman, because it's nowhere near that danger area where he's looking to hook or pull. Instead, the batsman is able to comfortably duck under it, and it's just a bit of a wasted effort delivery for Jasprit Bumrah. Maybe part of a larger plan at play here. Right out of the crease. Good looking stroke there from Harry Brook, meeting it from the full face of the blade. Bumrah looks to be holding another maiden over for him. England have had no qualms in playing on Jasprit Bumrah here. They're like, okay, if he goes for 2 and over, so be it. We'll try and score from other sources. And they've done exactly that. Maybe not in the speed at which that they generally score. They still have runs on the board. It's a solid day for them. And it can only get better if Root and Brook can really add the pain to India. Oh, he's cleaned him over! Jasprit Bumrah! I told you, it is seldom that he goes an entire day without picking up a wicket, and he picks up the dangerous Harry Brook, and it's a beauty. He is building the pressure with all these dot balls, and he gets this one to hoop back in. Oh, it's brilliant. Right on top of off stump. It's a special delivery from a special bowler. Jasprit Bumrah strike, and it's the 2 experienced bowlers for us. Ravindra Jadeja and then Jasprit Bumrah right after tea. First dismiss Ollie Pope, and now Harry Brook for 11. It's 172 for 4. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Bumrah. Well, you saw Harry Brook trying to be as comfortable and forward thinking in terms of his defenses. He tried the same again against Bumrah, but the pace and the movement was far too much for Harry. Tremendous delivery. Absolutely brilliant. Cleaning him over. No better sight in world cricket than to see a fast bowler at his top of his game rip an absolute beauty through the defense. That was special from Jasprit Bumrah. And now we're in the game. It was a difficult second session. It was a hard watch. But now we're in the game. We are very much in the game. Oh, can we get Stokes out early, or do they send Jamie Smith? No, Ben Stokes, the skipper, now seeing his side after looking comfortable. Now in a bit of a nervy situation here, because a wicket now and half the side back in the hut under 200. Suddenly, India on top. Ben Stokes with an average of 35 in Test cricket walks out in the crease, and he's got Bumrah breathing fire here. Well, he has to keep going, isn't he? Jadeja at one end, Bumrah at the other. Try and unsettle this partnership as much as possible. It's a left and right combination here between Stokes and Root. Well, Ben Stokes hasn't been at his best with his bat for a very long time, really. He's battled a few injuries. He's been brilliant with the ball. He picked up a 4 for at Headingley, 4 for 66, if I'm not mistaken. It was a very good spell. I think he picked up key wickets at key moments as well. It shows you that he is always dangerous with the bat and with the ball. You'll never forget Headingley for Ben Stokes. Now at Lord's, can he provide? Here's Bumrah to Stokes, and he goes short first up. That's well left there by Ben Stokes. A maiden and a wicket on top of it. It's brilliant from Bumrah. 172 for 4. India back in the game here. This is exactly what we needed. Just leaning on experience, and that's what it can do, you know. Jadeja with the first to dismiss Pope. I mean, Ollie Pope's reaction stole 1,000 words. I mean, he was so patient in that second session. He fended off more. You're seeing that he was fighting every instinct in his body to go after, loose deliveries, but he kept his patience. He kept his poise. And the first ball after tea, you see yourself being dismissed. Just thinking of putting on a big partnership with Joe Root, who's been pretty much flawless at the other end, but he's seen 2 quick wickets go. And now Akashdeep introduced into the fray here. Are we going to use pace? Bumrah, you better start warming up. We need you for another over after this. Here's Akashdeep to Joe Root. Well left there. Joe Root has been very watchful in this innings. Again, he's not tried anything out of the box, unorthodox. He stayed very much within his shape as he looked for the runs. He's looked to play as late as possible on as many occasions. You know what a class batsman he is. 62 of 124. Strike rate of exactly 50 for Joe Root. On Akashdeep, just to try and pepper Joe Root with a couple of short deliveries here, maybe. Effort deliveries needed from Akashdeep with no real movement of the seam. Tucks that down the leg side. Let's just get a single. Brings Ben Stokes back on strike here now. What does Ben Stokes do here? You know that Harry Brook is someone who likes to play on the front foot. Ben Stokes is very much similar, cut from the same cloth. Prominent of Bazball here. See Harry Brook getting dismissed in similar fashion. Saw that at Edgbaston where Akashdeep bowled a steep ball that hit him flush on the pads. Well, might have even caught him on the knee and hurt him there in the process. And Jasprit Bumrah doing pretty much the same. This time it was the stumps that bore the full brunt of that. Again, this session has just blown by quickly. 6 overs already completed. 20 runs and 2 wickets. Well, Stokes will want to get off to a good start here. Can he navigate his team out of this tricky situation here? He knows that Joe Root can handle business absolutely fine on his own. It's just about taking care of your own game here. This is where you need Ben Stokes to kind of go back to the past and trust in this brilliant play that he is often, lean back on. Bumrah will be fired up there, getting one of a perfect delivery. Again, a wide delivery there from Akashdeep. Just need him to be a bit more disciplined. These are the effort balls that you need from Akashdeep in terms of sticking to the basics, really. Fire that towards the stumps or towards the body. Again, it's watchful. It's very calmly played there from Ben Stokes, trying to get as much bat on ball as possible. You want to get off to a good start here, but the Indian bowlers cannot allow Ben Stokes to settle in here. Uneventful over from Akashdeep so far, but he has stemmed the flow of runs. Final delivery, and Stokes with a very solid defense to end the over. 56 gone. It's 173 for 4. Akashdeep with another solid over there. It's one run coming off it, and well, we know that Stokes and Root have had brilliant partnerships in the past, and they look to pull another one here when they feel that the team might be in a bit of a bothersome spot. They were completely outplayed at Edgbaston. I think they had 3 hours of cricket which went in their way in 5 days. But other than that, India completely had them in a chokehold throughout the Test match. Headingly, I think India had the most of it, but England had the finish or the finishing gene to them. As Bumrah, there from Root, beating him on the outside edge, just tempting him forward. Root happy to oblige there and just sees the outside edge. Been missed by a couple of inches there. Again, Jasprit Bumrah is so dangerous. Again, he doesn't get too much to move there, but still enough to trouble Joe Root. Not going too wide from the crease on that occasion. He's trying to get that as central as possible. He likes to change his angles though, especially when he goes wide of the crease. You know that ball is going to be darting into you. Again at the stumps. Very accurately bowled there from Jasprit Bumrah. I don't mind to see that Root just quickly shifts up and gives strike to Stokes. Stokes yet to get off the mark. I think Bumrah has 4 deliveries here to set up Stokes. Can he try and master a plan here to get the England skipper out? Needs something here. Tempt Stokes forward before bringing one back in. Just going to try a couple of deliveries. Let's have a look at the plan here as Jasprit Bumrah looks to unsettle Ben Stokes. It's a good leave there. Again, just outside off. You know that the plan is very much in play here. Just teases him forward. He knows that Ben likes to go ahead on that front foot and negate that movement as much as possible. You know that Bumrah has one of those deliveries that is going to rip back in this over. It's just when he decides to pull the trigger on it. I decide to go short with this occasion. Or does he just stick to the plan to drag Stokes forward here? Oh, that's a brilliant delivery there from Bumrah to get the ball to leave the left-hander from that angle. Oh, it's brilliant from Bumrah again. What a ball that is. Again, it's not too quick. It's 136 clicks, but look at the way he gets the ball to move away. Oof. Brilliant. Ben Stokes looks a bit nervy there. He knows that Bumrah is very much in his element here. Oh, he's worked that brilliantly. What a shot that is from Ben Stokes. Just flicks that off the pads. He just get a couple here. The way he just plays that, just flicks that off effortlessly. Shows you what a class player he is. One was going to be drifting into the pads. Ben Stokes almost expecting that on that occasion. Giving the length early. Can Bumrah finish well here? Can he get another wicket? Always in the game when Jasprit Bumrah is bowling. 1 for 32. Oh, it's a good shot. Very well played there from Stokes. Navigates yet another Jasprit Bumrah over. 3 runs from it. 57 gone. It's 176 for 4. India looking for another breakthrough here, which will feel that maybe this day just might belong to them. It was even Stevens in the first one. England would have just about shaded it in the second. And in the third session, it's been all India so far. Well, that's when you talk about baseball, isn't it? When both your players were secured in that second session. They didn't go after the Indian bowlers. And as a result, they didn't get too many runs on the board, which hasn't hurt India because even though they lasted the course of the session, going at 2.7, you just see that they're just 175 for 4. So India very much feel that they're on top here. And a couple more wickets before stumps. And we are very much in business. Getting wickets and restricting England. Because in other days, you see England going at 5 and over. They would be at, 250 for 4 if they were to lose 4 wickets. Just giving you an example. As a result, now they find themselves at 176. Still a long way to go before they reach that 250 mark. It feels like we've got them right where we need them to be, but just another wicket to just add that bit of pressure here. Akashdeep. Root with a quick single there brings Stokes back on strike. Akashdeep has found it difficult, not just with the old ball, but even with the new ball, a relatively new ball. He just didn't have that oomph in him to try and trouble both openers. Did see him beat Zach Crawley on a couple of occasions. Other than that, I thought the two openers dealt with him quite comfortably. Dhruv Jurel straight away into the game. Really hope that we will be monitoring the Rishabh Pant situation because he may not have to play tomorrow for bulk of the time because Jurel can easily keep. But we do need Rishabh Pant to bat. That is a non-negotiable. We need him fit, ready, somehow use that magic spray. Make sure that he's okay to bat. We'll need him. We'll need everybody. Akashdeep. It's been a solid start to the over so far. Dot ball, one, another dot ball. Stokes still yet to get into his stride here. 2 of 10 deliveries. Good shot. Brilliant there from Ben Stokes. Climbs all over that for the boundary. There are 2 fielders there. One at cover and one at mid-on. He just bisects that beautifully. Ben Stokes on the up. Quality shot there. And you can see that just through point rather. Had far too much slice on it. Just feels a bit deliberate the way it just opens the face of the blade. If it was uppish, I don't think he would have wanted the ball to have that much airtime in it. I think he was very much sure in terms of the placement. Don't really mind that. Ben Stokes getting his first boundary. Oh, he goes after it. It's just over point. And it's back-to-back boundaries there for Ben Stokes. Again, the element of risk at play here. He's going for the aerial route. This time the point fielder was very much in position. Ben Stokes looking to take him on, and take him on he does. Plenty of height on it. Again, it's a good-looking shot. Can't see Bumrah really making too much of an effort to get there, but again, it was in the air. Times are just about enough. His heart would have been in his mouth. He knows that huge exhale there definitely signifies that. Good over this for England, though. And he ends it with a dot ball. 9 runs from that Akashdeep over. 58 overs gone. It's 185 for 4. Good session this for India. Still keeping that run rate. would say under 4 is good, and picking up 2 wickets. So objective achieved for India in this session after tea. Can they finish well though? It's all about finishing the day well. Don't want this partnership to just start to settle and then Stokes and Root come out absolutely fresh tomorrow, right, to take on India. Have to get Root. Have to get Root at some point. Cannot let Root play the rest of the day. Might just mean that he might end up with a century today, come out fresh tomorrow, and look to add to India's woes. Yep, Jadeja back in the attack, no surprises here. The combination was working well between Jadeja and Bumrah. Then Akashdeep was brought in to try and get the breakthrough. Instead, it's been steady here. Root really hasn't gone after the bowling since Harry Brook's departure. It's been all Stokes in terms of runs. Again, Root just working those quick singles, nudging the field around. Looks very assured as always. Joe Root is not going to take any sort of risk here. He's going to play risk-free cricket till the end of day's play, that's for sure. He's going to keep that scoreboard moving because he knows Stokes always has that intent to go and attack. Saw that from those 2 cut shots, both over the same region, getting the same result here. But left arm spinner Jadeja has got Stokes out 7 times, an average of 21 in the 23 innings that they've faced each other. It's favourable. It's pretty much like Jasprit Bumrah's record against Joe Root. So slip is in place. There's a bit of turn here for Jadeja. He's still managing to get something off it. See that Washington Sundar has been kept aside here for the time being. Know that Jadeja has been biding his time. I think it took him 40 overs before spin was introduced. It shows you how much Jadeja would have been chomping at the bit to get a run of overs, and he's running through them very quickly. Yeah, oh, he gets the edge. There's nowhere near carrying though, but Jadeja's getting turn. He's getting turn here. Good delivery again. I love the length. Absolutely brilliant there. He just pitches that one, shapes away. Slightly higher on the bat, and that's a comfortable slip. Catch to first slip, really. And asking him to drive, and drive he does. Good gets that down. Long off, cuts that off. He'll just get a single. Ravindra Jadeja. Okay, he's just gone through this over so quickly, man. That really is a hallmark. Might just end up sneaking a couple of overs. 4 stumps. And works that off the pads. It's a dot ball. 3 runs from that Jaddu over. 59 gone. It's 188 for 4. Jadeja has bowled with great discipline. 5 overs, 1 for 16 from the left armour. Got the all-important wicket of Ollie Pope, breaking that 109-run partnership. Ben Stokes has got a couple of boundaries already. Now it's all about how he tries to maintain that for an extended session here. They have to bat the session. You know that Stokes, 11 of 17, he's got a good start. Root has still been very measured in his approach. Akashdeep, it's the ball thrown to his hand. Bumrah gets a bit of a rest. Oh, it's a good delivery there. Again, trying to target the top of off stump. They're going at 3.5 and over. It is an acceleration from their second session, but they have lost 2 wickets, so they give it and take it away. Again, it's not at the pace that England would want to bat, and that's huge credit to the Indian bowlers. Well, they've not been successful in terms of taking wickets then. They really did clamp down on the scoring. They've really reaped the benefits of it. I feel that England might have batted well, but oh, that's a ball that keeps low. Kept very, very low. We already saw Rishabh Pant hurt his fingertips there. Dhruv Jurel having to dig that deep. Joe Root 67 of 133. The epitome of patience. Need a freak delivery maybe to try and dismiss him here. Is Akashdeep the man to do that here? Can he get one to just skid back? Maybe an inside edge. Or a thick outside edge to slip. Oh, that's the first time really that we've seen Joe Root really chase after that one in an uppish manner. Nicely done there from Akashdeep, just tempting Joe Root to try and play him outside the box. Trying to go outside that comfort zone. There you go. See, he's not in control. He's just looked to manipulate and open the face of the blade. It's a clever shot if he's intended that, but far too much risk for that single. Three deliveries left in this Akashdeep over. Unsuccessful. He's bowled his heart out today. You try to be as accurate as possible. Give very little away. You know that England batsmen will have to go after one of the pacers. I mean, that Siraj was excellent in the first session, the way he bowled and really clamped things up at his end. It's just that they have had to go after Akashdeep because it was the only one they felt that comfortable scoring of. Nitish Reddy would have been another target for them, but he ended up picking up 2 wickets. So the plan hasn't been working for England, but still they find themselves in a steady position here. It all depends on how this partnership goes now. If this partnership catches fire at some point during this session, maybe you feel that it might be tipped in the favor of England, but it's going to take a lot of runs and a lot of runs to be scored quickly. Akashdeep's final delivery will try and trouble Joe Root here. Heading into the 60 over mark. India have bowled well. They have restricted England while picking up wickets. They're ticking a lot of the boxes with the ball in hand. Shuffles across and works that on the onside. He's worked that with exquisite timing there. Might get 3. Jaiswal is a bit clumsy in the field. Root decides that 2 is sufficient and ends another Akashdeep over. With 60 overs gone, it's 192 for 4. And that 2 taking Joe Root to 70 now. He's building his innings very well, isn't he? He's holding up his end. He's not getting the support required. Ollie Pope tried his very best to try and give Joe that extended bit of support, but Jadeja's first ball after tea dismissed him, and Harry Brook was cleaned by an absolute pearler by Jasprit Bumrah, breaking through the defense, clipping top of off stump. He's bowled with real pace and venom, and now England find themselves in a sticky situation. Joe Root has been very comfortable. How does Ben Stokes approach this now? That run rate just starting to creep up a little bit, trying to go 4 and over. It's about 3.6 and over here. It's an attacking field for Jadeja. Ben Stokes quickly looks to get off strike. Will we see Joe Root start to use his feet here to try and negate playing on the front foot? He'll have to play this as late as possible if he can do it, because again, there are catches all around the bat here. Now those catches have been removed, and Joe Root will get the easy opportunity just to slip in place. Shows you the respect that the bowlers have for Joe here. When Stokes is batting, they'll try and crowd him out as much as possible. Jadeja trying for yet another moment of inspiration here. Not getting the timing right. Straight back to Jadeja. Again, quickly running through his overs. We're going to see 90 overs of play here, or we're going to see about 75 to 80 overs. Very surprised to see if we do get 90 overs. Saw 25 overs being bowled in the first session, 24 in the second. If you're going for a longer tea session here, and with the way Jadeja is bowling, might get another 30 overs. Watchfully defended again. And could we be a bit more attacking with Joe Root, or have we just resigned to the fact that Joe Root might just end up scoring runs comfortably here? Not with the fluency required, but just a single coming off that over. 61 gone. It's 193 for 4. And Root rather, was just trying to explore the reverse on that occasion. He's not tried any of the reverse, the switch hits, the reverse scoops. He's kept it very much orthodox throughout this innings. It's the first time really where the ball was pitched, he thought about it, decided to go against his instinct and play more orthodox cricket. That'll be a good battle here, but with Stokes now back in, do India try and attack again? Is this where Jasprit Bumrah might have to bowl an over? May not be in the spell that is required. Maybe you just need to chuck the ball to him every other over and say, try and break this partnership here. Instead, we go towards Mohammad Siraj, and for 25 in his 11 overs. Worked well on the onside. Should just get a couple here. Good fielding. It's a decent throw, but it's nowhere near the stumps. 2 runs for Stokes, and Stokes very much looking to score off every available opportunity here. Siraj a touch fuller on that occasion. Stokes just works it off the pads, gets a couple. Mohammad Siraj here has bowled with a lot of heart and discipline. Can he stop the flow of runs? And he's been bowling. They haven't been able to take him on. Can he provide a wicket-taking delivery himself here? Seen Bumrah do that once. Can Siraj follow suit here? Stokes is trying to be that man that just gives them that balance. That left-hand option. He does come into play here. These are 2 of England's experienced batsmen out there in the middle. They will know the situation. They've faced worse. Just creeping into the 200-run mark, and that's when you just might see them maybe just relax a little bit. Stokes has been on the front foot, 15 of 22 deliveries. Joe Root, on the other hand, striking exactly at 50 yet again throughout this innings. He's been consistently on that 50 strike rate. It's not felt rushed whatsoever, really. When bowlers have come to him, he's just navigated the deliveries with relative ease. To Jarrell behind the stumps, took the catch off Ravindra Jadeja's bowling, where Ollie Pope nicked off. Straight away into the action. As here goes Siraj to Stokes. Shot, but doesn't get hold of it. Got hold of that nicely, but he was just looking to bludgeon that through the covers rather than just find the gap. England are trying to score quickly here at some point. You do expect them to just step on the gas at some point during this innings. It's credit to the Indian bowlers. They're not really allowing them to have those big overs. Just the 2, the 3 run overs doesn't really hurt us as long as we get wickets at regular intervals. It's another good delivery targeting the off stump there from Ben Stokes. Can we get that ball to just nip around the final session here? Jasprit Bumrah has gotten a bit of a break. He came out steaming and charging after tea. He got the wicket of Harry Brook in real thunderous fashion. He just knows that we need another big effort from him at some point in this final session in day one, and test number 3 in this Anderson Tendulkar series. Is nicely worked by Stokes. Get a single. And it's all about finding the gaps at regular intervals. England are inching towards the 200-run mark here. 196 for 4 after 62 overs. Again, full credit to the Indian bowlers. They have not let England let loose at any point during this day. And picking up wickets at regular intervals is just an added bonus, isn't it? Do we see Bumrah at some point? Do we wait for the very end before Bumrah might just get a 2-3 over burst right at the end of play? It's a tactical battle that Shubman Gill will have to try and work out. Just because he has Bumrah doesn't mean he has to use him like a bar of soap, if you know what I mean. Just keep making him bowl and risk another injury. He has to bowl fearlessly, but he has to manage his load. A drinks break here for England, and Root looking at the other end, 70 of 140 deliveries. I think it's been another typical brilliant Joe Root innings. I mean, we had to expect Joe to have one of these innings, didn't we? Like, just knew that he was itching to get those runs. He just felt a couple of those shots that he played in the first 2 tests, he could have just maybe not done that on those occasions. But this time, it seems to have he's picked the right moment with the series delicately poised at 1-1. He knows that this is a perfect opportunity to pull out a massive innings here. If he can't find somewhere near that 100-run mark by the end of day's play, not out, just feels that he might just plunder on India tomorrow. And that's why his wicket just remains the key here. It's a 100 to 130 run swing from here on forward. It's not just Root, but even if we start losing, like Stokes or Smith gets out, as long as Root plays, it's more confidence for the tail-enders to just dig in there and hang on while Joe Root does the scoring. Well, 6 hours into the stream. It's been a long one, but it's been a fun one. Look at Mick Jagger. Looking stylish as always in the crowd watching the test. England 4 runs away from the 200-run mark as Washington Sundar bowls his second over. His first over went for just 2 runs. His over was just before tea, wasn't it? First time we saw spin being introduced, Jaddu and Washi. Since then, Jaddu has taken the brunt of the responsibility of the spin bowling. You can see Stokes trying to get on that back foot and just punch that ball through the offside. And this is an interesting ploy here from Shubman Gill. Is he looking to give Washington Sundar the ball to maybe tempt England? Oh, and speaking of tempting, Stokes goes through with the drive and he's beaten on that occasion. Exactly this. Nice revs on the ball. They know that they'd have to try and attack one of these bowlers. Bumrah still has a bit left to give today, so Siraj has been difficult to hit. So try and target Washington Sundar here. I see a few fielders out in the deep, ready for catches. Stokes decides that can't take any more risks here. It's been beaten once. Can't give Washington Sundar confidence too, and then you're just left with really going after Akash here. Watchfully played there by Ben Stokes. Again, Washington Sundar getting movement here, running through his over swiftly. He's gotten Stokes out twice in tests. A 9.5 average. This is a favorable matchup. Oh, it's a brilliant delivery. A quicker one there, and Stokes happy to fend that off. A maiden over there from Washington Sundar. It's 196 for 4. England again continuing to struggle for runs here. Yet to hit the 200-run mark. And we're very much into the final session. It's very rare in baseball that you see England, with their experienced batting, they've not had a collapse like they have in the past. Lost those 2 wickets in a bunch and then had to wait a very long time. Then they lost 2 wickets in a bunch again. So they are known to not have collapses, but mini collapses. And Siraj back in the attack. Run for 28 in his 12 overs. Brilliant from him now. Just need a bit more of a cutting edge from Mohammad Siraj. Joe Root looking for answers here. Really look to continue the scoring. Good looking shot there. Finds the gap. Mid off there, and it's a good throw. Straight to mid off, looking to play on the front foot. They've had quite a bit of chirp throughout the game, haven't they? Mohammad Siraj and Joe Root have had quite a bit of back and forth throughout this exhilarating day of play. Pendulum has swung on multiple directions. Just feel like next 20 minutes might have a lot to do here. Yes, Siraj here. Oh, Stokes has looked to just walk across there. Against Siraj with a wry smile on his face, but again, Stokes just feels that he just gives you a bit of opportunity in terms of trying to get him out. He always tries to do something different just to try and unsettle the bowler. See, walking across here, if Siraj can just try and focus on finding that leg stump, really would be something. Look at Harry Brook's dismissal. Bumrah's delivery, my goodness, look at that. It's perfect. Crashes into the top of off stump. Harry Brook bamboozled. Stokes goes for it again. It's in the air. Doesn't get hold of it. As soon as it left the bat, it felt that it was a bit uncomfortable for the England skipper. Doesn't get the timing right on it. Ended up sneaking 2 runs there. A bit sloppy in the field. England just inching towards the 200-run mark. They're on 199 for 4 here. They found it hard work to get the runs at the fluidity that they're used to. Just shows you how well we have bowled here. And also, as always, they will talk about the pitch, I'm sure. Siraj has just started to produce a few oohs and ahs moment here. Ben Stokes has played a few shots on the up. He's not looked to ground the ball like Joe Root has been throughout this innings. He's trying to give a few half chances to India. 46 runs scored in this session already into the 15th over. England still yet to hit the 200-run mark. Again, Ben Stokes has just taken his foot off the pedal here. He's looking to be as solid as possible. He's now striking at 50 as well. Started off his innings pretty brightly, but now he's just to just retreat here. It's a combination of good bowling and just cautious batting. 199 for 4. And Siraj looked to break through here. At some point, we'll have to try and fire that towards middle and leg. With that left hand there and the angle for him. He goes short instead. Again, Ben Stokes has not looked too convincing. He won't get a boundary either for it. Again, the short ball just looking to trouble that. But England finally get to the 200-run mark. It's 64 overs gone. It's 200 for 4. And England taking their time towards the 200-run mark. The short ball there from Mohammad Siraj was a good ploy there. You know that Ben Stokes wasn't really going to let that one go. He went after it, just lost his grip there, and the handle comes off. He's given a few chances, a few glimmers to the Indian fielders. Is that going to be India's strategy here? Just let Root do his business at one end, try and focus at the other. We have more chance to try and get, I would say, Ben Stokes out over Joe Root, because the way Joe Root has batted really, he has given absolutely nothing to us. Washy back in the attack. Ben Stokes will try and find his shots here. And if Joe Root is batting at 50, so is Ben Stokes. Again, that's a result as seeing that run rate just slip down even further. Oh, he's caught right in front, but the height in question. Another good delivery there from Washington Sundar. Previous over was a maiden from him. So very much holding up his side of the bargain here, making sure that he's difficult to hit too. Nicely played again. It's a good forward step forward here by Ben Stokes, looking to try and negate that swing. Any sort of spin by Washington Sundar, just looking to get that on the front foot and push that away. Good delivery, fires that towards the stumps. Again, getting through his overs very quickly, and he's bowled 10 dot balls here, Washington Sundar, on the trot. Looks to cuts well. He's got that into the gap. Just be a single. And heading into that 65th over here, Washington Sundar's run of dot balls came to an end with that. 10 dot balls in a row. Still don't mind this. Washi has bowled 3 overs. We're on the cusp of 3 overs, and it's just conceded 3 runs. Brilliant from our 6th bowler. Just what you need. Just extra all-rounders. Just give you that balance. It's a quicker one there, and Root tickles that down to fine leg. Should just get a single. 2 runs off that Washington Sundar over. 65 overs gone. It's 202 for 4. England, I'm sure they must be itching to release the handbrake and go after the bowling. It's a combination of not able to do that and also just erring on the side of caution here. They don't want all this hard work to be thrown out, and next thing you know, England are 220 for 6 at stumps, and India have had the better day. If it's 220 or 250 for 4, and suddenly it feels that England might be able to get that 400-run mark tomorrow if they are to have a lengthy partnership here, and Jamie Smith, Chris Wokes can also lend a helping hand. Oh, again, he catches him high on the thigh pad. It's a good delivery there by Siraj. Enough venom on it. Try and trouble Root. Again, good pace there by Siraj. 138 Ks. Need to bowl with as much quickness and try and unsettle Root, who's looked faultless so far in this innings. Some sort of inspiration here is to try and trouble him. Another good delivery, and Kenny gets cracked. A couple of occasions. He's trying to soften up Joe Root here. Short balls maybe just to continue to try and put the pressure on him. And you can see there's another nasty one right on that hip area. And Siraj starts off with another couple of dot balls. It's been brilliant in terms of holding his end. Oh, Root pulls out so late. He has literally pulled out at the last second there. You can see Siraj is not happy. Joe Root trying to plead his case and explain to him why he did what he did. Surely there would have been some sort of movement at the side screen there. Joe Root deciding at the very last second to pull out. And on a couple of occasions, it has had a bit of extra needle to this contest. Joe Root wants him absolutely removed from that area. Wants his side clear. Siraj is bowled with a lot of heart and discipline. To find that wicket-taking delivery. Still bright blue skies here at Lord's. And not able to get that away for a single. It's good bowling this from Siraj. Keeping the pressure, not giving free runs away. While Root has batted very beautifully, he's only scored 72 and a very slowish clip here, and it's not really typical Root like. Stokes on the other end as well. He's just trying to slow down. Exactly what India would have wanted. If you're not able to take wickets, at least slow them down. Siraj started off with 4 dot balls here. Root has not really looked comfortable here to the fast bowler. Standing a pace outside of his crease, looking to try and meet this on the full. Flicks that off the pads. Good fielding again. India's fielding has been excellent. Really has been. We've seen a lot of heroic dives being put around. Seen a couple of boundaries certainly being saved. This kind of effort just helps the team really. Just need everybody to just buy into it and put in 100% of effort. Final delivery of the 66. Siraj looks to be bowling yet another maiden over here. Jaddu might be called up, or will it be just with Bumrah? Might get a couple of overs here. This partnership just starting to take shape. Shot delivery, pulled well. Just get a single down there at fine leg for a single. 1 run coming off that Siraj over. It's 203 for 4. Moshi back in the attack. None for 4 of his 3 overs. Right on the money first up. I've really liked Washi's discipline here. It's both stump to stump. He's not looked to overcomplicate things. Wants to make sure if the batsman misses, he definitely hits. India on the verge of bowling 300 dot balls here. 294 dots. Really is brilliant bowling, I would say. In the conditions, England winning the toss, electing to bat first. Got runs on board, but not at the speed that they were looking for. And 4 dangerous wickets have departed. So still remains the crucial partnership. It's good to see Harry Brook not settle in the crease. Oh, it's a good delivery there from Washington Sundar. It's the quick one through the air, targeting the stumps again. He has not left the sight of the stumps. He knows he wants Ben Stokes to be as expansive as possible in terms of going after him if he is to score runs. And it's a positive defense. Just fence that off. And running through his over very swiftly. And it's a 94 k's an hour ball. Just likes to bowl that with that quickness, learning a thing or two from Jaddu. Works that down the leg side. He's got that fine enough. Just get a single. And India won't mind these singles. Oh, they run two though. It's good running between the wickets. Shuman not happy with that. Should have just been a single. Instead, Stokes continues to manipulate the field. And 3 runs off this Washington Sundar over. I don't think Washi would mind that too much, but is he really troubling the batsman too much? We'll wait and see. Cuts brilliantly there. Straight to the fielder at deep point. Another good Washington Sundar over. It's 207 for 4. That'll be drinks. Well, it's 215 for 4 as we head towards the close of play today. 69 overs have been bowled. Nitish has been brilliant, hasn't he? Really has added a new dimension with the ball in hand. A couple of occasions he has been unplayable. Got that one to hit Stokes on the pads, but wasn't given out. And umpire's call saves Ben Stokes. We know that what Nitish is always capable of. He bowls with a lot of heart and determination. So you know that he's going to keep digging that in as much as possible. 215 for 4 here. England still haven't really gotten a move on. They're looking to still be patient. They'll want to try and navigate the rest of the day without losing another wicket. That is going to be paramount from an England perspective. Ben Stokes, 28 of 61 deliveries. Very much playing against his instincts, really. Nitish has gotten 2. Ravi Jadeja has got 1. And Jasprit Bumrah cleaned up Harry Brook. So it's been... wickets have been spread across. The fast bowlers haven't gotten too much in terms of Akashdeep and Siraj just struggling a little bit, but yet another successful over. Just a 1 run coming off at 216 for 4. 70 overs have been bowled. And now we're heading into the business end where either one of these teams is going to try and wrestle the initiative from the other. Jasprit Bumrah will have to get a go here towards the end. Just a few overs for the close of play. They'll try and run through a couple as quickly as possible with Washington Sundar. Good stroke through the offside. Just get a single there. Ben Stokes takes him to 30. That was the call. There was a huge appeal there from the team. Ben Stokes walking across, getting just enough, and he gets very fortunate that he walks just enough. You can see how close that decision was. Well, Root goes for the reverse. Feels a lot more comfortable doing that against Washington Sundar compared to Ravindra Jadeja. So he's trying to be as cautious as possible. And Root, when he starts pulling out the reverse, that just shows you that he's reached a confidence level that it's very difficult to shake him off. Then tosses that up. Watchful leave there from Stokes. Stokes now on 30 of 63. Still striking under 50 here. Joe Root also seems to have just taken the foot off here. 76 of 153 for him. Washington Sundar has bowled with good discipline here. He's just teasing Ben Stokes on the offside to try and go after him. And that's a good delivery. Attacking the stumps on that occasion. Firing that into the danger area. Knowing that any sort of movement, any sort of indecisiveness from Stokes could result in a wicket. Flicked off the pads. Should just get a couple here. Again, it's good fielding. Just restricts him to 1. Again, Washi running through his over very quickly here. Again, 3 runs from it. England not looking to bludgeon here. They're just looking to prod and nudge the singles. Keep the scoreboard moving. Washi from 3 of his over will just look to try and end it on a good note here. He'll just try and be as disciplined as possible. The reverse for Joe Root is always an option, and he's decided to just nudge that, and it's a dot ball to end the over. 66 runs of this session already. It's 219 for 4. England looking to end this day on a positive note here. From their perspective, they'll look to keep Joe Root and Ben Stokes till tomorrow. They'll want them to bat lunch at least tomorrow to try and wrestle this initiative from India. India have had no qualms scoring runs in both the test matches, really. This looks like a bit of a flattish track here, so you can expect India to go big in terms of runs despite Jofra Archer in the stage. It's all about tactics, isn't it? Even at the end, fine margins. 22 overs bowled. Will we see 3 more overs, or are we going to see a longer session here after the tea break? Nitish Reddy again aiming for the top of off stump. Ben Stokes just flicks that away for a single. We're looking at Ollie Pope's dismissal there, and he was far too adventurous first up, not picking up the length whatsoever. And Harry Brook getting cleaned up by Jasprit Bumrah, right on top of off stump, crashing into it. It's a brilliant delivery, and we just spoke about how Jasprit Bumrah does not go an entire days of cricket played without picking up a wicket. It's inevitable that he strikes. And that one right on the stumps. This is good bowling, this from Nitish Reddy. Okay, how many overs are we seeing here? It's 71.2. Heading into 23rd over here. 23rd over. Might just see a couple. What India have here is a bit of a cushion. They will feel that while they haven't gotten enough wickets to really put England on the back foot, it's the flow of runs that they've restricted. Oh, what a shot, Joe Root. He's hit the on drive with real panache. Wow. It is brilliant from Joe Root. Just takes a couple of steps across and then just punches it with real authority. The 50 partnership comes up in 100 deliveries, and Joe Root has been part of 2 very good partnerships here. Look at that. Wow, look at the balance. It's brilliant from Joe. Takes him to 80 here. He'll be very much eyeing the 100 before the close of play here. Oh, with an offer, cuts well. Deep point, very much in position there. Just a single brings Stokes back on strike. Joe Root, 81 of 157 deliveries. Stokes on the other end, just holding his end here. Not looking to go after the bowlers, the fifth and sixth bowlers in Nitish and Washington Sundar. He's trying to hold back on his instincts, not really go after them. Knows that his wicket now has a real premium attached, especially with this game on a knife edge. Good delivery again. He's been targeting the top of off. He's hammering that length consistently here. Nitish Kumar Reddy. He's bowled very well, hasn't he? He's bowled very, very well. It's not just the wickets, but I think the way that he's approached his bowling just gives us that extra option. That balance element is really sorted. If Nitish Kumar Reddy is a reliable bowler, because we know about his batting skills, hitting 100 in Australia is no joke. Just know that it's just a talent waiting to explode. In good pace, very good pace. Good over there for England. 6 coming off it. 2-5 for 4 after 72. Joe Root and Ben Stokes are having a good partnership here, and that can only spell danger for us because have to be on top here. Just letting this partnership meander, just flood forward in a very calm fashion. Might not seem like it's harming us, but it does give them a lot of confidence to try and approach this at the end of day's play. If they are to preserve their wickets, just feel that they might just have the initiative heading into tomorrow. So this is a very crucial phase of play entering here. We are going to see Jasprit Bumrah at some point before the close, that's for sure. Now we have to wait as to when, because 23 overs have been bowled in this session. 72 runs have come off it with the loss of 2 wickets. So 25 overs been bowled in the first session, 24 in the second. Ben Stokes has just started to pick up a bit of cramp here. Immediately on scene is the assistance in terms of hydration. Just help him out here. Stokes feeling the heat. This is favorable for India. I think Joe Root just making sure that Ben Stokes is okay. I think Stokes should be fine to continue. Don't see him leaving the field at such a crucial juncture of the match. Just allows India to have a bit of a huddle here. Can they make sure that they find a plan here, a collective plan to try and break this partnership? Stokes is struggling here. When you see a player seated and feeling a bit of the pinch, the cramps can really trouble him, especially at this stage here. He's been in the middle for quite a bit of time now. He's faced nearly 70 deliveries for his 32. He's done quite a bit of running because Joe Root has completely removed the element of risk from his batting. Nitish Kumar Reddy has been more than just handy with his 14 overs, 2 for 46. He'd be very pleased that he got a chance to express himself with the red cherry. Have a look at the scorecard. Everybody's chipped in with the runs. Harry Brook the least with 11. Duckett for 23. Ollie Pope 44. Joe Root and Stokes not out at 81 and 32 respectively. 16 extras conceded. That's something that might have avoided. But Stokes is still struggling here. He's taking his time. He's feeling the effects of it. But Reddy seen Rishabh Pant being out of the field of play because of that injury he suffered bowling off Jasprit Bumrah. Yep, this is really not a good sign for England. Stokes is back up, but he is feeling that groin now. He knows that just might be a bit of a tweak there. And that is going to be... Yep, Stokes still struggling now. Whether or not he'll be carrying on or will they take the risk here? He can always be retired hurt and come back tomorrow a fresh man. Whether or not they'll try and use that tactic or ploy, we'll wait and see. Just looking at India's squad here, the likes of Arshdeep, Kuldeep Yadav, yet to be utilized. I know at some point during the series their name might be called up here, as this partnership of 53 of 103 deliveries has been rock solid between Roots and Stokes. They've taken very few risks. You saw Stokes being a bit uppish with his stroke selection on a couple of instances early on. He got the reward because of the confidence at which he hit those shots, but after that they just made sure that they've stroked the ball along the ground to get their boundaries. A bit of stoppage here, just make sure that a couple of overs might have been eaten into here. Whether or not that'll be added on later on, we'll wait and see, but still bright blue skies here at Lord's, and Stokes looks like he's very much capable of completing this innings. Something that India will have to try and target, knowing that maybe Stokes will not be fancying those ones and twos now. That groin injury can really be sore and very difficult to, really does affect mobility, doesn't it? You might just find yourself caught in the crease, not being as free with your movement as you'd like to be. So it's going to be a very, very interesting phase here. The second new ball is due in 8 overs. 72 overs has been bowled here. So it's all about whether or not just that next 8 overs, run through it as quickly as possible with Washington Sundar and Nitish Kumar Reddy, even Ravindra Jadeja being introduced here, and then the new ball assault. Jasprit Bumrah in 8 overs. Nicely bowled there by Washington Sundar. Just conceding it just a shade over 2 and over. He's kept it brilliant from his end. He's made sure that the players don't look to go after him. As that sixth bowler, he's made sure that the batsmen have to focus their attention elsewhere. Try to just work that off the leg side, straight to the fielder, Jaiswal. Nice shot mid-out. Well, Ben Stokes has decided to carry on here, and that just means that he's just tapping into that hero mode. Stokes doesn't seem to have any issues running that single. Yeah, I don't think they'll be testing him out by running those 2s and 3s, that's for sure. It's another area that England just might start to struggle if those 2s and 3s start to dry up with the boundaries not coming at that fluid motion. Again, it's something that works in India's favor. Good delivery there. Again, it's a quicker one there through the air. Oshie is really running through his overs swiftly here while targeting the stumps with every delivery. He's given very little away. See that groin injury there for Stokes. Now, whether or not he opens up for those big slog sweeps too, I don't think you'll be seeing him do that anytime soon. See him try and leave and try and fend as much as possible. This is where the bowlers will have to try and target him. Let's see if there's a soft underbelly. Oh, it's a good delivery again. Just trying to target that off stump. Excellent run. Excellent over there from Washington Sundar. 73 overs gone. It's 226 for 4. Well, Stokes and Root will just have to try and navigate this situation. It's tricky for them because Stokes' mobility has been compromised. Now, whether or not they look to try and find a bit more boundary shots, we'll wait and see. They'll have to try something different here. Can India once again pulling the handbrake on the English scoring? And that is what is very good to see. You know that at some point England will have to just lift that handbrake, look to go for the big shots, but instead they've been pegged back at every situation, and that is something that you can only give credit to the Indian bowling for. They've taken advantage of the conditions. Well, England won the toss and elected to bat themselves, so they're very much getting that advantage. Jadeja back into the attack. They do very much there to run through his overs swiftly, just like Washington Sundar. They want that second new ball just before the close of play. Give Jasprit Bumrah that new cherry just before. Try and pick off one of either Stokes or Root just before the end of play. Again, the bowling has been very much spot on here from Jadeja. He's not looked to drift from the plan. Can you see they're trying those singles? It's not happening because they'll have to push harder if they are to get those singles, and something that they won't want to take a chance in terms of Stokes' fitness. Still has to come out and bowl. That's going to be a huge question mark whether or not Ben Stokes will be okay to rip his arm and called upon here. And Joe Root nearing 13,200 runs in test. His average at 50.95, reaching closer to his 37th Test match 100 in Test. Just an outstanding record. Incredible appetite for runs. This shows you that once he's settled in, he is one of the most dangerous batsmen to have around. Might not score at the quickness or the pace that can really hurt you, but the longer he stays out in the middle, the more chances that he just punishes you. As Jadeja bowls yet another maiden over, 1 for 17 in his 7 overs. It's just outstanding bowling from Jadeja. 25 overs in the session has been completed. That's how many overs were bowled in the first session. 25, 24 in the second. And now we've got 25 again. We're nearing almost 7 hours of stream time here. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Really do appreciate the support. Washington Sundar. Oh, it's a good delivery. Again, he's targeting the stumps. Stokes is just shuffling across, trying to make sure that he covers the spaces. Washi bowls with real accuracy here. It's just 73 runs in this session. Again, working very much in our favor. Under 3 and over. Yet another session where India have just climbed on top of England in terms of pressing them down, not allowing them to express themselves with fluidity in these runs. Joe Root, though, has had no issues with his 82. 8 boundaries for him. No sixes, to just show you what a risk-averse innings this has been from Joe Root, knowing that his team needed him to score runs, big runs in this series, which hasn't happened so far. Again, Washington Sundar just continues the good work of Ravindra Jadeja. Heading into the final 5 overs before the second new ball is introduced. Jasprit Bumrah will be very much on the sidelines, waiting to pounce. Akashdeep as well, I'm sure he's going to have a say towards the end. He knows that he's had a difficult day out there in the middle. Not had the level of success that he was hoping for after the heady heights of Edgbaston, where he picked up 10 wickets in the match. Absolute flat track. Oh, good delivery there. Washi right into the block hole. Well played there by Stokes. Again, another 2-run over here. Joe Root has played 115 dots. 8 boundaries, 2 threes, 2 twos, and 41 singles for his 83. Very patient and very solid innings from Joe. You expect nothing less, do you, from Joe Root? That's Washington Sundar just completes yet another over without incident. 2 runs coming off it. 228 for 4 after 75. 5 overs remaining before the new ball's taken. You might just see 85 overs of play today. About 10 overs remaining. That 5 overs will be run through very swiftly between Jadeja and Washington Sundar. They just run through it very, very swiftly. And you see that England are not looking to take those quick singles and twos. So it's just a real drawing of runs here for England. Again, they would have never expected to end the day just 4 down, but not scoring at the rate that they generally do. So Jadeja back in the attack, continuing with his brilliant spell here. 1 for 17 in 7 overs. Again, looking for that quick single. It's a bit of a misfield there from Washington Sundar. Keep Stokes at the non-striker's end, though. Joe Root will be targeting his century before the close of play here today. He has certainly deserved it in terms of how well he's played, how disciplined he's been. And it's a quicker delivery right through the air. Just flicks that away. Just get the single, bringing Stokes back in. Now Stokes is completely stopped in terms of trying to go after the bowling or do anything in terms of a positive intent. It just means that Stokes is just looking to power through this day here. Could have very easily been retired, hurt, and come back tomorrow fresh and rested, maybe even stretched to make sure that he doesn't have any sort of injury, especially holding that groin region. You know that if you try and tweak that or tear something there, it It is a lengthy injury which just completely kills your mobility. It's very, very important that you are mindful with these knocks. Again, Jadeja just taking his time here. Shubman Gill just manipulating the field, making sure that he's got his fielders exactly where he wants them to be. Again, Jadeja aiming for the stumps here. Accuracy 100 from Jadeja. He's got good pace as well. He's not wavered from that plus 90 pace. Again, Stokes has just gone back into his shell here. He has just dropped anchor. He's just looking to fend and block. Yep, you see, just knocks that away for a single. Just talking about Stokes' potential injury and how it just might limit him to get forward, really, try and stretch after those deliveries, which might just mean that he's just caught on the back foot on most occasions. Over 7 hours of stream. My personal record. Oh, what a shot that is from Joe Root. It's a slog sweep, which is not quite, but he just flat batted that. It's a brilliant shot from Joe Root. He's just dipping into his bag and trying to find some quality strokes as the 25th boundary rings up for England. A boundary to end the over, and Jadeja just tossed that one up, hoping that Joe Root would go after it, but Joe Root with that cross-batted shot just flicking again. It's real command. Yeah, 4 overs remain before the second new ball. Washi going at 2 and over here after his 8 overs. Again, Stokes, just a solid defense there. Yeah, Stokes is just going to drop anchor here. Well, that's a brilliant shot there from Joe Root in the previous delivery. Again, he's trying to target the stumps here. Washi has been extremely accurate in that department. Just need to try and find Stokes to try and get a fall shot here. Maybe just drop that length. When he's invited forward, he's been very solid. That's another quicker delivery there. Washington just pushes that through the air. Faster delivery just to make sure that Stokes doesn't have the time to adjust if he has misread the liner length. And Stokes is just showing his superhuman abilities here. He's not looking to shy away from the fight. He wants to be there till the end. Might just affect his bowling when it comes to the first innings. We'll wait and see how much this might just affect him, but Stokes has not really moved from the 30s. He's faced nearly 83 deliveries for his 34. Width on offer, flourishing shot through the offside. Doesn't find the gap. Just a single. And Washington just looking to push through this over very swiftly here. India want that new ball as quickly as possible. They're just seeing the game flow into the hands of England. Maybe not at the pace that would worry them, but still, in terms of runs being accumulated in this partnership, it is difficult for India. Root now just 12 runs away from completing his 37th Test match century. He pushes that again. Good fielding from Siraj. Brilliant. We've seen the fielding be very impressive here from India. 77 overs gone is 236 for 4. As Tushar has a comment, is Jofra really ready, or people just taking his fitness lightly? Well, I don't think they are taking it lightly, Tushar, because they waited really 4 years for this. They wouldn't have taken it. They would have made sure that he is absolutely fit and ready to go. He did spend a lot of time in county cricket playing that test match. Now, whether or not that will affected his fitness, we'll wait and see. But Jofra Archer, just like I would say for Bumrah for India, they want him on the pitch for as long as possible. But just because of the constant injuries that he picks up, the ECB has to be as careful as possible treating their star. It's unfortunate for England that they don't have the luxury of unleashing Mark Wood and Jofra Archer on this Indian side. Whether or not Jofra Archer plays more than a couple of tests, I'll be very surprised with the Ashes coming in. They definitely will prioritize the Ashes, so just have to wait and see how they handle Jofra Archer. Nicely tucked away, just looking for that quick single. Stop that immediately. In terms of having a solid first day, England are having that. Not spectacular, but still solid. You'll always take a solid day of test play, won't you? See that couple of wickets go early on. You thought, oh, what a delivery that is! Jadeja getting grip and rip. Wow! Jadeja certainly interested here, and because it's Joe Root, they've had a quick meeting here, but I don't think Joe got a touch on it. What a ball that is from Jadeja. They don't take the DRS. Whoa, what a ball that is from Jadeja. Look at this. It's beaten Joe Root. All ends up there. Again, Jarrell was a bit of a, what do you say, enthusiastic appeal. Yep, you can see there's a clear gap between bat and ball. And now that's just gives a bit more encouragement here to Jadeja. The new ball due in 2.2 overs here. Jadeja won't mind continuing this if this pitch is giving that a bit, and he's beaten Root again. That is much better here. Jadeja looking to get the better of Joe Root here. Back-to-back dot balls. 5 dot balls on the trot here. Yet another maiden very much in play here. Jadeja looking to complete this. Oh, he's bowled a no ball. It's very unfortunate. There goes the maiden over. Gives the single there. Follows up with a quick dot ball. Oh, what a ball this was to Joe Root. He was really caught there. He didn't know whether to play at it or wait for it. Instead, he does neither. But Jadeja once again with a brilliant over. 237 for 4. England still struggling to get the scoreboard moving here. 2 overs remain before the new ball has been introduced. And that's where Jasprit Bumrah will be just waiting to unleash. He's waited, he's bided his time in this test match in this first innings. He's bowled very well. He's got the wicket of Harry Brook, but he looked to break this partnership here. The longer Joe Root stays, is going to be trouble for India, despite of what happens at the other end. You know that Joe Root at any point is capable of just flicking the switch and scoring at a much quicker rate. Washi back in the attack, none for 18 after his 9 overs. Joe Root on 89, suffering a scare there as Stokes now on strike with a slip in place. And trying to force him forward here. Again, Washi is just trying to push that quicker there for Ben Stokes, and I don't think Stokes will mind that because he doesn't have to go after the ball and try and stretch. Instead, the ball is coming to him at good pace. He just has to fend it with his bat. Again, good ball there. It's just trying to get Stokes forward. They want Stokes to keep getting that forward leg front, stretch as much as possible. Look for one of those edges. Washington Sundar again running through his overs swiftly here. 237 for 4. You see Jamie Smith just warming up in the background at the Lord's Terrace. He'll be up next if England are to lose a wicket. Whether or not we'll decide to use Jamie Smith or a night watchman, we'll wait and see. But it's all about breaking this partnership. It has blossomed very quietly here. Looking to just grind down India's resistance. Worked off the pads. On the onside, he'll just get a single. Brings Root back on strike. Root on 89 of 179 deliveries. As we're heading towards the crescendo of the 80th over. Gautam Gambhir watching on. He'll be relatively pleased with the day's play here. in terms of picking up wickets, getting nearly half the side dismissed, but also making sure that England don't run away with the scoring rate. Winning the toss and electing to bat, you almost think that England would have pretty much taken about 300, 320 runs in first day of play. They've had a different approach. Huge credit has to go to the Indian bowling for it, for restricting England from really bass balling us. Washi looking to finish off well here before the new ball is being introduced. We might not see Washington Sundar with the ball for a while after this. Just trying to make it count here, but very much stepping in and giving us 10 very good overs. I think Washington Sundar has done his job with the ball. Already know that he's more than capable with the bat. Okay, both all-rounders, all three all-rounders really, looking to contribute both with the bat and ball here. Oh, Root goes for the reverse. Authoritative shot, but just a single. Got hold of that nicely as Root enters the 90s. Root is entering into the 90s just as the new ball is being introduced. We have one more over, well, 7 more deliveries really, before the new ball has been introduced. And Joe Root has pulled out the reverse on a couple of occasions. Stokes looking to fend this one off. He goes through with the drive. He's got that into the gap, but just a single, and he'll keep strike. It's 240 for 4 after 79 overs as we head into the final over before the second new ball might just be taken. I don't think India will hesitate really to get their hands on that new cherry as quickly as possible. Bumrah has had a rest. He's seen the rest of his bowlers go out there and try and curtail England. Now it will be time for Jasprit Bumrah once he gets that new ball to make it talk. Couldn't do it with Duckett and Crawley at the crease. Can you do it with 2 set batsmen out there in Stokes and Joe Root, who've batted very well? Under pressure, it was a very good partnership between Stokes and Pope. And then Harry Brook's quick dismissal meant that Stokes would have had to play a very disciplined innings, and that's exactly what he's done. 37 of 88 deliveries. Here's Jadeja finishing off with the old ball. Well, 30 overs has been played in this session. 87 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. Still going at under 3 and over. And Stokes, limited mobility, isn't he? He's just trying to work this away. He's not looking for those singles though. Just looking to stay and give company to Root and let Root do as much of the batting as possible. Again, he'll just take the single. You can see Stokes is not looking good whatsoever. He cannot run. He's hobbling across. Is this reckless from... Yeah, it really is reckless. Is this reckless from Ben Stokes? Batting towards the end. The new ball is due. Yep, they're just going to play this away now. 2 deliveries remaining. Stokes will have to face the new ball here. You can see there in the last run, he does not run. He is hobbling. He is limping. Well, 2 deliveries remain. Root navigates. Gets a single. And it'll be Stokes to face the final delivery before the new ball is inevitably taken. India have waited. They've been patient. We've seen England score regularly, but not at the speed at which they would really trouble them. 242 for 4. Something that they wouldn't really mind at this stage if they're able to get a couple of wickets. And Jaddu ends yet another dot ball and a 2-run over this. 80 overs gone. It's 242 for 4. And is this the time that Shubman Gill will pick the new ball and throw it to Jasprit Bumrah, try and get that breakthrough as quickly as possible before the close of play? Once again, I'd like to thank Tushar for his contribution, commenting on the screen. He was curious about Jofra Archer's fitness. Heading into 7 hours and 15 minutes into the stream. Second new ball is available. It's in the pocket of the umpire. Akashdeep might just bowl one delivery just to warm up before he gets the new ball in hand. Saw them do that in the previous match as well. Haven't taken it yet, but the umpires know that they'll call for the new ball as quickly as possible. Akashdeep doing the same thing as he did before, taking the old ball. Might just bowl a solitary delivery before taking the new ball as quickly as possible. As Joe Root on 91 or 183, looking for his first 100 in the Anderson Tendulkar series. Here's Akashdeep to his 16th over. It's been expensive slightly. It's a subjective term here. He's conceded 70 runs. Siraj is holding his back too here. As you can see, the players really struggling for fitness. Yep, the new ball has been taken. Akashdeep continues with his strategy from the previous game. First ball, bowled with the old ball, just to loosen up. And now he gets the new ball in hand here. And he's got Ben Stokes, 38 of 92. He's hurt. And he'll have to try and navigate Akashdeep at his best with the new ball here. This is where India have to break through. They have to strike. This is the partnership they have to break. Neither one of Root and Stokes will do here from an Indian point of view. Early movement there, but no real carry on that occasion. Or just keeps low on that occasion as Akashdeep looking to get that new ball to talk here. Can he find the dismissal to get Ben Stokes here? Ben Stokes is showing tremendous courage, really, to continue. He's really held firm. He's made sure that he's out there in the middle. He's battling for his side. He wants to be there till the end of day's play here, as Root and Stokes can take a well-deserved break. Flicked off the pads. Again, the ball coming onto the bat nicely on that occasion. Let's just get a single. Brings Root back on strike. Root on 92 here of 184. His strike rate back on 50. He's been consistent throughout the match in terms of matching that strike rate. It's gone a shade under 50 at times. He's always maintained it at that because he knows what a crucial wicket he is. Seeing his rest of his teammates tumble at the other end makes him a lot more responsible. He's just completely eliminated the risk side of his game here. Will the new ball do anything different on the surface here? I'd like to think so. Flicked off the pads. He's got that fine. Fine leg is just wide on that occasion. He cuts that off. He'll just get a single. Akashdeep not really getting the impact with this new ball. 134 K is the last delivery. Really bowling with that pace required. He's gone for 72 runs. Just a bit of a shake of the head. I think he would be also a touch disappointed with the way, the areas that he's challenged. And really beaming down here at the Lord's cricket ground. Must be Bumrah under a bit of an attack there with the swarm of, what is that, flies, bees. Joe Root also making sure that his vision isn't compromised. Play might just be stopped here because there's a bit of a invasion here with what looks like flies. Stokes making sure that everything is above board before plays continued. He's on 39 of 94 deliveries. To say that he's been watchful is a bit of an understatement. He is playing pretty much at the same or slightly slower than Joe Root. Yep, the Flyers are really stopping the play here. Might have to just wait. I mean, there is no real precedent in terms of insects and flies, is it? Just have to wait until they clear out, but you can see that should be able to continue. The stoppages allows Joe Root and Ben Stokes to just have another chat out there in the middle, try and discuss their strategy. You can see Jasprit Bumrah keeping a close eye on that new ball. He knows that his time is nigh to get that new ball in hand and try and break open this partnership. Has flourished. Very comfortable pace here for England. Akashdeep just waiting to complete his over. He's got a couple more overs, a couple more deliveries rather, to complete this over. We're all waiting for Jasprit Bumrah's new ball over here. At least I am. It's been a long and arduous session, and since Ben Stokes has entered the fray, England have given India not even a sniff. No real decision being taken here. Nothing's really been happening. The players are not off the pitch, the ground, or game's not taking place. And finally, they decided that, yep, it's time to just start the game again. Safe leave there from Ben Stokes as Akashdeep looks to finish his first over with the new ball, the second new ball, really. And the pace of Akashdeep really dipping on that occasion, 128. Again, that kind of pace doesn't really trouble international batsmen, do they? Needs to crank it up. He has to bowl in the mid 130s at least. Ben Stokes is being swarmed by those fire ants by the looks of it. Oh, nice movement there from Akashdeep. Just shapes away from the left-hander. It's a dot ball to end the over. 81 overs gone. It's 2-4-5 for 4. Now it's time for Bumrah versus Root. The old ball has been very well navigated by England. And now it's time for India to try and get that new ball to talk here. Just heading towards the end of day's play. Need that wicket before stumps try and break this partnership. It's been pretty much flawless from Root and Stokes. They've given very little or nothing really away. Just shown you what composure and control and application can do on a track like this. Here's Jasprit Bumrah bowling his 18th over, 1 for 32 for him. He's got 2 slips and a gully. He looks to bowl out Root here. Oh, it's just slightly wider on that occasion. He's run that down to third man. He'll just get a single. Again, Root is in no hurry to reach that 100-run mark. Should bring up his 37th Test match 100. Remarkable Joe Root. He's 5 runs away from that accolade. He's played with great discipline. He's made sure that he's put a heavy price tag on his wicket. And the Indians have not been able to pay it so far. Here's Bumrah. And watchful, very watchful there from Root. Just gets the single. He's got 3 runs off to Jasprit Bumrah over already, and he just delegates the task now to Ben Stokes. And Bumrah's pace has not been threatening the bowlers. It's just not looked to rip in that 140, 145 mark. It's been a good innings from Stokes, though. We question whether or not he had the appetite to really dig in there and play a very non-Ben Stokes innings. And drifting down the right side, the wasted delivery from Bumrah's point of view. 81.3 overs gone. Might see another 8 overs of play if they're lucky. Like to see 90 overs in a day, don't we? That's when you know that it's been a perfect day. No interruptions, no unnecessary stoppages. The game has just flown in the manner that it's supposed to be. Oh, it's crashed onto the pads, but again, height the problem. Good delivery there from Jasprit Bumrah. Just adding the pace on it. The 5 runs is still bothering the players here. Bumrah's got a wry smile on his face. He's trying to take advantage of the situations here. Needs that ball to tail into the stumps here. Need to test whether or not Stokes can take a toe crusher here. Bumrah has to unleash one of those Yorkers at some point in this over. He's got 2 deliveries. Trying to unsettle Stokes. Does he go now or does he hold back on it? Oh, he's got right in front. But I think it's taken a touch off the bat there. Again, the ball just... see the movement there. Lovely seam position there from Jasprit Bumrah. He's got that ball and he just gets that away. We're looking at maybe 5 more minutes remaining for England to try and navigate. I'd be very surprised if we see about... It's all about facing the new ball, though. It's a lot of good work. Oh, again, it's a good delivery. Well, Bumrah is bringing the heat here. 3 runs off that Bumrah over. It's 2 for 8 for 4. That occasion, we really saw Ben Stokes being troubled by the quickness of Jasprit Bumrah and the new ball. You know that Akashdeep will have to try and hold his own on the other end. Hasn't had any success with the old ball. Looks to try and break through with the new ball. Wait and see whether or not he's up to the challenge here and try and get out the very settled and stylish looking Joe Root. Joe Root, 5 runs away from his 37th Test match century. 4 runs rather. Can get it very much in this over. 33 overs bowled in this session. 95 runs on the board for England. The loss of 2 wickets. Here's Akashdeep. Oh, that just looped up in the air. Against the first time really that we've seen Joe Root in a bothersome period. His ball just got caught on the top of the bat. Just loops up in the air. Anything to try and unsettle Root here. You can see there it wasn't ever going to carry to Akashdeep, but again using the new ball well. Good movement, just catches almost at the end of the handle. Fuller delivery, leans into it. It's got that through the covers. Is that going to find its way to the boundary? It won't. It'll just get a single. Oh, it takes 2 there. Well, Stokes looks okay to run 2s clearly. Takes Root to 98 of 189 deliveries. A lot of the 82 overs, 60 of them have been dot balls. 360 dot balls in this innings. It's an interesting statistic, isn't it? As Joe Root on 98. And he'll be not nervous, but I would say just wanting to get to that 100-run mark as quickly as possible, considering how patient he has been throughout this innings. Just know that he will just erupt in celebration once he does reach the 100-run mark, even though he's got 36 of them before already. 250 coming up for England. 4. Does Root look to just change his approach? He just had a look at the field here, the leg side. Punches that through the back foot. He's got that in. He might run for 2 here. Just decides to take the single. Jadeja had the ball. And he was daring him to run the second. A bit of gamesmanship. Always fun to see. There's Joe Root's on 99 now. But Ben Stokes was never really running the second there, and the ball fell to Jadeja, so there was no chance. And this would be a class 100 for Joe Root. Under the circumstances, it wasn't easy whatsoever. He still manages to wiggle that away, and it's another solid defense from Ben Stokes. 39 of 101 deliveries for Ben Stokes. 7.5 hours of action today in the third test. And day one really has lived up to the hype. You've seen some high-quality cricket. Hasn't been easy for either team, really. It just shows you the rigors of test match cricket. Joe Root on 99 now. Good shape on the delivery, and it's a dot ball to end the over there by Akashdeep. 3 runs coming off that. It's 83 gone. It's 251 for 4. And will we see another over? Or will this be the last one? And it is. And Joe Root ends up 99 not out on what has been an incredible day one in the third test of the Anderson Tendulkar series. 251 for 4, and what has been an incredible game of cricket, really. The pendulum has swung multiple times. India getting 2 wickets in the first session, 2 wickets in the third, and it's Ben Stokes on 39 and Joe Root on 99 not out. It's been an enthralling game of cricket, really. Both teams will feel that there's a lot left in the tank as they can look to try and attack tomorrow with new exuberance, new energy, and new focus. This has been an outstanding stream, really. I've enjoyed every bit of it, and I'd like to thank everybody who tuned in at some point during this stream. It's been an absolute pleasure as Joe Root walks off to applause after being 99 not out as he look to complete his century tomorrow.